Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi
kutafuta uongozi kwa kutumia dini au kutumia kabila, unagawa watu. Kazi ya uongozi ni kujenga watu wawe kitu kimoja.
The 2.2 billion has been spent in the office of the president and State House between July and September. If you do that calculation, it means that we spend in that office 23 million per day and 1 million per hour. That cannot be sustainable.
Sisi vile vile sio wote ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimfuata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Eti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu, wewe umetukosea.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Sound Candy Talk. Tukutane Sound Candy Talk.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candy Talk, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, today, William Ruto and team in Elgeyo Marakwet were busy again castigating the judiciary as their only stumbling block to their agenda of affordable housing. And then, of course, in the process of expressing oneself, he ended up admitting that his government is derailed by incompetence, vested interest, and, of course, corruption. Now, the question is left with Mwananchi. Who is supposed to tackle all this? And then, of course, if your government is, of course, William Ruto is on record acknowledging that over 90% of his cabinet is incompetent. And so if you have an incompetent cabinet and the government, your government is being drained because of incompetence, and you're fighting the judiciary because of corruption, and you're the head of state, it just leaves us with what we conclude about you. Are you not the one that is incompetent because you are running a cabinet that is 90% incompetent, okay? And then you're saying the government is also being drained by vested interests, and then you're fighting the judiciary for corruption. And so, and the way you're going about it is all unprocedural in the sense that you're not following the due process of what is stipulated within the framework of the Constitution on how to deal with corruption in the judiciary or elsewhere in government. And so this, in my opinion, my humble opinion for that matter, is that the most incompetent person here must be William Ruto, and the person that has vested interest in this whole scenario must be William Ruto, and the person protecting corruption in this whole scenario must be one common denominator, William Ruto. Or else, if he had nothing to do with all this, then all this will have gone without any fight anywhere. Well, one of the lies that have been propagated so far about the housing project is that the judiciary has stopped the housing project. Now, from the look of things, there is nowhere there was a litigation before any judge about the housing project. The matter before the court is the housing levy. It's not the housing project. The housing project has been part and parcel of, I think, the Vision 2030, and it was implemented partly by Kibaki. It was advanced by Uhuru Kenyatta. And so William Ruto is just number 3 in this relay. So the matter before the court, let's clear the air, is not the housing project. And no judge has ruled against affordable housing project. Affordable housing project can take place anyhow, anywhere, wherever they need to. What is before the court is the housing levy, where Kenyans are forced to make contribution to a project that they have no guarantee of owning the house, but they should pay for the house. That's where the whole matter is. Secondly, if there is a dispute on land, then that land will be before the judge. The court need to rule on it. Until the ruling is done on who is the legal owner of the land, then the land should not be invaded. The demolition should not go on until that case is heard and concluded. That is how a civil government operates. That's how a civil society operates. Whatever William Ruto is inviting this country into is so alarming in the sense that he wants to apply the law selectively. When the law favors him, it's okay. When the law finds him culpable, then that law is bad, the judge is bad, the judiciary is bad, the country is bad, because he's being drilled to pursue his vested interest. So the question we're asking tonight is, what is William Ruto's interest in affordable housing project? That is what we need to settle down. What is your interest in this affordable housing project that you can't wait for the ruling in the court? You can't wait for people to vacate their houses. You're demolishing people's houses. You are fencing off land in the pretext that it was grabbed before it is adduced before the court, and the court has had full hearing on the same, and the valid owner of the land is validated. What is this that William Ruto wants to be the prosecutor, the judge, and whatever, the judiciary, the president, and everything else? Is this not the framework for dictatorship? Is it that now William Ruto has become the law and the law has become William Ruto? That is what we look at tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. We call upon you as usual. Make sure you're on the forefront of ensuring that you invite somebody to join into the discourse and make sure that you are on the forefront of participating into the show. And apologies again, we have issues with Facebook. We are not able to broadcast directly to Sound Candy Talk Facebook page. So follow us on Facebook. Please find us on Live Now Africa. Live Now Africa Facebook page. Live Now Africa Facebook page. That's where we are live right now. And then, of course, our 2 YouTube channels, Sound Candy Talk and Sound Candy Talk Live. They wherever the what is it called, the poll question is set already, and we are asking you tonight: is the demonizing of the judiciary, will the demonizing the judiciary save William Ruto from the wrath of Kenyans? Make sure you like the video before you vote. I salute everybody who has already started participating into the poll question. Asante sana kwa kujumuika nasi na kukaribisha kwa moyo mkunjufu. Tafadhali usikae mbali na usitazame kipindi peke yako. Karibisha wawili watatu. Charles Green, tunakusalute hapo. Karibu sana. Willy Madilo, we salute you. Thank you so much. Sorry. Willy Madilo is saying, I've Bernard and all. I was worried about you. I thought Zakayo had applied jambo tatu kukusafirisha jana. Samahani. Nashukuru, lakini hakuna mambo matatu kwangu hapa. Nashukuru. Jana kulikuwa na itilafu ya mitambo, and it was I think because of the rains, so the internet was very poor. I couldn't do anything, so I just decided to go off and, of course, reach out to my colleagues to see whether they are able to run the show. So kama mliacho kwa mataa, poleni, lakini tutajitahidi. Dahi Abdi, karibu kwa show. Tatu Juma, karibu kwa show. Thank you so much. Simba Omar Said, welcome to the show. Magi Musau, karibu kwa show. Kanyish Mbeche, karibu kwa show. Lydia Karimba, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwa hapa. Kuna Shadia Kanu, karibu kwa show. Of course, Gideon Etimile, karibu kwa show. He said, don't forget conflict of interest and lies of citizens that they will get jobs abroad with heavy salary. Corruption and incompetence is within his executive villa. What do you want us to do, Mr. Taxman? Okay? Esther Stoll, karibu kwa show. Ubuntu dada yetu huyo, karibu kwa show. Esther Kabiru, karibu kwa show. Good evening. We salute you. Thank you so much. Nakwambia leo ni leo, asemaye kesho ni muongo. Now, Wakenya wote, wakati wetu ndio huu, kusimama imara, kutetea haki zetu na kuhakikisha kwamba Zakayo na uongo zake basi amekamatwa kwa njia ya muongo ni fupi. Asante. Nashukuru kumuona chairman wetu hapa. Keep mwenyewe. Hali vipi? No, I hope huko West, ilikuwa West Marakwet. Marakwet West.
Hapana, mimi umeniambia mimi ni chairman wa kukata miti, bado ninakata miti. So hiyo kazi ya Toli aliniachia, na niko hapa Sigoi. Tunakaa hapa, tunapatiwa unga, tunapatiwa, unajua Central mlipatia mchele na nyama, sisi tulipatiwa tu mambo tu ya na sura ya Ruto.
Sasa nyinyi mnapewaje unga na wakati sisi tulikuwa maandamano mlikuwa mnapanda? Kwani mbegu iko wota? Ni ya Kanyari.
Tulipewa fertilizer duni na Rigathi Gachagua. Sasa hapa tunaumia. Sasa tunapatiwa unga, tunapatiwa vitu ziko na sura ya WSR. Nasikia siku hizo anaitwa hivyo SWR. No, WSR. Hiyo ndio nickname sasa. The king himself, the king of Venezuela is here. Lakini Bernard, niko hapa nyumbani na ninaona ni mzuri vile king of Venezuela anafanya kazi. It is very good. He needs to keep it up because nimeendelea kusema kwamba akitaka kukuwa speaker wa National Assembly akuwe speaker, akitaka kukuwa speaker wa Senate akuwe speaker wa Senate, akitaka kuwa Chief Justice mpatie hiyo kazi tu, kwa sababu anataka kuwa General of Generals, anataka kuwa Super CS, tumpatie hiyo kazi yote, kwa sababu hii kazi yote ya magavana pia tumpatie. Kwani ni nini? Mbona tunapiga kelele hivyo? Tumwachie hiyo kazi, kwa sababu inaonekana kwamba ile siku tulikuwa tunatengeneza BBI, ndio mnaona kwa nini Raila alikuwa anataka tufanye BBI, kwa sababu sasa mbona tunakuja hapa kwa news tukisema kwamba anavunja sheria na sheria ni yake? Sijaelewa mbona tuna complain. Si tulimtaka, Wakenya walikuwa wanamtaka.
Kabla tutoke hapo, swali hii kazi akichukua, anachukua pia na mshahara ama mshahara ni ule ule tumwachie kazi?
Hakuna mambo ya mshahara, hata hiyo Central Bank ni yake, kwa sababu hiyo ni bank yake, anaweza toa pesa hela yenye anataka huko achukue. Mbona tuna complain Wakenya? Kwa sababu unajua kitu moja, kuna wale tuna complain kwamba hawaendi maandamano. Haya, kuna wale ambao wanaachilia huyu mtu afanye hiyo kazi yote. Sio ndio kazi? Alisema atachapa kazi na anachapa kazi. Sasa ndio unaona watu wa judiciary wanakuja kupiga kelele hapa. Ile siku tulikuwa tunapiga kelele, hawako wanatusikiza. Sasa ndio wanatusikiza. Sasa ndio sikia Martha Koome anapiga kelele. Mbona ni sahihi? Mimi nakuambia lazima inchi yanguke ndio tuanze fresh. We have to hit rock bottom, my friend. And we are hitting it. Because what I believe is we have to let Ruto ruin this constitution completely. That's why I am for what he's doing. Afanye hii kazi yote, angushe inchi ndio tujue kwamba BBI lazima ikuje. Bernard, kitu moja nimekuja kugundua hapa nikiwa Kenya ni kwamba mafuta ikipanda, maisha ya mwananchi inapanda. And I'll explain to you why. Everything we do in Kenya or any other economy in the world is reliant on petroleum goods. Angalia kila mtu, hata hapa juu unaona hii taa imetengenezwa na petroleum goods. Hiyo nguo yako unavaa ilitengenezwa na plastic kidogo. Hiyo kiti unakalia hapo ni ya plastic. Mkate ambao when you're wrapping the bread, it's plastic. We are all reliant on petroleum goods, and plastic is petrol. If nobody knew, petrol is not a plant. It's actually fossil fuel. If we rely on plastic in industrial area to have our goods run, and Chir is increasing it, we're in trouble, Kenyans. Another thing that we rely on petroleum products, ni boda, transporting our goods from manufacturers to retailers to distributors. We rely on petroleum goods for that. So it's just, hata mimi kuja kwenda kazini, I rely on petroleum products. So if petrol is higher than Tanzania, higher than Uganda, when Kenyans can get it, we'll be safe. Because manufacturers are actually working according to as if we are on Uhuru's economy. When they will wake up, it's not just Unga we'll be complaining about. It's not Unga alone. Right now, companies are closing down because wananchi wamekwama na ile prices. It will get to a point even these big ones cannot handle those costs, because again, there's also electricity energy. Energy is going up. I am here and I'm suffering like you, my fellow Kenyans. I'm here on hiatus, but nitakaa hapa mpaka tujue tutafanya nini. So as Kenyans, we should allow Ruto to do what he's doing, because we're not united. We're not together. Because the guys who do not want him are not doing anything about it. The guys who want him are okay with what he's doing. So what are we doing as Kenyans? Why are we waiting for an old man to call maandamano? Why can't we do it ourselves? I've been singing this for almost a year and a half. Maandamano ni sisi tu. And this is why I like Sound Candid Talk. I like these other shows. We speak here. We enlighten people and we teach them about what needs to be done. So hii mambo ya judiciary, incompetence, corruption challenges, he's talked about corruption. And kila siku anaongea kwa news. Unajua anajistaki. Just listen to everything Ruto talks. Ni kujistaki tu. What he says is what he's doing. Talks about bribing judges. Yo. It's time for us to wake up.
So yes, tuseme hii masuala ya mlungula ya Supreme Court ndio kweli, ndio sababu hizi vita zimechacha. Ni kama pesa alilipa nyingi sana alafu haone wakirudisha mkono.
Si ndio alilipa? Kama urudishi mkono, because Bernard, if I bought something it is right. Alinunua. Akinunua legislation, it's his right to do whatever he wants. He bought them all. And I've always said this, Bernard. Usiniambie kitu sijui MP ni mzuri ama sijui senator, super senator, all that rubbish, all that. Only Mtata. Mtata is the only guy I like. The rest of them, if you believed that the elections were stolen, why did you put your hand on the Bible? And when you put your hand on the Bible, you said, yeah, His Excellency Ruto. That's what they said. I've never said that. Why do you think I'm with Martha Karua and Raila Amolo Odinga? Wajaweka mkono yao wakisema Ruto ni president yao. If all these legislators believed that, if all these governors believed that the election was lost, I think if they would have done the honorable thing, everybody in ODM, everybody in NAC, everybody in Wiper, everybody in all these parties that believe, even Jubilee, believed that the election was stolen, should have not taken an oath with an illegitimate government. Because most of them are bought. Why are governors going to the national government for development? The individual counties like Oparanyas should be having its own economy. Oparanya never, ever, ever went to national government begging for stuff. He made his county work on its own merits. And I think that is as a super governor to me. And I wish people followed. Hata kama kulikuwa na rumors hivi. Look at how his county looks like right now. Okay, 1 year along the line, wacha tuone the new governors performed. But hii mambo ya kwenda to the national government asking for help. Each county has its own economy, and we should be what do you call it? Self-sufficient. Ndio nakwambia hii turudi Lancaster, tutoe ma senator, tutoe MCAs, tutoe hizi takataka yote. We start from BBA from scratch. And I think Kenyans will now agree with what Raila was trying to do. We start from scratch. I think this constitution is very beautiful, but was implemented wrong. I honestly believe that. It's a beautiful constitution, but Bernard, it was implemented by the digital brothers. The digital brothers did it wrong. Moja aliamuka second term, but it was too late. And the next thing, we can try and change the IBC to find SMS, to find vitu zote, but if we have this old mentality where only one man rules the country, we're not ready for change, Kenyans. We're not. Anyway, continue, host. I'm still here.
Okay, asante. So, wewe kulingana na ground, wewe ndio uko kwa ground sasa. Ungetuambia ground inasemaje, kwa sababu wewe umetuambia tu ile LCK imesema, hiyo tumesoma kwa gazeti, hii nyingine tumeiona kwa TV. Tuambie ground kwenyewe Sugoi. Watu wanasema nini?
So here there's two schools of thoughts. There's a faction of my people who will never change their mind. Mtota waezi mwacha. Hata kofia za UDA bado ziko hapa. Still, people are still wearing it. But then there's a significant chunk of the Kalenjin population that is changing their minds. And the strange thing is not the younger population, it's actually the older. Ni wazee wanaumia wanasema huyu tuliona tumpatie lakini anaharibu mambo. But the unfortunate thing about brainwashing, it goes down to trickle down to the population, and I'm seeing young Turks still calling his name, except the ones who are educated. Nakwambia elimu ni kitu ya muhimu sana. The educated people here are actually seeing the point as to, yeah, let's give our son the point, a chance, but now to know me. So the older generation and the educated one, but the rest of them, upper ground bado Ruto ni wao. Wasingishu on the other hand, I'll say it's quite a metropolitan area. So in county ya Baba. So I'm yet to see the neighboring counties. I'm still here for a while. I want to see how the behavior is there. I have met a few people in Nairobi, and the people in Nairobi, some of them from Central, still believe that Muganga, ati Raila is just a businessman. Raila would have made it worse. I mean, speaking to them, that's what they say. I mean, I had conversations. It's a bit safer now in terms of the population. I'm not talking about the politicians, to talk to people freely about politics. There are people who say that they're not happy with Ruto, but if Raila is there in 2027, they're going to vote just to remove him. I mean, not to remove him, so that Raila does not enter. It is such a strange mentality here that I think people are still politically mature. I don't know what hate there is for Raila for some of these people. Actually, we just want a new guy. I'm like, so you rather Ruto Umize than Raila ever touching power? It's something I'm yet to understand, Bernard. I don't know what they have against this old man. Sijui alifanya nini. And this is Nairobi. People of Central and some people here in Rift Valley, the ones who are just diehard Ruto. They're like, yeah, Ruto ameingia, tumefurahi, nini, yeah, tunaumia, ongeze. And they're saying it jokingly. They don't care. They just, it's hate. It's hate. It's absolute, pure hate for the old man. That's what I see on the ground.
Thank you, Hip, for painting that. Ladies and gentlemen, we salute all of you for joining. Please, let's keep inviting somebody. Unfortunately, for our Facebookers, you cannot get us on Sound Candy Talk. We have an issue with Facebook, so find us on Live Now Africa. Live Now Africa Facebook page. That is where we are streaming right away. So if you must follow us on Facebook, look for Live Now Africa. And then the poll question is on Sound Candy Talk and Sound Candy Talk Live. And we are asking, will demonizing the judiciary save William Ruto from the wrath of Kenyans? 7 votes so far on Sound Candy Talk Live, and all the 7 votes say no. The demonization of the judiciary will not be able to save William Ruto from the wrath of Kenyans. And then on Sound Candy Talk, so far we have 75 votes cast. Will demonizing the judiciary save William Ruto from the wrath of Kenyans? 12% say yes, and 88% say no. Well, as we continue to engage, we call upon you to be vigilant and see to it that whatever that must be done to salvage this country is done rightly. One of the things that we all must come to terms with is that the running of this country is not an individual affair. The running of this country is a constitutional affair. And what we mean by it being a constitutional affair is that even if the individual is in office, that individual is not free to do with the country the way he likes. I believe some of us are still having the hangovers of the 24 years of the Moi regime when Moi was everything. And so we think that being president means you are above the law, and being president means your word is law, and being president means nobody can challenge you. That is all wrong. And so as we look at our governance and look at what William Ruto has given us so far, he has displayed incompetence, no doubt. He has confessed on it today. He has shown to us that he's a minister of incompetence by appointing a 90% incompetent cabinet. So the alpha and the omega of incompetence of this country is William Ruto, in his cabinet, in his way of doing things. And of course, right now he has just changed the object of aggression, okay? Object of aggression. It has always been either Raila Odinga or Uhuru Kenyatta. But now, since attacking Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta is not selling, he has now turned it to be the judiciary. The judiciary has become now the main problem for him to perform. The question we are asking is, how many people are you going to blame under 1 year in office? Did you get into office with any plan to do anything for the country, or you just got here to look for somebody to blame? And so the whole picture of incompetence is William Ruto, and he should not find any other person to blame. He should first of all stand before the mirror, and the person that appears in the mirror should be the first one to be pointed to as the minister for incompetence. And until that is sorted out, this country cannot move to the next level. All the issues with housing and all that, it is neither here or there. The truth will still come out. I'll be playing some videos to show how the housing project is ghost in some places. But in the meantime, let's just listen out to his claims today about the judiciary and, of course, the onslaught against the judiciary that his administration has swallowed hook and sink as if they have no brains of their own. It's very sad. Let's listen.
Shaka karibu katika sehemu ya pili ya taarifa hizi za KTN leo weekendi, ambapo Rais William Ruto amekariri msimamo wake mkali dhidi ya mahakama, akisema mradi wa ujenzi wa nyumba za bei nafuu utaendelea liwe liwalo. Rais aliyekuwa katika ziara ya ujenzi wa makazi ya bei nafuu katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu amesema kwamba ni jukumu lake kuwatimizia Wakenya ahadi za maendeleo kama ilivyoorodheshwa kwenye manifesto ya Kenya Kwanza. Elvis Kosgei na maelezo zaidi.
Wakizungumza kwenye ibada ya Jumapili mjini Fend, kaunti ya Elgeyo Marakwet, Rais alisema kwamba mipango ya maendeleo na miradi haitakwamishwa na ufisadi mahakamani.
People who want Kenya to be status quo, the beneficiaries of what is going on, or is not going to be damaged by corruption. We are going to be firm, we are going to be clear, we are going to be decisive. Because for far too long, Kenya has been held hostage by incompetence, vested interests, and corruption.
And if I may speak, Your Excellency, to Her Lordship, the Chief Justice, I've heard her in more than one occasion telling us that if we have issues with judicial officers, we know where to take them. Yes, Madam Chief Justice, we know where to take those issues. But I want to ask you, Madam Chief Justice, as the head of the third arm of government, you have hundreds of petitions, memoranda, and complaints today before JSC. You have done nothing as JSC to deal with those memoranda, petitions, and complaints against judicial officers.
Amesema tupigane na judiciary, amesema tupigane na wakora. Mimi sijui wale wanapiga kelele kwa nini?
Wanapiga kelele kwa sababu wanajua hao ndio wakora. And that is not intimidation. Watu wasituambie ati we are intimidating the judiciary. We are just being fair and critical, just like anybody else is criticized.
Rais alisema kwamba maendeleo ya taifa yamerudishwa nyuma na watu wenye nyoyo telezi na njama fiche.
We are going to deal firmly with vested interests and impunity, and we are going to deal decisively with corruption in whatever shade, in whichever institution. So nobody should threaten us. Nobody should blackmail Kenya anymore. We want to move the country forward, and we are going to ensure that Kenya moves forward.
Wakati Uhuru Kenyatta alikataa ku appoint the 6 judges, hatukuona LSK wakifanya maandamano. Your Excellency, you are the president. Ulisimama Kasarani and you appointed the 6 judges. Your Excellency, wakati ulipea judiciary 3 billion, we never saw LSK wakiita press conference kushukuru wewe. Your Excellency, we want to call out LSK. Avoid your hypocrisy na nyinyi pia msaidie serikali.
Hayo yayo yakatoka kwa naibu wake Rigathi Gachagua.
Tungetaka kumuuliza her leadership, Chief Justice, aambie wa Kenya how many complaints have been filed against judicial officers, how many she has dealt with, and what is the timeline to conclude those petitions. It's important.
Na tukisikia mambo ya judiciary, mimi si wakili, lakini sielewi ni nani huyu anapinga affordable housing. Juzi ulipokuja tumekuwa na mkutano kubwa sana na wafanyikazi wa county, mambo ya uptake. Tayari wako tayari kujiingiza kwa boma langu. Tumewafundisha jinsi ya kuown nyumba. Tayari hiyo nyumba ishaenda kabla haijajengwa.
Rais alifungua eneo la kina mama na vyumba vya watoto katika hospitali ya rufaa ya Iten. Elvis Kosgei, KTN News, katika kaunti ya Elgeyo Marakwet.
Bernard.
Yes.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
Did you see the guy before the chief donkey, Rigathi Gachagua? That guy spoke a lot of sense. I believe alikuwa anasema ukweli. Where was the judiciary when we needed them the most? Ile siku wanapatiwa appointments, ile siku wanapatiwa pesa. When things go their way, they are quiet. But now that their power is being depleted. See, the one thing they think Ruto is like...
Just give me a minute. Just give me a minute, please. Sorry, just hold the thought. Alex, Honorable, please, I made very candid communication to you on the private chat. I don't know why you're going public about this. And I referred you to the reference person you need to contact. So please don't do that. I've not blocked you. You're here on the quarantine. We have communication about why we should not let you on the screen. I've referred you to the person responsible. Sort out with the person. Let us get clearance. We get you back on the screen. It is that simple. So stop going public about it. You are a leader. You need to behave like one. Thank you very much.
Yes, and Alex, your family, brother. Don't worry, you're still part of the family. Usione kwamba tunakuonea. There are just a few things that need to be aired out. So don't think we're doing that on purpose. It's not that. So we're not going to make what is on the chat public. It is a private matter, and we can't iron out our dirty laundry outside. So hata tutaongea tu kwa simu after this. So relax, brother. So as I was saying, with the judiciary, I really would appreciate that when, and any other Kenyan, any other Kenyan from the lowest to the top, do not act only when it affects you. And that is the problem. You only act when it affects you. You never act as a unit. So mlikuwa mnaongea watu wenye walikosea kwa elections and you thought that we are acting like babies. Mnaongea watu wa kutupa mawe. So now you're us now. You're us. So judiciary, the only reason you're acting this way is you thought Ruto is like Uhuru. Uhuru kinda respected the law and knew that the constitution actually gave autonomy to justice for the Chief Justice. But now we're going back to the Moi regime, whereby if a Chief Justice pisses you off, excuse my language, Bernard, Moi can just get rid of him. And that is where we're heading, actually, unfortunately. We're depleting powers of very many institutions in Kenya, very many institutions that have been protected by the current constitution, and we keep depleting them. The Speaker of the House, Wetangula, is supposed to be very powerful, but he's incompetent, he's biased, it looks like he just receives orders from above. He should be impartial. Actually, immediately he became Speaker of the House through a vote, by the way, of his peers. He should have not been part of Ford Kenya. Ford Kenya, he would not be chairman of Ford Kenya, and the idiot at the Senate should have done the same, so that all he'd be doing is his job is to protect his fellow members of parliament. We look at the judiciary at the same time, the same thing. These people, when Ruto calls them, wanavaa nguo za judiciary, wanakuja kumsalamia kwa maseremoni zake. That should never happen. They should look like independent institutions. Anytime you see them mingling, it just does not show, it gives a bad word to the public. So judiciary, tafadhalini, if you think it's unfair, yeah, we will come for maandamano with you, but don't stop at just your own problems. Hata si tunaumia unga, tunaumia vile mulituharibia elections. We'll come with you if you fix the mistakes you did and actually accept you made a mistake. And Raila and Martha said this: I accept the ruling of the judiciary. Look at how much respect they gave you. I accept it, but don't respect it. Meaning these two leaders accepted what you ruled, but it doesn't mean they believed it. Meaning they are people of virtue. So tukienda maandamano na nyinyi, think about how you're going to fix what you broke. Because apparently this was a revenge mission because Raila refused to go to run his election on an incompetent IEBC. Something that you'd have assisted with. So Bernard, the guy before the chief donkey, said the truth. Sometimes I think Kenya Kwanza says the truth. Hiyo ilikuwa ukweli. Mbona mnakuja sasa ile kuna vitu mbaya mbaya kwenu? Mbona mkuji kutusaidia sisi? Unajua saa zingine you're supposed to be public servants. It's not about you, it's about us. And that's the problem with leadership.
But Kip, I couldn't help but see the deliberate choice of presentation by that your guy you are praising. Eh?
I'm not with him. No, I'm not with him.
No.
I'm being very sarcastic.
He said Uhuru Kenyatta refused to swear in the 6 judges. Okay? He did not tell us the reasons behind why he refused to swear them in. And then he said Ruto did what? Swore them in. He also did not give us reasons why Ruto went ahead and swore them in when Uhuru Kenyatta had rejected to swear them in. That to me, there is something. Since we aliwakataa, mimi nitawarudisha on condition cases zangu zikikuja mpitishe. So saa hii shida ni kwamba wamekataa kupitisha, sasa ndio wanasema wanadai.
So that's what I'm trying to say. Only when things go your way, you're happy. Uhuru said these guys, by the allegedly, are corrupt judges. Allegedly, by the ladies and gentlemen. Ile siku mmepatia hawa watu, mnanyamaza tu. Ile siku vitu zinaenda mbaya, ndio mna complain. And that is the only part I agree with them. Let's call a spoon a spoon, not a big spoon. Let's call a spade, not a big spoon.
A spade, and not a big spoon.
Not a big spoon. Let's just be realistic. These guys, ilikuwa kweli. Mbona mna complain when things go the way you don't want, and then when you're complaining when things go the way you don't want, and when they go the way you want, mnanyamaza. You're quiet. Muna praise Martha Koome. You praise all these people. But now, you're not praising him. Why is the LSK now?
Wanasema mwambagoma vuta kwake. All the same, thank you, Kip, for that. Let's just hold on as we bring in this man who is also helping us make sense of what is going on at the judiciary in relation to William Ruto's response. Before we bring this group of schools to help us understand. How can one school have 3 straight A's, 2 A-, and 69 B+? Hata kama nyinyi ndio mlienda group of schools, mtatuambia hiyo, lakini subiri hapo tunarejea. Let's listen to this. Ladies and gentlemen, as we play the video, please invite somebody. Your number nataka ipite 200 ya wale watu wanatazama, alafu pia makinika kupiga kura yako ili tujue mbivu na mbichi. At the end of the show, we need to know how many Kenyans are in support of or against what William Ruto is doing in terms of his demonization of the judiciary. And will that be an avenue through which he escapes the wrath of Kenyans? Because from the look of things, Kenyans are fed up. Let's listen to this mwananchi.
Hiyo mahakama iliangusha BBI. Ruto akasema hiyo ni mkono wa Mungu. Hiyo mahakama wakati ilisema yeye ameshinda kwa njia nzuri, Ruto akasema ni mkono wa Mungu. Mahakama imesema hii housing levy is unconstitutional. Anasema hiyo ni mkono wa shetani. Kwani Mungu wa Ruto anafanya kazi namna gani? Huyu Mungu wa Ruto ako namna gani? Nyumba zenye wanasema ni affordable housing, mimi kulingana na mimi hiyo ni ukora mtupu. Kwa sababu gani? Kuna nyumba zinajengwa hapa Ngong Road, private developer, mtu private anajenga, anauza 3 bedroom, anauza 3.5 million. 3 bedroom ya Ruto ambayo ni affordable 3 bedroom ni 4.2 million. Na ule mtu wa Ngong Road private developer amenunua shamba, amelipa labor, lakini Ruto shamba free, pesa ni ile anakata watu, na baada anauza kuliko private developer. Mama mboga, mtu ya bodaboda, mtu ya mkokoteni atapata wapi deposit ya 300,000? Alipe nyumba deposit ya 300,000, alafu per month 16,000 kwa miaka 14 ndio aoni nyumba ya 3 bedroom. Sasa mtu ya bodaboda na mama mboga na mtu ya mkokoteni Ruto amewatupa. Hiyo nyumba yenye inasemekana ni affordable, hiyo nyumba ni affordable kwa mtu wa Muthaiga, kwa mtu wa Karen, kwa mtu wa Lavington, kwa mtu wa Kileleshwa. Sio affordable kwa mtu wa Kibira na mtu wa Mukuru na mtu wa... Let me tell you my brothers.
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Huyo ni mkereketo wa bunge la wananchi Jivanji akipeana mambo jinsi yalivyo. Anasema amepata private developer, anauza nyumba hapo Ngong Road, na yake ni more affordable kuliko affordable housing ya William Ruto. So anashindwa hii affordable ya William Ruto ni affordable kulingana na Ruto peke yake ama ni kulingana na dictionary ya affordable. Na kitu moja na Ruto ni kwamba yeye anafikirianga yeye ndio economy. Yaani kila anafikiria ndio economy inakuwa. So anadhani hakuna mtu ana compare prices by any other person, or there is no other person in the market. He is the sole proprietor. Whatever he names, that's what it becomes. Very sad, but haya group of schools anatoroka. Rudi hata ukitupwa nje na Ruto, rudi tu. Lazima tupate uhondo wote ambao umebeba. Now, cha muhimu hapa, what's really valid here is in terms of Kenyans being, I have said that as Kenyans, we have a culture of not being detailed, okay? Detailed in the sense that we don't pay close attention to details. And failure to that, it gives room for many people to take advantage of us by giving us either misinformation or scanty information about what is gravy on our livelihood. And so you will notice that politicians have a way of twisting things. Like, for example, it is now being preached that the housing project is being stopped by the judiciary. But what the judiciary has put to hold is the housing levy, which means if William Ruto can get funding for affordable housing from elsewhere, nobody going to stop it. Secondly, mashamba ambayo anatumia kuweka hiyo affordable housing, they need to be validly acquired. You don't just move in the land because you are a government or this is government land. Even government land has titles. Government land has stipulated, is drawn out in the map. And you need to prove that every time there is a question mark on the land, you would want to do what? To acquire or use. And so whatever William Ruto is trying to do, in my opinion, is trying to become the law and set aside the consulting on anything he asks for before the judiciary. What he wants is the judiciary not to check him or him to be checked by any other person. Akiona ni kama Idi Amin, kama wale watu meona The Rise and the Fall of Idi Amin. Akiona your girlfriend anakuambia huyo ni wangu leo, wewe labda keshoye. Then if you say anything, you will disappear because he has to have his way. Now, that is not how a democracy works. That's not how a civilized society works. Like Uhuru, the gentleman, you want BBI to pass by all means. You have invested a lot of money in the project, but when the court said no, it stopped there. He went on another thing. But Ruto will not have any of that. Why? So that is the ultimate, and everybody should worship him. Kama ile mbunga anasema ali swear in 6 judges na kawapatia 3 billion na hakuita press conference ya kusema asante. I mean, how is that something for calling press conference for thank you? And by the time you are doing that, you had already called the press conference. The whole world had already seen. Now I will not go to the Bible way of doing arms, where the left hand should not know what the the right hand is doing. But if you're doing it in public and you're doing it for publicity, then you don't need another press conference to convey anything. And secondly, when you execute something as the executive, it's not supposed to be for Thanksgiving. It's supposed to be your duty. It is your duty to ensure that the budgetary for the judiciary is okay. It's your duty to see to it that teachers are paid. It's your duty to see to it that doctors are paid. It's your duty to see to it that children are going to school and children are safe. You shouldn't wait to be told thank you because schools have opened. Thank you because schools have closed. To me, that's childish. And who ndio utoto ambao tutaki? Inji haiwezi kusonga mbele hivyo. And those are the telltale signs of the incompetence that we are talking about. Well, thank you. As we continue with the conversation, keep his story. Keep, can you please talk to Alex and Stony PK, the two of them?
No, these are leaders. These are actually heads of households. And tunaongea kimwanaume, so we are okay. I'll talk to him. I'll talk to don't put Stone PK's name here. It's all of us that made this decision. So Alex, I'll talk to you, brother. So don't worry. It's just that it's a bit private. I don't want to make this more than it is, Bernard. So I'm trying to kind of arrange this because this podcast is not just us. It's for everybody to consume. And sometimes we might see things to feel like we're being sidelined or it's unfair, but it's not. We never kick people out unless you're abusive, unless you talk vulgar, and I don't think you've done that, Alex. So relax, ngoja kidogo. kuna kitu tunataka kutengeneza kwanza, and you'll be back. So quarantine is quarantine. Hata mimi, Bernard, you put me on quarantine many times. People don't know that. People don't understand. Things that happen behind the scenes is the public doesn't know. I've been in quarantine many times because nilikuwa na misbehave using, everybody knows that sometimes I use curse words, and Bernard was like, hey, unajua mapastor ananipigia simu bana, keep a relax hapo bana. Of course, me being a hardhead, I tell Alex, I tell Bernard, this is who I am, but it's not who you are. This is for the public to consume. So sometimes quarantine is all right. So we leave it at that. So let's veer away from that topic and we move along. Unless you, the only people who are permanently out are UDA psychopaths. Those ones are tutaki kabisa. Kuna channel ingine huko naweza go talk to Messi and what's his name, Simamo anaitwaje, go talk to them, it's fine, and I'm not going to abuse them today because that was one of the reasons I was under quarantine. So it's okay. Let's stick to the topic actually, in terms of corruption challenges. The day I see a figurehead, a CS, or I see a big public servant, there are cases that were closed. I would like to see a proper end to Aisha Juma's case. I would like to see Bernard's favorite MP, kutoka Kimelil, Didmas's case go to a proper ending. And if you feel it's unfair, let's finish Babu Owino's also case properly. Yeah, let's do things properly. So I'm not going to just pick whatever it is. Let's finish cases the proper way. Let's finish Rigathi Gachagwa's case properly, because all these allegations, I'm not saying that they are what do you call it? They have been convicted for these things. It's just, I need to see a proper conclusion to a case. Don't just dismiss it. I want to see the summary as to why they have been dismissed. I want to see Mike Sonko's case finished properly. All mkiongea mambo ya corruption, let's start the people we're complaining about right now. People who are complaining right now, finish your cases. Don't go say that the DTP, the prosecutors. No. Finish your cases. Anti-corruption Institute of Kenya, can you do something? We cannot keep chasing cuckoo thieves. We cannot keep chasing matatu drivers. We cannot keep chasing small, mediocre things here. ati umeenda wrong way kwa gari because you did not see a sign. Those are the people you're going to prosecute. Can we see high profile things happening judiciary? Then we'll know we are serious. Then tutakuwa na nyinyi, we will stand by you. But right now, mimi nikikuja maandamano na nyinyi, I don't feel it, Bernard. I don't feel why I am going to be on the streets with them. Unajua vile wanasemanga tuko pamoja. Tuko pamoja. Can we stop people who are buying benches? So it's actually not even the LSK community as a whole. Some lawyers are with us. Kina Umtata, Kina Orengo, you know, they are lawyers. They're all right. It's the magistrates and the judges. Those are the ones who their power is being snatched, and now they're complaining, and now they're bringing the whole law society into their own fix. Like now we are one tribe. So until we see proper justice in Kenya, then I will start believing them, because all they're fighting for is their own power. That's it. They're not. If it was the people's power, like I keep trying to say, the people's power that they're fighting for, then I would believe them. If the legislation is fighting for our power, I would believe them, but they're not. So I'll let my older brother here, Guru, continue, as Bernard is still on the phone. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Guru. I'm going to block myself kidogo, but I'm still here, Mr. Guru.
Kip, how are you?
Niko salama.
Hi, Skip.
Niko nyumbani.
Good.
Tunakula mateso pamoja.
Yeah. It's a norm. That is what is prevailing. What else can you do?
It's just sit down and go for mandamano for the sake of the judiciary. Are you going for mandamano for them? Do you feel that you
Yeah. I'm waiting. I can tell you that the next mandamano will be a mother of all. Wale walikuwa nasema wanalipiwa biashara ndio watakuwa kwanza, because biashara imeharibika, sio kwa sababu ya maandamano, lakini kwa sababu ya mambo ingine ambayo inaambatana na ushuru na mambo ingine zaidi.
So okay, si maandamano ya judiciary ama ya LSK.
Hapana.
Ni maandamano yetu.
Sio maandamano.
Hiyo si maandamano, zini kukutana hapo town, hapo karibu na Locust na
Hawa unajua kitu imeshangaza watu ni kwamba hawa hakupigwa tear gas. Sawa, watu wanauliza ingekuwa ni mtu ya kawaida si angepigwa pia tear gas.
hizi wapigwe tear gas, kwani wanaitwanga mheshimiwa, ndio wanapatianga salute na mapolisi. Hao ndio wanaheshimiwa kuliko sisi wananchi ambao tunawalipa mshahara zao.
Ya, hiyo ndio nasema ni kwamba ingekuwa ni mwananchi wa kawaida ambaye ametoka Kayole ama Kawangware angepigwa tear gas.
Hata celebrate birthday ya baba unachapwa tear gas. Ni sawa tu. We're just insects to this point.
That's it.
Yes.
That's the way it is. Unajua ile unajua ile Wajigi alisema sisi sio panya. Sasa hiyo ndio unaongea mambo yake.
Yeah. We are nothing. Ni garbage. We're just garbage in Kenya. naonanga uchungu Guru. I feel pain. I feel pain seeing my people walking every day. I feel pain. Mtu wa bodaboda hawezi kuafford akipandisha gari lazima umlipe kwanza ndio yake mafuta. Na hiyo mafuta akiweka hivi anabakisha na 10 shillings peke yake kurudi nyumbani.
Mambo ndio hiyo. Hiyo ndio mambo.
Umeweka hiyo fare yako ya 50 shillings alafu anaweka hiyo mafuta, lakini hiyo mafuta kwanza ilikuwa kwa hata nangoje hizi pikipiki za electric ziko wapi? Nimeona tu moja hivi.
Hakuna kitu kama hiyo my friend. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo.
Tatu hivi sijui kazi ni ya sijui nani, na niko hapa tu Eldoret peke yake. Sijaona Eldoret, hata sijaona moja Nairobi. Ni huku nyumbani peke yake. Stable country.
Hizo ni story tu bana. Hiyo ni story. Hakuna bahari hiyo story.
Na bado nilikuwa naambia wa Kenya mambo ya unga, mambo ya sukari, mambo ya chumvi peke yake ndio imepanda. Lakini ngoja hizo vitu zingine zianze kupanda ndio mtajua. We are still operating as if we are in Uhuru's economy. Did you know that?
I know.
Companies are going under losses, believing things will get better, but they will not. They will not.
Hakuna.
Ile siku utanunua Colgate, price imeenda ×2. Ile siku mtaona Colgate imeenda ×2. Right now, the economy is on a shoestring. Tuko hapa tuna balance hivi tu. That's why you can afford these small things. Ngoja, nimekuja Kenya to experience by myself. And I am beginning to feel the pinch. I feel the pinch of the common mwananchi because I'm spending like you. 1,000 haizi fanya kitu hapa. What are you doing with 1,000? You go to Chara.
I'm surprised you are around that you have. I'm surprised you are around that you have not touched base with me.
I'm coming for live show, but I cannot say the day because kuna unajua.
No, I'm talking about myself. You have quite often said you touch base, and I've not seen that happen.
Bado tuko nyumbani. I'm not going anywhere yet soon. Anytime soon, I'm still going to be here.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry. Takuja kusema salamu. Kwanza nina deni ya Bernard huko, nitaenda studio kwanza siku moja. Tutakuwa na Pogon, all those people. I'm in big trouble by the way, my friend. Kuna wengi
inabindi.
Yeah, I come and disappear. No, I'm still here.
Inabindi.
Yeah. Ndio huyo Chief Justice amekuja sasa. Chief Justice wa Sound Candid.
That's good. Let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah.
Na wewe ndio ulikuwa dereva sasa, alafu sasa ikifika kutoa uamuzi unahepa, ndio Chebukati asome ile list ambayo iko kwa hiyo list. Ndio
mimi ni deputy. I'm the assistant professor. Ule pale ndio professor pale Stone PK. He knows what I'm saying. Ndio mwalimu, mimi ni assistant.
So Stone PK, how are you today? Unmute.
I'm fine, Bernard. Niko very, very fine. How are you guys? I can see Keep and nimeona Guru. Hamjambo.
Hatujambo. Good to see you. This sabbatical seems to be good on you. You are looking better than yesterday.
Thank you so much. Unajua sasa stress ya Ruto bana mimi ilinitoka. Sasa I'm leaving.
Wewe usituache Jangwani peke yetu.
Mimi niliwaacha kidogo kwanza msumbuke na huyu mwizi, mulie. Sasa mimi nika take leave, nime rejuvenate.
Sawa, karibu basi tupatie yanayojiri.
Asante Bernard, and thank you Keep, Mr. Guru. Actually, today I got motivated by, you know, the topic, and I think now we are moving towards what I would call in search of an answer that we already have. You know, mwalimu wangu wa mahesabu alikuwa anaitwa Mr. Cheti, alikuwa anatuambia you have the answer in your hand, but you have to search for it. Lazima uonyeshe hiyo njia, umeenda Busia ukarudi ukapita boda ukaenda ukarudi Ukambani na umeishika kwa mkono tu, but you have to show people how you have arrived at it. Kenyans, we have the answer to Ruto. We had the answer even long before. But I'm happy that Kenyans love, they love pain. And I'm saying this with a lot of confidence. Wakenya tunapenda kuumia because saa hii watu wanasema Kenyans are suffering. It's not true. Kenyans are not suffering. Now Kenyans wanajisifu, we are resilient, we have hope, we do this. That is Kenyan. Kenyans they like living with hope. They like when they say people are suffering. Yet ukiingia bar zote saa hii Sunday, Saturday, people are drinking, ni mizinga wamejaza kwa meza na wanakuambia mazee ni kubaya, ni kunoma, ni kubaya. Who is fooling who? Who is fooling who? Nani? Na nataka niongee na Kiswahili ikiwa wale watu ambao ndio mimi nataka kuaddress wanatusikiza kwa TV. Tuache kuadresiwa na hawa watu wamejaza mizinga za Jameson kwa meza. Saa hii na ni Sunday, hata kanisani hawakuenda asubuhi. Walianza juzi Friday mpaka leo wanabomoa mbavu za mbuzi, wako ndani ya ma-V8 na wako ndani ya ma-Alex na zile zingine zote, na wanatuambia mazee ni kubaya. Sasa maandamano, lazima tuende maandamano. Let's not be fooled. And I'm appealing, ninaambia Mkenya ambaye wewe na kujua wewe ambao ukweli unaumia. Wewe ambao ukweli unaumia, una V8. Una V8, hakuna mtu wa V8 anaumia Kenya. Na kama anaumia alikuwa anaiba, sasa amepatikana kule alikuwa anaibia, Ruto ameanza kuchukua huko because Ruto ndio mwizi namba moja Kenya. Sasa hataki wezi wengine. So ndio kunakuwa na conflict sasa. Wezi wameshikana. Bana, kama ulikuwa mwizi, I'm using you as an example and Stony PK. Sisi ni waizi, lakini sasa mimi ndio mwizi mkubwa na Bernard ameanza kuingia kwa ile shimo ambaye nataka mimi peke yangu ndio niibe. I'll start quarreling Bernard. But we are both thieves. So the V8 class, au unasikia wakisema sasa ndio watakuja, nini? Mbona hawajatokea for the last 1 month Bernard? They are just saying, we will. Mpaka lini? Sisi wale tulikuwa tunafinywa, tulitokea mara nyingi na tukafa. People walitokea ambao ndio wanaumia, walipigwa, waliwawa, na hao ma-V8 wamenyamaza. Mbeleni ilikuwa biashara zinaharibika. Saa hii shamelessly wanasema mifuko yao imeguswa. Bernard, ridiculous. This is ridiculous. We can't take this. And I'm talking to Kenyans, wa Kenya wa halisi. Watu wa V8 si watu wa halisi wa Kenya, Bernard. Hao saa hii kikiumana wako na matiketi kwa mfuko. They have tickets in their hand, in their pockets. They are lying to Kenyans. The true Kenyan ni ule pale ako kwa ile kibarua, alikuwa anapata 500 kwa siku. Right now, he or she cannot make the 500 shilling. It's that person there who is so suffering hawezi saa hii kula mili mbili, and they are there and they are the majority, but they are being fooled by waizi kudanganywa vile Raila alidanganywa atulize boli ndio waizi wajipange. Waizi walijipanga. Tulitoka maandamano tukaingia, Ruto was about to go home, but we were fooled and put into garbage. Garbage ati you know, Kenyans love constitution, lazima Ruto tutamtoa kikatiba. How do you attack? Do you fight with somebody who is carrying a spear na wewe umebeba club? Nyoka imetoka pale inatema ile mate mbaya, wewe unakuja bare hands, bare eyes, umebeba labda you know, unasema tu zuia. The snake is surging at you. It is aiming all the poison into your eyes, and you are here seated saying you hope that your spit, your poison will not go into your eyes. It's a lie. Kenyans have been fooled not once, not twice, not thrice by the class that is fooling us even right now. Ati kulikuwa maandamano ya lawyers. Tangulini, nchi gani? Lawyers na matai na masuti wamefinywa. Mwizi ameingia boma yao, sasa ndio wanaona ati judges, because their space has been invaded by he who they trusted and installed on that day they saw Ruto in. So what has changed? Nini kimebadilika sasa? Mother Justice Kome anasema, unajua, it is inviting chaos when the president, didn't you know this when you are swearing in this chaotic thief? Really? Then you are coming now looking for the sympathy, because right now the mkwajo, mahali ya kushika mkwajo iko na mwananchi sasa wa kawaida. Ndiye ameshika rungu, ambaye akitaka aachilie hata saa hii dakika hii naongea, akiachilia hiyo rungu 1 minute Ruto will go, Ruto will be finished. Saa hii mwananchi ndiye ameshika hand grenade, akitoa hiyo pin Ruto is gone. It's not the lawyers. Lawyers will never take Ruto anywhere. Doctors will never take Ruto anywhere. Ministers, the parliament will never take Ruto anywhere. For me not to preach too much, let me say, the solution to all the lamentations that we have is not going through the constitution way, period. You go through the constitution way, you'll wait until Jesus comes. Na niliambiwa Yesu arudi haraka because mulimpiga mkamtesa. Anataka mjimalize kwanza muishe. So mtangoja Yesu, mtachoka sana. Yesu anangoja mujipanish.
Wewe story PK. You are now going against your theology. Alisema anarudi upesi, sio haraka, upesi.
Upesi, na atakuja kama mwizi. Why? Why will he come when you don't expect?
You'll come unannounced.
Atakuja, do you know why? And I don't like going that line. It's because aki-announce, you don't know what will happen. So he wants to come and find you naked. Okay? So before he comes and finds us naked, can we sort out our problem? Can we sort out Ruto? Ruto will not be sorted out by constitution. I repeat. Can we say now today in Kenya, Bernard, and you bear me witness and all those who are listening, and all the panelists, hakuna katiba inatumika Kenya leo. Jamaa ako village, huyu jamaa ako pale village na kuku zake 3. Sikiza, ndiye anakuwa targeted. Ati unakuja kwangu kuhesabu kuku. Umesikia watu wanaenda Karen kuhesabu how many V8 are parked outside? I mean, Kenyans, angalieni jameni. Maskini ndiye atamalizwa. Na sisi wa Kenya wale wa kawaida wa chini ndio wananyang'anywa hata manyumba hiyo unasikia. Umesikia Karen nyumba zikibomolewa? Hakuna. Umesikia Karen watu wakisema kuna dispute ya land ownership? Hakuna. So wa Kenya, mimi na appeal to you guys. The solution here is to overthrow Ruto. whatever language you want to use, is to remove Ruto by force. Okay? It is to remove Ruto by force. By force. By force, by fire. Period. Hakuna dawa ingine bana, hata tukidebate hapa for 10 years. It is by fire, by fire, by force,
by
everything.
force.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Stony PK, tunashukuru and welcome back. The struggle continues and we must be decisive and take action, not to keep wishful thinking. We may not get much done. Mama Selina, kama rudi kama unaweza, dakika zako mbili bado zipo. Karibu. Then, ladies and gentlemen, let me just give you the overview of the verdict of our voting on, let me refresh, on Sound Candy Talk Live. Kumbuka tafadhali wakumbusha watu wa Facebook, atupatikani kwa Sound Candy Talk Facebook page, kuko na mshikili hapo, kwa hivyo tuko Live Now Africa. Live Now Africa. Na watu wote wale mnatufuata kwa Facebook, tupate katika Facebook page inaitwa Live Now Africa, because the Sound Candy Talk one has issues. Okay, on Sound Candy Talk Live, 13 votes already cast. Will demonizing the judiciary save Ruto from the wrath of Kenyans? All the 13 votes, 100% say no. 9 people have liked the video, as 13 have cast their vote. So 4 people did not like the video, but participated into the poll. Let's check on this other channel and see how far we have gone with our voting. Refreshing the page just to get the accurate number of likes on the video. 67 likes on the video. The question, will demonizing the judiciary save William Ruto from the wrath of Kenyans? 154 votes, so almost 50% did not like the video. But 154 votes, of the 154 votes, 10% say yes, 90% say no. It will not be able to save Kenyans. I mean, to not be able to save William Ruto from the wrath of Kenyans. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue with the conversation, please be on the forefront to invite somebody, as well as participate fully into the program. We seek to have everybody participate, and please, we must keep the focus. This is now beyond political parties. This is beyond even regional politics. This is now Kenya on the line, and our struggle must be geared towards saving Kenya. And so we wouldn't want to degenerate into the party politics of for or against. We want you to understand that when Kenya sinks, every political party sinks with it. Every judiciary sinks with it. Every executive sinks with it. Every parliament sinks with it. And so the best and the most important point of focus now is, how do we save Kenya? Because ni kama ile one of my bishop, just a moment, one of my bishop alikuwa amechapa crusade, amechapa mkutano sehemu fulani wiki mbili. Sasa kurudi ile basi ile unashukishwanga saa 11 kwa sababu inataka kupaka watu warudi kijijini. Sasa yeye kutoka hivi kwa basi namna hii, kijana fulani hapa naye akamtime. Ile mkoba ilikuwa ya sadaka, akachukua na akatoro akahepa, lakini baba askofu alikuwa mtu anajua street. So alipiga yeye 1 2 3 5 akakamata yeye akasalamia yeye alafu akachukua mkoba. So saa hii Kenya ndio ile mkoba wa sadaka mtu anatoroka nayo. Lazima tumfuate, tuishike, turejeshe. That is where the whole thing is. And let's keep that focus and ensure that that is done. Mami, sijui nini shida. All in all, keep uko. Okay.
I'm still here. But
Inaonekana Mania kuna shida ya nini? Just a moment. Okay, here we go. Just a moment, keep.
yeah, here she is. Network yake ni mbaya, just add up, please.
Mami, go ahead.
Bernard.
Yes.
Oh, asante. Najaribu. Kwanza nataka kusalamia Kip. Nimwambie pole sana, tuko pamoja. Najua nilikuwa nataka kusikia uondo ya Eldoret, nimesikia akiongea. ST nimesikia akiongea. Bernard, we have 3 categories ya Kenyans. Tuko wale matajiri na tuko wale sijui wanaitwa middle class ama wanaitwa nini. Alafu sasa kuna Wakenya wale wanakula 1 meal, wale tunaitwa maskini. Wale wanakunywa na kuchoma nyama. Hawa wana shida na Kenya, hata Ruto aongoze nani akuje, they are comfortable. Ile mtu Bernard anasikia uchungu ni ile mtu aliambiwa anaitwa mama mboga, mtu ya boda boda, hawa the sufferers. Lakini tajiri unataka kuniambia mtu anaishi Lavington atakwambia nini imeharibika kwake? Atakunywa na kuendelea. Like Kip akiwa hapo. Mtu akiwa Eldoret ako na maziwa, ako na mahindi. Utamwambia hiyo mtu anaumia nini? Ajui. Like today Bernard, nilikuwa na watoto wameenda shule. Nakwambia ukweli ya Mungu, watoto wataenda shule. Imagine uniform ya watoto ya shule 20,000. Kitu inaitwa uniform bila kufanya shopping, bila kukua sijui na mattress. Can you imagine mtoto ya form 1 ama ya hiyo CPC unalipa 40,000? Hiyo ni shopping peke yake na uniform. Na hata uende kwa maduka town I don't know kama nimetupwa. Yes, so Kenya by February, Thomas, Kenya itakalika, watu wengi wataenda shule. Walipromisiwa bursary. Watu wameregister, wamejaza forms. There is no bursary. Mtoto ya class, sijui wanaita class 1 ama grade 1, grade 2. Can you imagine what they are paying Bernard? Wale watu hawana usaidizi wataenda wapi? So nataka kumwambia my brother there, wenye wanaenjoy na kukula nyama wataendelea kukula nyama. Wewe umesema vizuri, mtu yeyote ako na suit. Hawafikiri. The sufferers are the people who have been used. Mambo ya lawyers, mambo ya judiciary. Martha Koome even, I don't know why people are going for the young people. Hiyo small lawyers. Muache hii watu waumie kwa sababu wakati Martha Koome ametaka kukuswa, mnasikia Wameru vile wanaongea. So we are playing to ourselves as Kenyans. Na Bernard, pole vile Museveni alicapture Uganda. I'm seeing that thing happening in Kenya. Na hata kusema Raila, don't even blame that old man. Kama Ruto angeipa kura ya Kenya, na iwe ni Kenyans, iwe ni Martha Koome, Chebukati, peke yao, pila mkono ya international community, what could have Raila done? Kama ni Amerika wameipa kura, kama ni British wameipa kura, na hata hiyo Martha Koome na Chebukati wanaambiwa fanya hii. Saa hiyo mzee wangekuwa ndani. Even my sister Mother Karua. So hii kitu ya Kenya inatakikana sisi wenyewe, kwa sababu Amerika ajui Bernard, ajui Selina, ajui Kibro, nani. They don't know us. Wale sufferers, wale mama mboga, wale boda. We need to go out there. Without Raila, without those people wanapelekwa kotini. So I think sisi inchi ni yetu, lakini tukitaka hata Ruto anapigiwa kelele, anashautiwa. They know that, but they don't care. Pora mambo ya IMF, interest ya wasungu imesimama, mutapika kelele, mutachoka. Ikifika next election, hata tuweke the best commissioners and the hand of the white people are still there, watatupatia perfect. And we will continue crying. So the best thing, twende vile inji zingine zimeenda, wacha hata jeshi ichukue siku inji kwa muda. Now, muna complain hii housing. Yes, ni pesa yao, ni maisha yao. Munamwambia unakuwa president for what? One term. He want to loot the country by one, hata mkimtoa 2024 hii tunaenda tuko ama 2025 is rich enough kutununua. So kama tungetumia hiyo nafasi ya chache, lawyers wametoka nje, Kenyans wangetoka nje na wasirudi nyumbani. I think that could be something. Lakini leo hivi kabla hatujaonyesha Americans, hata mi naomba sasa, si kutaka Donald Trump, but I'm praying God Donald Trump arudi, kwa sababu atakuja kuongea na hiyo ataki kusikia shit za Africa. We better even kupigia kura Donald Trump.
Mama Selina, hiyo kutuambia anatuita shit whole countries, mimi nataka hiyo. We were right with Donald Trump because we want that.
We want this man to come back. Stupidity ya Africa, Donald Trump ana close. He better come back. Lakini nyinyi wa Kenya, let the people come out. Mutumie hiyo nafasi kidogo, because you cannot wait. Kama hata kufanya party peke yake munafungwa, why can't you come out? Onyesha msungu, it is not about Raila, it is not about Martha Karua, it is not about Ruto, it is not about Kachakwa, it is about us. Penat, hakuna mtoto atasoma TCA. Tena muna complain wenye walikuwa na max school fees. Mitihani ya watoto. Nasikia kuna shule watoto wote wanapata D, wengine wanapata T+, alafu shule msimu hakuna ile rating ya shule. Now what do we do? Class 8 ilifanywa hivyo, tumenyamaza. Tumeona form 4 vile imefanywa. What else are we waiting as Kenyans? I want to say even Somalians are very strong people. Wamekaa bila serikali kwa more than 40 or 20 years now, Penat. But Somalians walikuwa nakosa tu vitu ya international community, but biashara yao inaendelea. Their country is working. Shikana watu ya Busia huko Kakamega nini, Waluya, fanya shughuli yenu. Wale wengine wafanye shughuli yao. Kila mtu akuwe na territory yake. Kila mtu akuwe na president yake. Because we are lucky we have the governors. Let us make our governors as our presidents in our regions. Central, what they are talking. Mudomo tu bado. I don't know waka ilitoka wapi. Show the white person. Musipige Ruto. Don't fight Ruto. Let's fight the real enemy. Who is our enemy? Musungu. Wacha tuonyeshe Musungu we can come in the street. Wacha watume hiyo punduki imeua watu ya Uganda. Let's see if it will happen in Kenya. Kama kuna chacha anaenda ofisi, tunakuta asubuhi alinyongwa, tukipata 5 hivi 2 namna hii tuende huko kwa polisi namna hii, Kenya wataamuka. I'm really sorry to say that. Nimeona watoto leo nikasikia uchungu sana. Wale wanaweza saidia familia watasaidia. Can children of 10 people in school will be in school na the rest of Kenyans? Tunatengeneza wakora ngapi Kenya? Tunatengeneza watu ya naitwa nini ile ya kunyonga kwa street wangapi Penat? We cannot blame them. Kama mtoto wangu hawezi enda shule, kwa nini asikungoje barabara wewe mwenye unakula? then we see what will happen. I'm so sorry. I'm a mother. I need to speak about peace. Lakini hiyo peace iwezi ingia. Hakuna vile utakuwa na amani kama uchungu imejaa kila mahali. How? These people, Kenyans need to show them a lesson. Wacha tuonyeshe wasungu we are not ready to go back. Hii puppet yenyu hakuna kitu anafanya. He is enjoying. Yeah, anafurahia juu anajua. Bernard, umaiona. Okay, wacha nipeleke hivi. Wewe umeoa na wasasi yako wako very strict. Na umefukuza bibi yako. Na wasasi yako wanaambia bibi yako wachana na huyo ni mchinga. He cannot do anything. Bibi yako ana swing, ako na gari, anakula. Wewe Bernard, nyumba ni yako, ni kwa baba yako na umefukuzwa. That woman will not go. Kwa sababu ni baba yako na mama yako wamemweka kwa nyumba. Atakataa kukupikia. But the moment your mother and your father say, huyu bibi hatutaki, hata wewe ukimtaka namna gani, baba yako anakwambia, yes, enda umuoe, ishi naye mahali unajua. Na wewe una kazi au una chochote. So that is Kenya. That is Kenya. Hata tuongee 10 years. Wacha nafasi ya machurches wamekuja. Let our people come out. Kwani iko uchungu gani? But talking of Raila, wachana naye. Hakuna vile atafanya. Kama msungu ndiye anaongoza nchi, utasema Raila afanye nini? Aliambiwa aita unyamaze ama uende ukufie chela. It is only they don't want to tell us. Wameshikwa ko, hiyo vitu yenyu mnasema mnafinywa, imefinywa vizuri. So we need to come out kama Kenyans. Na wale wanaumia zaidi, let me be frank here. And I am happy my brother is there. Hile mtu anakuwa targeted. Si Muluya ile anauza marakwe huko, anatembea na mguu huko Kakamega. Si ule mkale anasunguka na ng'ombe huko chini huko. Hile mtu anakuwa targeted ni ule mtu anaishi hapo Nairobi hapo. Hiyo watu walinyakua tangu 63. Those are targeted. Hiyo Nairobi mutaamini, muachie wakale miaka ingine 10. Si hawa si wakale hata. Wachie mukora. Muone vile Nairobi itatutosha sisi wote. Kuna watu wamefikiria wako na uchumi. Ruto amekuja 1 year. Kikuyu sahi karibu anatembea na makoti. Ati wanataka kulete Ndindi Nyoro. Ndio leteni. Ndio Ruto akalie vizuri. Unajua sometime Bernard, sijui tunatetea nini? Why can't we leave this country na tuone vile inafanyika? Kwani tunaumia peke yetu? Baka mandugu zetu wapike makoti. Walikuwa nakula muma. Hiyo muma sasa imeenda habi. Mwanaume mmoja tu amekuja amewaosha. Please. Mutaua watoto yenyu mutapaki pila. Asante. Naona nimetolewa.
Hakuna mtu anaweza kukutoa mama Selena. We ni mkubwa hapa. No one is going to kick you out.
No, ni kama wamekatiwa hewa. Tunashukuru Madhe, maoni yako hayo. Mafumbo mengi wa kufumbua ni Stone PK. Fumbo mfumbie mjinga mwerevu atalifumbua. Hebu fafanua. Ndindi Nyoro anazidi Gachagua kwa njia ipi? Are they not both together? Stone PK, you are not new.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Bernard, now you even see the reason why some of us take this sabbatical leave. In fact, tulikuwa hata tumesema hatutaja rudi hapa mpaka either we surrender completely ama we succeed kwa njia yoyote ile. So now people can see why. Some of us are not able to sustain ujinga ile inaendelea. na uoga ile inaendelea. Unajua ujinga combined with uoga, oh my God, you will not go anywhere. Mama ameongea vizuri sana, Mama Selina, very very candidly. The only thing I want to emphasize from what she has said before I proceed is, sisi kama watu, kama binadamu, tuangalie na tusome. Hivyo amesema kama wale wengine. Kuna wengine duniani hii ambao waliingia hapa tuko, lakini watu wanatumia akili vitofauti. Kuna wale wako haraka wanasema sasa hii ujinga hatuchukui tena. You know, hawakuanza kusema sijui nchi za nje zinafanya, sijui Marekani imefanya, Europa inafanya, Faransa inafanya. Hao walisema huku ni kwetu na sisi ni sisi kwa sisi. Sasa sisi kwa sisi, mwiba uko kwa nani? Mwiba uko kwa mguu wangu, na mimi ndio sasa mwiba umenizidi na unafanya mguu unaoza. Kabla huyu Muingereza atiaje ndio sijui nini aseme hapana, huu mwiba huwezi tolewa na kip, lazima utolewe na Cherergei ama utolewe. Mimi naangalia yule yuko karibu na mimi, bana mguu nainua kidogo na kuambia bana, mwiba uko hapa, ngoa haraka. Hata kama utakata chembe kidogo cha mguu, kata bana, nimeumia siku nyingi. Decision za haraka hapa kwa hapa. Mkenya tumeshindwa hiyo. Tumechukua ile dawa ya upumbavu kuambiwa ati wa Kenya are very resilient. We are resilient to rot. Sasa imiambie, yani what kind of stupid resilience is this when you have a child that will not go to school just because you went to school? Mine, so long as it's not me, it's okay. That is the Kenyan attitude. Wewe unaweza kulipa so much money mtoto akaenda kwa njia nyingine ile, labda una namna yako ya nini. Je, yule ambaye hawezi, na ni zawadi ambayo ilikuwa imeletwa na Kibaki, Uhuru akaishikilia kwamba la muhimu masomo, huwezi ukamnyang'anya mtoto, manake ni haki yake ya msingi. Sasa mtoto huyu, wale ambao waliona kweli kuanzia Kibaki huko, hata Kenyatta akiwa kule, yule wa kwanza pia alijua elimu ni msingi. Ndio fees, ulikuwa unaona fees nyingi watu walikuwa wanalipa ni shilingi 27. Primary nafikiria sisi tulikuwa tunalipa sijui ilikuwa building fund ya shilingi 5 or something like that. Na uwezi fukuzwa shule ukikosa. Vitabu tulikuwa tunapewa bure. Mimi sijawahi kununua kalamu primary school, never. Hata raba, never. Kile nilikuwa nanunua nilipewa ni moja tu na nikamaliza nayo mpaka standard 7. Nitengenezwa sanduku ya mbao na fundi mmoja alikuwa anaitwa Njoro. Sanduku ya mbao ndio nilisoma nayo kutoka class 4, ambapo ndio tulianza kupewa vitabu kwenda nyumbani. That is the box I went with, empty. Nikajaziwa vitabu shule. What miracle was that was happening? It's because wale hao waliokuwa mbele walijua huyu msomeshe basi umempatia wings to fly. Ukimkata masomo, it's like you hold a dove, cut the wings, it will die there on the ground. Sasa si tunakaa hapa, watoto si leo wamekosa shule. Tangu Ruto aingie, education became useless. Mpaka tunakuwa blacklisted by other countries. Wa Kenya mnangoja nini? Ati resilience. Ati you are so resilient. You are so constitutional. Mnaongea democracy. Democracy ni mavi ya kuku bwana. There is nothing called democracy. Ni upumbavu ule. Hiyo ni dawa mnapewa nyinyi wa Afrika, wa Kenya wajinga. Mnaambiwa ati kuna democracy, na msipofanya democracy hamtaletewa viazi za GMO, hamtaletewa madawa ya Bill Gates, hamtaletewa, yani hamtaletewa msaada. Msaada gani ambayo Burkina Faso hawapewi saa hii na hawajakufa? West Africa, they have not died. In fact, West Africa, there is no starvation in West Africa ever since I was born. Sijawahi kusikia famine in West Africa, never. Na kuna desert kwingine. Wanakula chakula yao. Na mnasema hawana democracy, huko hata wajinga wanatawala. Ni sawa, mmoja nitawaliwe na mjinga wangu, lakini si mjinga ananinyanyasa, ananinyima haki yangu ya msingi. I don't have to be led by a doctor who denies me health, who denies my child school. I'd rather have an idiot who says kila mtu asome bure. That's all what I need. Alafu hiyo ingine chakula nitajitafutia. Not somebody who is calling himself a professor. He comes up to even the village where I have 5 acres and answers to value my acre, which I've held for the last 150 years. Leo ndio umejua niko na shamba yangu mbele. Then you start coming to tell me to use it. What business do you have with my ancestral land? Go to hell. So Kenyans, munangoja when you will be deported into the ocean. Ndio mutainuka. Alafu munaangaliana, munangoja mmoja achomoke. Mmoja achomoke aseme enough is enough. That is what happens. Baba wa watoto 7, either watoto 7 wakufe ama baba atoke na ngao na mkuki auwe hii nyoka kabla ijameza watoto wote, na ikimuuma hao watoto 7 watamtibu na dawa za kienyeji. Ataumia ndio, because atapambana nayo, lakini atakuwa na watoto 7 ambao take care of him. Even if hata akiumwa ile atakufa, there will be somebody to take care of him at his deathbed. So Wakenya, mmoja ajitolee, tutakunas, we will nas you, mimi, Bernard or whoever, tujitolee kabisa huko. Na hii kusema tutoke maandamano, I think that chorus is old and haina haja. Kama tutatoka maandamano, hata tusiongee. Na ujinga hii ya kutoka ati maandamano, mnaenda maandamano mnarudi kwa nyumba zenyu kulala na mabibi ati. Sasa unaambiaga aje wife ukiwa umetoka umekunywa matia gas, unarudi kwa nyumba unanuka ati, unamwambiaje ati mazeni nimetoka maandamano ilikuwa noma, alafu wife anakuuliza alafu mkadu ati hapana, Ruto ametuona leo. No, Ruto bado ako State House. Wewe umerudi the whole day umekunywa matia gas. Your brother has been dead, amepigwa risasi, and you have achieved nothing. Ruto does not care how many of you come out to the streets. But Ruto will care the moment everyone comes out and heads to somewhere. Munatoka mukielekea mahali fulani. If you are not headed to some place, defined place, forget about maandamano Kenyans. Tuache hiyo. Mtu akitoka asubuhi anasema naenda kazi Industrial, naenda kuchoma mahindi Nyayo Stadium, naenda kuuza ice cream mahali fulani. Wakenya tunasema tutoke maandamano, twende wapi na kudu? Tunaenda kudu nini? Hiyo ndio swali niliuliza before Ruto rigged himself in, even during and even now. I keep on asking Kenyans, when we say tutoke tuende maandamano, ya kufanya nini? Wengine wakasema ati ya kuleta maisha chini. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo duniani. Ati umetoka nje maisha irudi chini. Maisha itarudi chini wapi? Maisha lazima iwe juu ndio ungangane. Lazima maisha iwe juu ndio uwe na bidii. Lakini tunataka iwe juu na tupewe uwezo. Masomo watoto wasome, kazi zipatikane. Mimi hata ukiuza petroli shilingi 500 per liter and I have a job, do I care? And I'm producing, niko kwa factory na produce goods that are being bought. Whether you raise the rate of the standard of living or the cost of living, the industries will be able to raise our salaries. Akina baba zetu walikuwa wanaani shilingi 7 per month. So as maisha iliendelea, ndio unasikia saa hii watu wengine wanaana 100,000. So what we need is mtu ambaye atakuja kuleta proper governance. Mtu atakuja kupigana na ufisadi. Na simu hauwezi kupata huyo mtu by sitting down ati mnangoja election. Kwanza nikisikia Wakenya wakiongea juu ya election, I feel like going to pee. Election in Kenya, 6 years you still believe in elections? Tukue kama akina Burkina Faso. Tuseme democracy ikae na wale wanaijua, sisi hatujui. In Africa, when I was doing African history, hakuna mahali nilisoma kitu inaitwa democracy. In fact, that animal, I never read it anywhere when I was reading about the kingdoms of Africa, how we governed ourselves. Hakukuwa kitu inaitwa democracy. Huo ni ujinga na ni upumbavu. At governance of the people, by the people, for the people. Where on earth? Where? It has to be guided. If Stone PK tumemweka yeye ndio chairman, alikuwa na ng'ombe 3, tukija kuuliza tunakuta ni 2 na asemi hii moja ilienda wapi, tunamtoa immediately na tunaweka keep. Si kusema watu waitwe kwa village waanze sijui we investigate. Alikula ng'ombe moja. Bernard, nikimalizia for the time being, I'm trying to urge Kenyans kuambia enough. Yani hii tumesema mara mingi, hakuna solution, hakuna njia mbadala ya kujitoa katika shimo ambalo tuko sasa hivi. Where we are right now, no amount of conferences, reactions, discussions, maandamano ambayo haina mwelekeo, haina focus will take Ruto away. No. It is either Kenyans tukae tuseme the day tutatoka, ama tuseme tunangoja trigger fulani, na ikitoka twende tukakufe wote. Wapi tukufia wapi? State House. Na tuambiane hivyo, tuambiane tunaenda siku yetu ya kufa ni tarehe 7 na tutakufia State House. Na tuulize wa Kenya within 3 weeks. Tuwaulize, and they swear to themselves tutaenda kufa State House, then we come out. Hakuna mtu anaweza zuia ati you block Kibira not to come out, block Makadara not to come out. That's nonsense. A revolution of the people is unstoppable. If the people really have one focus. Unfortunately, Bernard, as I conclude, in Kenya, people have individual diversified interests. There are people who now, when they are talking maandamano, they are saying, I'm not Azimio, I'm not with Raila, but I'm fighting for this. Garbage. It is garbage. You have to be fighting for one thing. But why do you have to mention Raila? Oh, I'm not with Azimio, I'm not with Akina. Then how can you win a war when you are so divided? Lawyers alone, machachi ziko atipekezazo hawataki Raila, au wengine you can never win that war. Oh, Wakikuyu ni mifuko yao. I hate that statement. Their pockets have been touched. So if Ruto gives them money, it's okay. Bernard, that's the most idiotic thing. That's why Mount Kenya is betrayal of this country. That it is their pocket that makes them to come out of the street. Surely. So even a dog can rule. So long as it allows you to steal, allows you to make useless businesses, import substandard things, then you are their friend. Uhuru is their enemy because he said all the containers of substandard goods should not enter this country. He's their arch enemy. He's the enemy number 1 of the Nyoros and the majority of Mount Kenya, who are thieves. Those who are thieves are the ones that spearheaded hate for Uhuru. But the innocent ones, the good ones are there. Who should join now the Kenyans on the other side and ignore people talking of Didi Nyoro being groomed for president? It is the Kikuyus, the thieves there, the people who call themselves sijui ndio wana pesa. Where are they? Where are these people? Where are these wheel dealers? The tycoons and the rest. We should get out of that cocoon. Hao matajiri wakae kivyao, watafute Kenya yao. And I support we can even go majimbo way now. Kila jimbo likae kivyao and we see what we'll do. Sisi mbele tukae peke yetu huko, tutakula mchanga yetu. Back to you, Bernard.
Yes, wanna keep a minute before Lala comes in, please.
Bernard, I really enjoyed today's show. Rajas Dini, hapa network inaisha. I just wanted to say I concur with Mama Selina and Stone today. I think we've been on a hiatus for a very long time, and people don't understand why. Tumechoka. We are tired. We are really exhausted with this division in Kenya. Hii mambo ya, that's why you could see even from the beginning of the show, I actually laid it down and explained how selfish the judiciary is. Why is it when something touches a specific Kenyan or a group of Kenyans is when they will talk about oppression? Why is it not as a group of Kenyans that we feel the oppression together, or when we see our brothers and sisters suffering, that is when we stand together? Now it's just a small fraction of Kenyans complaining that their section is being oppressed. Before it was us saying, okay, we want to fight for all of us because the election is for all of us. I know Stone Piquet said that democracy, blah, blah. I understand what he's saying, but for me, I was fighting for all Kenyans. And that is so difficult for me to understand why tunapigia judiciary sahi ati sijui this is the maandamano. I don't believe it. I don't. Because a revolution does not have a timeline. It is now or never. And we've always said that with Stone Piquet. It is now or never. Hata kwanza tuanze kesho. Mnangoja Raila ya nini? Who's an 80-year-old man? What are you waiting for an 80-year-old man to do for you? So Kenyans, it is plain and simple. You see, the most annoying thing is you're seeing him do these things day in, day out. Day in and day out. Yet we make it seem as if it's normal. It's normal. Iko kwa news, mnaongea juu ya Njoro. Who is Njoro? What for? I don't see, that is not news. And the worst thing is, and I'm seeing the same pattern that happened 5 years ago when he started going on the roof of the vehicles, demonizing Uhuru, demonizing the handshake. He's demonizing the judiciary. Before you know it, the judiciary is going to be public enemy number one. Because we are so used to listening to nonsense as Kenyans. Absolutely nonsense. I'm not defending the judiciary. I'm just saying that it's a pattern. If there's nothing to blame, they'll blame something else. Even if the judiciary was not there, trust me, he would find something to blame. Before it was the Russia-Ukraine war. Before that, I don't know. He will come up with something. And we'll swallow it as if it's nothing. Sijapata siku Mkenya atakuja kusema uongo when he's in a place. Why are we being bought as crowds? Because another thing is, if we stood together, actually God knows what he does. So God knows what he does. God gives us the leaders we deserve. Because I've seen corruption in Kenya from the bottom up. From the bottom up. The day we believe that public service is actually what you've paid for, rather than you have to pay the police to protect you, or you have to pay civil servants to actually help you get your ID, to help you get your passport, to help you get anything, you have to bribe. To have a meeting with any public servant in Kenya right now, hata nikichukuliwa kotini sahi, there are too many of them, they can take me to court. Lazima ulipe pesa. You have to pay money to be provided a service. And it feels normal in Kenya. The day that mentality ends in Kenya is the day we win. But every day I see a loss. We are losing our children. We are losing our Gen Z. We are losing our Gen A. We are losing our millennials because we believe that is how society works, where corruption is normal. And I believe to the heart of my heart, we have a beautiful constitution, but it was implemented by Uhuru and Ruto. And it was implemented wrong because they believed, these are all Moi people. Tell me one original politician other than the comedians we see from these comedians who came into power the other day, or musicians, comedians. Those are the new school people. or these slay queens, like, I'm sorry to say that, Kina Nyamu and all. We have nothing. We have no politicians in Kenya. I'm sorry. Kenyans, kama ni maandamano, tuende pamoja. Let's not wait for that. Anyway, Bernard, I'm not going to say the date I'm coming because I have to be very careful, but I'm coming to the studio very soon. I have an appointment. Tutakuja kuonana kwa sababu najua hapo unataka kunisimamisha kwa sababu Reverend ako hapo. Nasema shukrani sana.
Staki Reverend atoweke, umeanza kuzoesha anatoweka, anakuja late.
Okay, mimi nasema asante sana because I have mvua inanyesha, so my network is not very best. So nitatoka hapa Stone Pick nitakupigia baadaye, and I'll see you this week, Bernard.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is it from the horse's mouth. Things have to be done, and if they must be done, somebody has to do them. The person to do them is you and me. Are you fed up with the way the country is and how it's being governed? Then raise your voice. Let it be known that things are no longer at ease, and so let's take action. Otherwise, thank you very much. Let's keep going. Reverend Lala, I hope you are still here.
I'm here. Hi, Bernard.
Hi,
Stone
to you.
PK, I've not seen in a while. It's good to see you again. And all of you in the background, Kip, good to hear you. I fully concur with your contributions, the two that I've listened to. I just want to remind all of us that we are celebrating Martin Luther King Day. And today I shared in the church from the text, Old Testament text, the book of Amos, Amos chapter 5. And the book of Amos is critical because Martin Luther King, a message, I have a dream, uses a text from the same chapter. In other words, when he was preparing for that famous speech, Amos featured a lot. And the question is, who was Amos? Amos was a prophet, but actually not a real one because he claimed to be just a farmer. He was not a child, son, a daughter of a prophet. He had nothing to do with the prophetic messages. All he did was looking at the situation in the country and hearing the voice of God, and God sends him to speak. And he spoke 2 years before the great earthquake. So chapter 5 focuses on governance, on bad leaders. Ruto and his cohort, should read it. The famous phrase there is seek God and live. Seek him and live. In other words, when you hear the word emphasize, live, means death. And in our situation, seeing what we see, there's a lot of blindness that leads us to death of our democracy, because we are on the altar itself of death as a nation. And so I concur with all of you that the leaders who should be seeing, not blind, we are talking of the LSK. It seems as if people are just so full of themselves. They talk about themselves. In other words, the team only comes out when it threatens them directly. And so I think that's an issue that we must be addressed, because the reason for coming out should be a litany of issues. The first one is Mandamano. Mandamano, the killing of our people, because the people were protesting the stolen election, all they were looking for is the truth. Open the server, show them how this man won, and then they would learn to live with the genuine outcome. Instead, they faced shots, and no LASK, I don't know how to pronounce it, came out. And so for them to only come out because something directly impacting them is what motivating them to come out, I think is selfish on their part. And so, yes, what we need is a revolution. And people coming out must carry a list of all these things. What this government has done, the corruption everywhere, because we know even the judiciary there's corruption. But we must all come out and do it. Baba has done his part. Even as a coach, you have to stand on the side of the field and see the playbook being used in the field. You don't need to come out or to bring the coach to come and play. All of us should be the one doing it. Baba should be on the side because he's done is given us all that he had, including a phrase which he used, punda ameanguka. Ukisikia hiyo neno punda ameanguka, it means now you can go ahead and do what Punda has been trying to do. In other words, to me, that's a license for us to go ahead and bring the revolution to a conclusion, because I believe the seed is there, the starting point is there, and so we must all get together and bring our country to order. Kenyans, we the people. So I'm traveling, I won't talk much, but I'm happy to see everybody, and I'll be waiting here to talk and hear when I get to a point where I can be able to talk. Thank you very much. Thanks, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Reverend Lala, we appreciate that. Thank you so much. Punda ameanguka, kwa hivyo Wakenya mjisimamie, mjiokoa kutokana na wale ambao wamemwangusha punda. Now, that means that our being overloaded by too much demands by a government that is offering nothing in return is the main reason why the government is stuck. And it's not the excuses that we're being given, although partly those excuses are something to go by, especially that aspect of incompetence. We've been talking about it all along on this particular channel. It is ridiculous, to say the least, for you to keep expecting much from Kenyans, giving them nothing. And just to get down to the list of what is going on, probably there is something here that I needed to share as an overlay, just a pointer to one of the things that are taking place within the economic situation of our country, yet the government is busy blaming, the frogs for the noise instead of doing what they must do. So this is Buzek Kiprop Budotich. Hey, jina heavy kweli. Okay. Now, Mishra, the owner of Mid Hill, I want you to follow this caption. Mishra, the owner of Mid Hill Hospital, is facing persecution and the employment of over 3,000 staff members due to his decision not to support UDA in the last election. Mid Hill's cash flow has was severed after they were expunged from the NHF pool of service providers. UDA, which was elected with the promise of generating employment opportunity, is doing the exact opposite, resulting in the loss of jobs for the hustlers, the power brokers, and the politicians who have taken money from Mishra and claim they will resolve this problem are shameless mercenaries who karma will deal with. When you are in dire straits, you can sleep on dog's skin. Now, there is something, a phenomena about our politics, and that is the politics of eliminating one another, the politics of going after your opponent economically when you can't handle them politically. Now, this in itself has a way of affecting people negatively. For example, that is a public facility in the sense that people are treated in that hospital indiscriminatorily. That is, it doesn't matter where you come from. You are a patient, you need medication, you will be taken care of. And then that has brought service near to the people. Although it's a private hospital, it is serving the public. Now, in it, serving the public is an advantage to the Uasin Gishu people, and it has helped a great deal. Now, the fact that the proprietor of that particular hospital did not vote with the UDA and did not run for the UDA ticket doesn't necessarily mean his business is bad. He may be politically wrong, but that doesn't mean his economic ventures are wrong. But what happens? Our pettiness and our short-sightedness in politics, which Ruto is propagating, is let's eliminate this entire economic hub simply because he did not vote with us and he did not believe in the UDA agenda. Now, I'm seeing that was reported by Buseki, and also Buseki had his own enterprise within Eldoret, which has also wound up. So this one is 3,000 employees who will be unemployed after it winds up. I understand it's winding up. Then the Buseki one had 300 employees. They will all join the jobless corner. All of it because they are politically not correct. Now, if we're going to do anything as Kenyans, and if we're going to fix this country, we must come to a place whereby we outgrow the pettiness of the politics of examining what is economically viable simply because it doesn't sponsor or it doesn't help our political agenda. One of the things which I believe Kibaki worked well with was in his endeavor to work in harmony with the private sector, that he made the environment healthy for people to invest and then for their businesses to thrive. And whether you're making 10 shillings or 20 shillings and all that, it will be proper business because there is stability in the country and the political goodwill is there and business is thriving. And that is how it was easy to stabilize the economy and, recover what had been lost. But now, if Ruto is going against the working companies like Cabras, okay, the Mumias Fiasco, and then the other whatever issues that are arising by reason of his differences. For example, I understand Brookside is closing up, Delemonta is closing up, and all of it is on political grounds. This is where we miss the mark. And when we do that, it doesn't matter how much noise we make. It doesn't matter how many campaigns we carry out. It doesn't matter how many affordable housing projects we fight for. The economy will never pick up by Ruto being the only investor, by Ruto being the only one injecting economically in the economy. If you're going to have an economy that is viable, every Kenyan needs to be free to do business and, of course, make profit. And so this killing of existing companies, because you have plans to bring others and you plan kutenga hiki na kuweka hiki na kupanga kile, bas hapo ndipo kuanguka kwetu kupo. Na bila kujidanganya ama bila kulemea sehemu moja, ukweli ni kwamba Wakenya wataangamizwa na serikali ya William Ruto, kwa sababu William Ruto haelewi vile economy inafanya kazi, na kama anaelewa, yeye ni jukumu lake kuangamiza kampuni zingine ili za kwake peke yake zifanye nini? Zikanawiri. Na katika hiyo hali kuangamiza kampuni zingine kunasababisha madhara makubwa. Kwa nini? Kwa jamii nzima ya Kenya, haswa wale ambao ni wa chini wanaotegemea hizi kampuni. Kwa mfano kampuni za rai zinafungasha, zinaenda Tanzania, zinaenda Ethiopia, zinaenda Rwanda. Sasa Wakenya watazifuata huko kufanya kazi. Lingine, Ruto anasema anatafutia Wakenya kazi ng'ambo. Okay? So swala ni hili, kama Wakenya wataenda kufanya kazi ng'ambo, watakuwa wanaguza economy ya ng'ambo ama watakuwa na tengeneza economy ya hapa? It's ridiculous. And so let's not just joke around with what is happening. This is one of the reasons why William Ruto must be stopped, and because his forceful approach towards administration, it's harming Kenya negatively, in the sense that he's killing companies, he's killing economy, he's killing education. Now education is almost impossible. It's the university education is out of reach by the majority of Kenyans, and of course even the basic primary education is out of reach. The free secondary education is no longer available, and so things are not getting better with William Ruto, and all of it is because Kenyans are too comfortable to confront the beast that has come to mess what was meant for the good of Kenyans. And so let's not play games. This is not going to happen. Okay, then nani huyo? Lele TV anasema Bernard, Ruto is using 1 billion to renovate State House. It's not 1 billion, it is 4 billion. Okay, 4 billion. I don't know whether he's building another thicker road. I don't understand, because 4 billion is a lot of money, except he's building a new State House. I don't understand. Now I hear he's digging a tunnel to use for his hideout if Kenyans will choose to go after his neck. He can run, but he can't hide. When the wrath of Kenyans will have arrived, he will have much of himself to blame, because you can't push Kenyans to the limits. I mean, off the limits, simply because you want to have your way. But that's what I want us to make it clear. Let's make it clear. The really issue here is Ruto having his way or the highway, okay? And all of it is geared towards scaring everybody so that everybody can be silent and Ruto can be left to do as he wants, as he pleases. And that, to me, is bad news to this country, is bad news to this generation, is bad news any day, anywhere. We cannot have a government that is ruled by one person. He's the only thinker, he's the only decision maker, and he's the only one who determines what next. To me, that is a huge, huge, huge problem. And that being a huge problem, it will be wherever, it will only end up into one thing, the dictatorship of one man. And that dictatorship of one man is not good for this country. Let's listen to this, whatever, Kigame. I hope I got that name right. I always confuse it with Kagame. So this is Kigame, I think so. He has something to say. Kigame was one of the people who had offered themselves for the presidential bid in 2022, but he was locked out by Chebukati. Reasons best known to Chebukati, although let's just hear him and then hear the other aspect as we continue the conversation. I don't know where Njiru is or Alexio. Wherever you are, please, is your turn. It is 8 minutes after 1 a.m. East African time, and soon we'll be calling it a day. I really want to salute everybody for participating into the show. Let's keep going. The struggle continues, and we must get this country fixed once and for all.
A lot of blunders. It's not even listening to people. So I'm ready for its impeachment. That's why many of us want it out. Number one, you cannot raid people's pay slips and expect that you'll stay in power. Kenyans are paying to their teeth. You're taxing everything. You cannot cause capital flight so that people go to invest in their neighbor's country and then raise energy costs, raise fuel costs, and imagine that you'll build a country. No, it won't happen. Two, you cannot tax a nation into prosperity. Remember, no taxation without representation? That is what has brought many nations down. Who said VAT has to be at 16%? Bring it down to 14% and see what happens. Have you ever seen what it takes to open something like a supermarket? How many licenses? Rationalize these so that more people are excited to pay taxes. So Kenyans are not unwilling to pay taxes. They are willing to. But we made it so difficult. Thirdly, you cannot invade other arms of government and succeed. You threaten parliamentarians. You think that because you have a majority in parliament that is equal to staying in power. No, it won't happen. And you cannot raid the judiciary without cause. Kwani wamefanya nini? If judges are corrupt, bring them to book. Show where they have been corrupt. Kama wameiba, waonyeshe. I mean, don't attack the judiciary. Keep to your lane. Then you cannot keep making false promises and expect that you will succeed as a leader. Tutafanya hivi, tutafanya vile, we'll give you this. This is hapana. It's better not to promise than to promise and then not fulfill. And don't bring God in the equation. God is not interested in such things. Then, without dealing with corruption, without dealing with debt, without telling us where the Eurobond money went, without telling us who is hiding money out there, bring back this money, it will be enough to pay debt. Don't take Kenyans' money and expect that you will succeed. I join Kenyans to say, hatutaki. Then if you can't deal with the cost of living, if you can't make people survive, forget it, you will not be in office.
Akiandamana, Rais William Ruto anasema kwamba kamwe hatakubali idara ya mahakama kuchachawiza miradi ya serikali kwa njia za ufisadi, huku akidai kwamba majaji huongwa ili kusitisha utekelezaji wa miradi na sera za serikali katika mpango wa nyumba nafuu na hazina ya afya bora kwa wote NHIF.
Na mimi siwezi kuongana kotini. Badala ya kuongana kotini, tutamaliza ufisadi kotini. Yenye mnanielewa? Ati kuna watu wengine wananiambia ati kwa sababu ile serikali ilipita ati walikuwa na budget ya kuongana kotini. Ati mimi niende nitengeneze budget ya kuongana kotini. Mnataka ati pesa yenu itumike ati kuongana kotini? Hiyo kazi haiwezi bwana. Haiwezekani. Hakuna budget itatengenezwa ya kuhonga mtu yoyote kotini. Badala ya kuongana kotini, sisi tutamaliza ufisadi kotini. And when I say, and I will repeat, that we must deal firmly, decisively with corruption in the judiciary, I mean it. And we are going to deal firmly and decisively to root out corruption in the judiciary. Nobody should tell us that the independence of the judiciary will be used to deny the people of Kenya their rights. Nobody should tell us the independence of the judiciary also means that the judiciary is holy or sacrosanct. It is still subject to the people of Kenya.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. The first speaker was Ruben Kigame, who was among the presidential candidates for 2022, which was locked out by Chebukati and team. of the IEBC. But he has some points there. He's challenging William Ruto and his approach towards reviving the economy, as well as his fight against corruption. And what is defeating the most of us as Kenyans of goodwill is William Ruto is yet to table one case where he went to court with substantial evidence towards his claims, and the judges were bribed to overturn whatever ruling that came from the courts. If you really want to prove to Kenyans that there is corruption in the judiciary and your cases are being thrown out because of corruption, then prove it through legal means, not through political rhetorics. And his war against corruption. How come this corruption, according to the statistics, is more in the president's office than it is in the judiciary, than it is in parliament, than it is elsewhere? I believe the first place to start fighting corruption is where it is chronic. If it's more chronic in your office, you have no business going to clean your neighbor's house when your own house is dirty. And so the excuse of corruption should not arise in what we are talking about here. It's not corruption, but the aspect of impunity that William Ruto wants to exercise on Kenyans. Impunity in the sense that whatever he has taught, nobody should challenge it. And if you do, you are putting your life at risk, or he will deal with you. Now, he wants to become the law, and the law him. To me, that is what is wrong, and that's why he needs to be held accountable for the same. If a case is before the court, it's not supposed to be discussed, especially by the person who holds the custodian of law, like the head of state. Subjudicial means you are discussing a matter that is before the court. Now, the housing levy is due to be heard on the 26th of this month, and whether it is constitutional or unconstitutional based on the appeal that was made. Now, if the case is before the court and you're discussing it in every church meeting, in every funeral, and in every political rally, it simply means you have already chosen to disregard the law, you have already chosen to defy court orders, and that in itself is impunity. And so William Ruto needs to be arrested for all that. And hii ingine yote mnasema kwangu ni wimbo tu mnaimba. Ukweli ni kwamba mtu wa kuvunja sheria, mtu ambaye anatafuta anarchy kwa hii nchi, mtu ambaye anatafuta mambo yasiende kulingana na sheria ni mmoja tu, na ni William Ruto. Huyo akikamatwa ashughulikiwe, mambo yatakuwa mazuri tu katika nchi hii. Okay, well, there is also a new development about UK government warning their citizens from traveling some parts of Kenya. I think that's also a matter you need to look at. Even as we begin to wind up the show, if Alexo and Njiru don't show up now, mimi nitakuwa nafungasha. It is 17 minutes after 1 a.m. But I believe we have had a great show, and we will have more of this. We just encourage you, please, let's keep sharing the link. Let's keep participating in the poll question. And apologies to kina Andriano, wale huwa wanatufuata kwa Facebook. Tutasort maneno yetu na Facebook ili tuendelee na ratiba ya ya program yetu huko. Kwa sasa hivi, kama huja to follow kwa Live Now Africa, please follow us on that page. You'll be able to get the broadcast there in the meantime. Let's just listen out to this UK ban on of their citizens to travel in certain parts of the country on, I think, insecurity grounds.
Through its foreign, Commonwealth, and office has cautioned its citizens traveling to Kenya against visiting certain parts of the country. In a travel advisory published on the government's website on Saturday, the UK warned against all but essential travel to areas within 60 kilometers of Kenya's border with Somalia. It also advised against non-essential trips to eastern Garissa County as well as Mandera County, however, excluding Mandera West Sub-County. Now, the British government further advised its citizens to only visit the Lamu and Manda Islands when traveling to Lamu County, but to avoid everywhere else within the devolved unit. In addition, FCDO advised against all but essential travel to within 15 kilometers of the coast between the Tana River and the Galana River.
Okay, those are travel advisory by the UK to its citizens to beware of some parts of the country that are not too safe for them to travel. They say they should only make essential travels over there because it is risky. And now those risks are rising by reason of insecurity. And that's insecurity as a result of what? Opening up the border that was closed for people to walk in and walk out at will. And then we now want also to introduce visa-free entry. And so it simply zeroes into one thing. We will soon be a ghost nation because when people don't feel safe here, then they will go home. And in my opinion, that is counterproductive. And as a result of unthought through policies. And this is what you get when you only have one person thinking, when you have only one person deciding. There is a reason why every president should have a cabinet. And there is a reason why there must be a parliament. There is a reason why there must be a senate. It's so that different people will look at the same things from different angles, then be able to advise rightly. So that when a decision is made, that decision is as a result of ventilating on the issue completely. But when just somebody sleeps and dreams like Ndugujero, then comes up and say he has changed his name because God appeared to him and things should go in this direction, look what is happening now. We are not only losing on tourism, we are also losing in confidence of our foreign partners. And when foreign partners are advising people not to go there, will you go and establish your industry there? No. Will you invest in building a factory there? No. Will you go and do business there? No. So all this is compounding into affecting the economy negatively. And all of it is born out of what? Poor policies, poor decisions by the executive. And that is the very reason why every Kenyan needs to rise up and tell Zakayo, no. Enough is enough. Umeshindwa na kazi, kanyaga nje. Tutafute mtu mwingine ambaye anaweza kutekeleza wajibu wa kuongoza nchi hii. Asante sana. Namuona by fire. By fire vipi?
Habari yako?
Niko salama. Ndugu yangu amekuwa hapa na moto nikakosa huku kwa karibu.
Ya, nimefika. Unajua ile wakati haukuwa bwana, I was voted as the most handsome person in South Canada.
Praise God. Tell me that my vote was not available.
Najua hiyo ungepiga, uko na wivu sana.
Shida yako ni kunipigianga kura. Wewe inaonekana hutaki kuruhusu watu wapige kura. Wewe upige kura, wengine waseme yes. Wewe ndio uko hapo.
So you need to know that sasa niko na hiyo mental. Niko na hiyo mental. So usinionange hivyo. So
some moderator is sound candidate.
History, unajua history ya kusemanga na kaa kiraitu.
I must challenge in the Supreme Court.
Bwana Bernard, lakini si ni ukweli hata
I'm collecting evidence. I must challenge that in the Supreme Court.
hata sio majamaa wanasema sio majamaa wanasema ni warembo wanasema, na ujue warembo they are very articulate on that.
Hiyo mimi na challenge kwa Supreme Court, so you will be served by Tuesday.
Haya, ni sawa, nimeshukuru anyway. Thank you for what is happening, and nimeona umetuwekea hapo travel advisory. Hiyo nchi yetu, you don't need to give travel advisory. It is dangerous everywhere. So I think UK is wasting their time. Anyway, I'm sorry, because you see a country whereby wash ni mingi. Unajua bana, hata mimi nakuombea sana usikutane nao watu wa wash. They are very convincing. So
by the way, wewe umeanzisha moto kwa nasema tuweke poll. Who is the most handsome? Kura ipigwe vizuri. Nasema turudie kura.
So kama mukua hiyo msahau bwana. Ilishapigwa. Na nikipokonywa hiyo namba kama mwaka ijaisha, I contest. lazima nimalize mwaka bwana. Mimi ndio Mr. Handsome 2024, na kwanza nimeipata siku mzuri 13th January. So nitaisukuma karibu siku 300. So wachana na keep keep, enda ukakasirikie mbele. Keep, maybe tutakuwa na contest ya mid handsome tunaweza kupea. So sikujua bwana. Ni uchungu gani bwana Keep bwana? Ni uchungu gani bwana? Kumbe hamtaki wengine tupate. Anyway, bwana Bernard, I appreciate what has been happening in Saudi Arabia. But of late uko na mashambiki, sijui nini unawapea bana. At least naona namba sio mbaya. Ni story tu naongea hapa ama kuna mambo ingine? You are doing good bana. So but mimi nitakupea kongole ukifikisha 210. Nataka ufike at least, unajua 1999 tulikuanga na 210 members of parliament. At least wacha kila constituency ikuwe represented 210. You remember the time when we used to have 210 constituency before you blew the number. Anyway, kwanza nipeane pole mingi sana. We have lost a maestro in Mount Kenya region, the founder of NIBS and some other serious institutions within Kenya. Madam Liz Wanyoike tulimpoteza leo. So najua kuna wale mnaweza kuwa mna habari na yeye. I think she was a humble woman. I've interacted with her. Yeah, ni mama mzuri. So tumepoteza yeye siku ya leo. So that is among the trending news in Kenya right now. So Madam Liz Wanyoike, I think she has left a footprint, especially in the area of TVET. Some of those people who you condemn, wale watu mnataka kupea masi na masi minus, D plus, hata ma E. She really worked exemplary there. So Madam Liz Wanyoike, pumzika salama. So she's a good lady. I think she has achieved something golden. Ni vile saa zingine hakuna mtu watu wanataka kupoteza, lakini vile sasa hii mambo ikikuja tu mnapokea vile imekuja. So we lost that woman today. Yeah. So hiyo mambo ingine ni mi bana, nilikwambia mi siongeangi historia za Kayo because I don't follow him. Nyinyi ndio mnakujanga kuniwekea hapa kuniumiza kichwa. But what I can say is we are at a point whereby the country has to react. We have to react, Bwana Bernard. And na hii ni ile kitu najaribu kusema hapa. Whether we like it or not, we will have to react to something. We will have to react to something. because tukiendelea hivi tunaendelea, we are losing ourselves, we are losing our nation, we are losing our people, we are losing our culture, we are losing our sovereignty. Like kila siku inayopita something extra is being deducted from us. So ni sisi tuamue, do we want to die standing or to die sleeping? But kunyamaza tutajikuta mambo ni mabaya sana. So mimi nataka tu kuhimiza Wakenya, now the next wave ya kupigana imefika, and we have to agree when we are going to start this war now, because either way tunyamaze tuseme ngoja time, we are losing. So hii ndio unasikianga sasa ile Joho alikuwa akisema kama mbaya, something has to happen between now and mid of this year. I don't know what we are going to do, how we are going to assemble ourselves, but we are not in the right trajectory. I hope we can be able to fight for our lives, and we can. Tupiganie roho zetu, tupiganie watu wetu, at least to give our children hope that things can work and things can work better. Sio lazima ati mkuwe na viongozi wa uongo ati mnadanganywa. Sasa nimesikia sasa ati amuendei, that is the only one nimesikia uongo ya mapacha bwana. Unajua sasa huyu jamaa sasa uongo yake sasa imeanzia kugraduate sasa. Anapeana sasa uongo ya mapacha. So bwana sijui kama unajua uongo ya mapacha ni gani? Uongo ya mapacha sasa uongo ya mapacha sasa. Mutakuwa mnaendea magari Naivasha. I don't know. So mutakuwa mnaendea magari Naivasha. Naivasha. So bwana, you know, I think you know, saa zingine this one is beyond pity now. Ati mungoje tu kidogo mtoka. I want to ask a question. Unaweza endea gari Naivasha aje? How Naivasha? Naivasha. Pari tunaendeanga nyama ya punda. Naivasha. Anyway, I don't know what to comment about that because anyway, mliona huyo mama hapo Nakuru vile alifanyiwa na bado she is not the only one. Unajua Zakayo alikuwa anajifanya amenyamaza hapo, yeye ndiye alikuwa anapigiwa nduru. Unajua people think that ni nani alikuwa anapigiwa nduru. It was not about Susan Kihika. The message is to Zakayo. So ladies and gentlemen, we are at a point whereby we cannot allow this guy to continue for so long. It is that serious. Na tunashukuru by the way because Wakenya wenyewe wanajionea. Unajua saa zingine watu wanatuambianga ni chuki, ni mnaonea huyu mtu, but we unaona tu jamaa amegraduate sasa, hata hako mbele sasa ya wale majamaa wa stories za njamba sasa. So ameambia wale watu, ameambia sababu sio mimi aliambia, ameambia wale watu kuna mtu ameandika hapo Eric Bowen nani ameambia sasa unaona sasa people at least can be able now to see what this guy is doing. Uongo yake akaenda pale Nyahururu, nasikia pia amedanganya watu hapo. Yani kila pahali sasa watu wanaenda wakipewa sasa portion yao ya uongo. So kumbe uongo ikiwekwa sana uzaa. Unajua bwana Bernard, uongo inaweza kuwa pregnant inazaa bwana. So in fact the guy is doing so well compared to last year. You know, last year nilikuwa nikifikiria hii uongo itafika mwisho bwana. Kumbe bwana creativity after creativity. Wow. Bwana Bernard, hao watu lazima muabani kutoka kwa madhabahu bwana, because now I think wameisha ile consciousness and now they are ready to do anything. But other than that, I think we are happy of what is happening as a people because Wakenya wanajua ukweli na kwamba huyu mtu si ati tunamkaribia jina. This guy is an starter. Hakuna kitu amefanya hata moja project zero. Bwana, I'm so curious. Let me tell you, hata wakati wa kina Kenyatta, when we had no technology, Kenyatta 14 months after president, tulikuwa tumeanzia kukata mashamba, tulikuwa tunafanya nini, ministries, mijengo ilikuwa imeanza, even building ministry headquarters, we had started picking up. Hii nataka hapa watu wakuja waniambie siku ya leo, what has Ruto done 2 years close to presidency? What has Ruto done? Hana kitu amefanya huyo jamaa. The only thing that guy has done ni kutujazia choo ya State House.
Wewe enda polepole sasa, enda polepole. Acha nikuonyeshe hii maneno ya kuchukua magari Naivasha, si ndio ile dry port ile ilisemekana tunatoa port kutoka Mombasa wherever, kutoka Naivasha tunarudisha Mombasa. So tena ni kama inarudishwa kiplani, ndio magari tusiende Japan, tukujie Naivasha. Ama ni nini? Is it not history repeating itself? Let's listen out to this, then you can weigh on it.
Ile kitu mimi nimesema nitapigana nayo ni mambo ya ufisadi. Hiyo ufisadi haiwezi kuendelea Kenya. Mambo ya wizi, ukora, ufisadi, utapeli, hiyo lazima ikome Kenya. Ndio inarudisha sisi Kenya nyuma. Mambo matatu yanaturudisha nyuma. Jambo la kwanza ni incompetence. Jambo la pili ni mambo ya conflict of interest. Jambo la tatu ni corruption. We must deal firmly, decisively with incompetence, conflict of interest, and corruption. Wherever it is, in the judiciary, in the legislature, in the executive, we must deal with corruption. Hakuna vile Kenya itasonga mbele if we don't finish this matter of corruption. Tunaelewana ama tuelewane? So mimi naambia wale wananipigia makelele na kunifanyia maandamano, nyinyi, tell us whether there is corruption in the judiciary or not. Usifanye maandamano tu bure. We must deal, and I promise we will deal with corruption in the executive, in the judiciary, in the legislature. We will deal with it because it is holding Kenya back. And we cannot move forward as a nation until we confront the monster of corruption in Kenya. Tumeelewana jameni?
Bwana Stony PK.
Bernard, unajua Bernard, mimi nikija hapa huwa unanipandisha mori sana ba. I swear you make me feel like arming myself and Bernard, you know the things I say, I always sometimes, I always sound like a mad person maybe, because I say Kenyans, we are comedians. Simi ni Mkenya. We are comedians. Sisi ni watu tunapenda comedy sana. We are jokers by all definitions. We love drama. Everywhere you go, ukistudy wa Kenya vizuri Bernard, without being biased, be open-minded, analyze Kenyans, enter universities, enter hospitali, enter Europe, wherever a Kenyan is, he has so many faces. Anaweza kuwa serious, akiwa serious Mkenya, anakuwa serious hata kuliko Muisraeli. Yes. A Kenyan wanting to do something, anageuka anakuwa hiyo kitu. Mkenya akitaka kuwa mwizi, wallahi huwezi kumpata. Anakuwa mwizi mpaka international community wanaangalia hivyo wanasema wow. How did this guy do this? Mkenya akitaka kuact drama, ana act mpaka unaona yeah. Now, and that is the president of the country called Kenya. He is a reflection of us. Look at who is talking about vitu vitatu. that are bringing this country down, and how to deal with it. Ati anataka kumaliza hiyo kabisa. How do you begin by killing the monster? It's by chopping off the head. The head who is holding corruption is Ruto himself. Can he hang himself first? Then corruption will go. Today Ruto is removed from office. Corruption itaanza kuenda ile mbio hujawahi kuona. Today Ruto is removed from State House. It's the day we will have all the corrupt judges he's claiming. Who he corrupted. How did he get into power? I mean, this is a shame. Ati atadil now mpaka kwa executive. How do you deal with it when you are the rot yourself? Can he do Kenyans justice by saying, since people and Kenyans say I'm corrupt, I begin fighting corruption by resigning and telling Kenyans, mimi nilichukua hii kiti through corruption. I'm your president through corrupt way. I confess because I'm a man of God. Si anajitanga mtu wa Mungu. Yeye si ni ndugu ya Jesus. Aseme, I want to set an example for this country that we will now have a turning point, that Kenya will never be the same again. And in Jesus' name, I'm confessing I'm the president through corruption. And to end corruption, I begin by stepping down. Bernard, hiyo utasikia corruption will go. Na aseme, I'm stepping down, and anybody who does not bring back what he or she stolen, either wapewe inaitwa nini? Monoratum, waambiwe either warudishe 50% ama wasamehewe na waambiwe anybody ule atapatikana ni kunyongwa or anything. He should set the rules, the punitive rules, by him coming out and giving and setting the example of fighting corruption. Now, are Kenyans this is stupid that you are standing on the same ground that you are saying ulikuwa umesema ilikuwa ni corruption? Oh, ilikuwa ni biashara kwa shamba ya fulani, shamba ya Uhuru. Oh, ilikuwa nini. I don't think there is anything before Ruto that Kenyans did that was never well thought of. Apart from during the 24 years of Moi is when things were done sporadically, like the way he's doing. But anything before Moi and shortly after Moi, anything that was done, it was anchored, architected, structured very, very thoughtfully and by very, very well versed people. This includes Vision 2030. You don't think you don't need any other structure. You don't need any other paper. You don't think any other, what we call strategic plan for a country called Kenya. Just implement Vision 2030. It's in place. Kila kitu iko hapo. In fact, you don't need a manifesto. You only need to come and say, my manifesto is to implement Vision 2030. So in 5 years, I'll do at least 5 years of the remaining years to 2030. And period. And part of that Vision 2030 was corruption. So if you came to power through corruption, what vision are you giving people now? You said this dry port was corruption. Now you are saying ati sasa ndio itakuwa ni free port. Surely this is accepting that you are totally incompetent. Amehesabu vitu vitatu ambazo yeye ndio is a victim, and that's why Kenya is dead. So we can, and I keep on singing until I get out of, we close this studio. The only thing, chawa ikiwa kwako ukiishika, you don't ati hiyo chawa unasema we chawa unajua umenikunywa damu sana, shenzi wewe enda. Chawa ukiishika unachukuanga vidole viwili na upande wa kucha unaifinya. For those of us who have ever been beaten by lies one way or another as we were growing up, you know how a chawa is killed. Is either killed through vidole viwili, pap inapasuka, ama unaiuma na meno, tak inapasuka. then haitakuuma tena. So for Ruto and Kenyans, is the only dawa today is to ensure that we stop this comedy, we stop this drama, we stop this entertainment. Oh, amefanya hajafanya. Tuache hiyo kabisa na tuseme anything he's saying, the answer is go away, go home. If we are too religious, let's forgive him. Aende Sugoi. We chase him to Sugoi because we fear God. We chase him out of State House straight to Sugoi so that he can do what? He can be able to, to give way for other people to come and implement what is needed for the country called Kenya. But as much as we continue thinking and saying, oh, one time this will happen, we hope that soon or later, oh, maandamano is coming, mother of all, and all this. We had the mother of all maandamanos, so now maybe we will be starting to talk about grandmother of all maandamanos. I would urge Kenyans and anybody else who cares, we delete that term maandamano, tuachane nayo, because it has not worked for us. The only clever people are those who don't repeat the same thing every time and then getting the same result. So if the result we get out of maandamano is just maandamano, we go home, people are beaten, people are tear gassed, and then we go back home, why do we want to do that? Why do we want to keep repeating that? Stop that. And then we sit and wait until that day when we shall be ripe for something else with a different name other than maandamano. Maandamano is done, is finished, done and dusted. It's not anything that can help us, build Kenya, or it's not anything that can help us get rid of the problem that is ailing Kenya. So for me, this kind of showbiz, mtaani tunaziitanga vipindre. Ruto is just acting. He's acting, enjoying the realms of power. Excuse me. He's there enjoying ako kwa stage. Sasa stage ni yake, yeye ndio starring. Mtaani tulikuwa tunawaita fellow, yeye ndio fellow. Yani yeye ndio ana act. Yeye hawezi die. Wale wanadai ni mafala, makatun, wale wengine, lakini yeye ndio kusema. And he's gonna do that. He's enjoying it. He's happy. Hakuna mtu anaweza mguza. The thing is mutadu. Okay? So you people will cry. You will say, oh, he has to go. He has to go. Ruto cannot go. Atakuuliza niende wapi? Is there? All right? So I would say, as Kenyans or those who really feel like things are not good, you have two options. It's either to accept what it is, and say, wacha kaende hivyo kako, other than saying, oh, one day is coming, one day sooner. Nothing will happen. I always give the example of this bird called it's called the owl, and the human being. The human being kept on destroying the owl's necks and killing its eggs before they hatched, because most African community believe the owl is a bird omen. So if it builds a nest near your homestead, or it comes and patches anywhere near your homestead, someone must die in that homestead. So what happens is, the moment you realize it is nesting anywhere near you, you ensure that if it lays eggs, you destroy those eggs. So the owl could not keep its family. It could never. Every time it is tried, the eggs were destroyed. Then the wife asked the owl, hey man, this man who is destroying our eggs, don't you have anything you can do? Then the owl, because he wants to look very, a hero to his wife, because no man wants to feel villain in front of his wife. You always want to show your wife that nobody can beat you up. So the owl told the wife, next Friday, I'm going to deal with this man. I'm going to deal with this human being. So the Friday came. Then the wife said, okay, it's a Friday morning, man. Wake up, go and deal with the man so that he stops destroying our eggs. So the owl went very early in the morning and perched at the tree near where the village. And he was there the whole day watching the man go down, or the human being, the man go down his business as usual. They all perched at the tree for the whole day until midnight. Okay? And midnight is when the man realized, oh, this all has been here the whole day. And the man threw the stone to scare the all away. So they all flew back home. Then when he arrived home, the wife said, oh, welcome back, my darling. Hey, so how has it been? Is he dead? Then the owl asked, who? Then the wife said, but what was your mission? Then the owl said, oh, the man? Ha! You don't want to know what has happened. Then the wife said, wow, what happened? The owl said, hey, the eyes I gave that man since morning with, the way I looked at that man as he was going down his business throughout, my good God, I'm telling you, by tomorrow, you will not be living. Then the wife was, the eyes you gave the man? You mean you stood there at the tree looking at the man do his business whole day, and you expect him to die tomorrow? The wife, being very, very nice, she didn't tell him you are a fool. She just laughed. There's a way ladies laugh when men sound stupid. She just giggled and made some very funny, sarcastic remark. She said, okay, then we wait for the burial of Mr. Man. What's the moral of this story? The moral of this story is that you don't get rid of a problem by just looking at it and having all excuses around it. You only solve a problem by taking an appropriate action. And appropriate action expeditely. You don't plan an action and then you take forever. You have to define what action you want to take. You have to define your problem to be able to get the solution you are having. Kenyans have not defined their problem. Unfortunately, the Kenyans that have power have been derailed from the problem which they had identified. We began with the problem of stolen election. Then it was changed immediately. We were told, no. It's not about the stolen election. It's about maisha iko ngumu. Look at that by itself. You shift from your real problem. Umeumwa na jiga. Keep, I'm finishing, then you come in. Umeumwa na jiga. Iko kwa kidole, hiki. Yes, keep. Iko kwa hiki. The jiga is in your big toe. You're being told the big toe, you have to be chokoro at jiga itoke. Then unasema papana, usiguze hiyo kidole kubwa. Ebu papasa hizo zingine ndogo. You are running away from the jiga, boy. So Kenyans, we shifted away. Ati maisha iko juu. Hiyo ni ujinga ya ajabu. Haya, kidogo, hapana, maisha na tuvae masufuria kichwani, alafu pia tuongee about what do we call it, electoral commission. Lazima tuangalie electoral commission, the 4 judges, sijui nini commissions, injustice, we have to have them back and all that kind of a thing. Diverted completely from what happened. Somebody has snatched what belongs to you, is running away with it. Huyo uko wewe unaambiwa hapana, achana na yeye tu aende nayo. Wacha tuanze kufikiria how we shall make sure that next time hata kuja kuiba. My good friend, unaacha anaenda, then you are being told hapana, hata acha hiyo aliiba ni sawa, wacha sasa tuanze kuangalia, tuongee vile tutaweka mikakati ya kufanya nini, ya ku make sure democracy is well whatever, and then BBI yetu itakuja sawa. Mwizi ndio huyo aliiba Nairobi, anapita Nakuru anaelekea Eldoret, wewe bado mnaongea strategize at you see, and you saw the thief grab. That's why I'm saying Kenya sisi ni comedians kabisa. Yeah. So basically what I'm saying, as Bernard was asking us through that clip, when I look at Ruto talking there, I see a comedian. I see a thief being a comedian. I see things I cannot even stand to listen. But Kenyans were there listening very keenly. Kenyans even get, unakuwa assembled there, unaanza kusomewa na idiot ati wewe una degree ngapi? 10. Lakini mimi ndio mdosi, wewe ni bure hiyo madigrii. Kenyans, hao ni wa Kenya, mtu umesoma baba, unless pia wamenunua makaratasi za engineer nini na nini, but mimi huwezi kuniambia hivyo. Hata kama wewe ni MP, nitakupiga hedi, au nitakupiga hedi hapo hapo. You don't demean me. Ati sasa wewe una degree ngapi? Degree 3, wewe una ngapi? 4. Nyinyi wote ni mafala chini yangu. Na saa hiyo huyu mtu anakuambia hivyo ni idiot. I'll do what I have to do. That's being insulted. Yeah. But those are Kenyans, resilient, ndio mdosi. Unaambiwa wewe ni umbwa, ndio mdosi. Wewe ni ng'ombe, ndio mdosi. Wewe ni ngamia, ndio mdosi. So that is what is all. So when we talk of maandamano, forget it. Forget it. Hakuna maandamano itafanyika Kenya ya kutoa Ruto. Maandamano itafanyika Kenya kama ya lawyers. Tunaimba oh. And that is Ruto organizing these things. Tunarudi nyumbani. Hakuna maandamano itafanyika ya kutoa Ruto. Hakuna. Take that to any bank. I'm old enough to have known Kenyans. I've studied Kenyans properly. I know our social dynamic. I know how we feel. Kenyans, over 90% are corrupt. They support that. Unasikia mtu aliiba 20 million, unasema haya. Maze saa hii huyo mtu si ni mdosi sana. Wa. Ningekuwa karibu anigawie. Look at that.
Wacha nipiss you off. Ebu niambie story ya deal. Ebu niambie story ya madeal. Nenda deal.
Yes. That is us. Ni sisi. Jamaa ameshikwa akiba, unasema aya, kwani ni mjinga aje? Aliibaje hivyo ufala hivyo? Si angedu hivi na hivi. Back to you, Kip, my brother, endelea.
No, by the way, ilikuwa tu network inaharibu, ndio nilikuwa natoka na kurudi. I was enjoying what you're saying. Hata siko na kukatia. Let me tell you one thing, Jeru. Minjo Mr. Handsome hapa, acha zako.
Yeah, of course. Na hiyo usicontest bwana. Nishakugonga bwana. So wewe ni number 2 and below.
Kenyans, ile siku tutaacha mambo ya kwenda deal, tunaenda kwa county governments kuongea juu ya deals for what? Governments are there to provide us ability to do businesses. That's why conservatives do very well in countries. That's why conservatives in the UK and America do well. It's because they are there for small government. What is government for? Upper Kenyans get into government to become rich. Ma V8 zinaenda tu mbele hivi. Those are the people who are clapping for. Sudi anakuja kutukana watu wenye na madegree hapa, anasema mimi ndio engineer. You know what he's talking about, him being an engineer of people. Mtu anakuja hapa, mnaeko hapo mbele kama like idiots. There's a clip running around Instagram and TikTok and WhatsApp. Sudi just making fun of people who've studied. Yeah, these are the let me ask you a question. A person whose brain is developing as a teenager, as a young boy, watching Sudi or watching somebody like Umtata, who will they want to follow? They'll follow Sudi. Because Sudi is abusing these people. Any dropout was due from 4 must due, from 4 started due 3. Yeah, making more money, abusing these people, and those are the people you're praising in Kenya. Hata sijui kama huyu mtu Ruto alikuwa na hiyo degree, sijui Dr. Ruto. I don't even know hii mambo ya kununua madegree ama if you don't have a degree unapata mtu kama Farouk. All these people are educated, are the ones in government right now. People who cannot even read.
Na si ati naingililia makanga. Keep dakika moja. Na vile sio vile naingililia makanga. People should start knowing huyo kijana wa huyo jamaa wa Kapseret alikuwa makanga hapo Moi University. Hiyo barabara ya Moi University alikuwa anatoa watu Moi University Kesesa hapo mpaka town. Alikuwa makanga hapo up to karibu 2005 2006 hapo. Huyu jamaa alikuwa makanga. Sisemi ati makanga ni wabaya. I'm not trying to say ati makanga no, but that guy was a makanga and he is a class 3 dropout. So history ya mtu kukuja kudharau PhDs mbele ya watu, it is true, tunajua PhDs, kuna PhDs in tarmac, it is okay, you will get your way out there, lakini kukuja kudharau masomo mbele ya watu, it is disgusting. Na Zakayo mwenyewe alienda akanunua PhD so that he can come and use that PhD to hoodwink people. And watu like in my presence wakaanzia kusema we have gotten the most learned leader since Kenya was created. Unaona sasa Zakayo anatumia the same PhD munadharau to hoodwink, because let me tell you, and Stony PK you can 1 minute, Stony PK you can confirm this.
So-called governor of Nairobi, same junior Zakayo ndio hapa anafinya watu wa Nairobi. Is that a graduate of some stupid university we've never heard of in Uganda?
You see, Bwana Keep, you see, like Stony PK can tell you some of the delusion which happens in our community. Kuna majamaa, that's why unasikia mapasta wengi sana huko kwetu, all pastors wanajiita doctor. Sijui kama, do you know the reason why many pastors in our region, especially in Mount Kenya region, wanajiita doctor? It is because hii kitu inaitwa PhD, it has now become a wonderful tool of manipulation, because huyo mtu inasemekana amesoma sana, he cannot be questioned, kila anafikiria ni right. Now that it is now being used as a tool of manipulation. That's why unasikia kila saa pastor, doctor so and so, sijui reverend doctor so and so, because it is now being used as a tool of manipulation, and it is a problem. I think Stone PK, you need to confirm that to people. People are now using PhD for manipulation to show people they can do things without being monitored, and that is what Ruto used even in our communities.
Yeah, so as Stone PK is coming in, I'm just saying our youth are being rotten for 10 years. 10 years. Tumekaa na hii before Mama Kamili akuje, by the way, we're not going to ignore her. I know mnaona ceiling, but she's listening. I'm telling you, our youth are being hoodwinked to thinking that education is useless in Kenya. We are praising the most useless people in Kenya. We are teaching our youth that corruption is the way. We are teaching our people that corruption is the way. You know, munafikiria tu ni Ruto peke yake, and I said this in the beginning of the program. So God anatupatia who we deserve. And until we get that point, that until we get the point that corruption is within us as Kenyans, whereby getting basic services, we have to pay somebody, we are going to do the wrong direction. Tunaenda mahali mbaya sana. Until mimi nitasimama hapo kwa barabara, mimi mwenyewe, me myself, nisimame kwa barabara nikatae kupatia polisi hongo kwa sababu is wasting my time, is the day each and every one of us will know we're moving towards the wrong direction. Because we got this monster not by mistake. It's because he reflects who we are as Kenyans. He reflects who we are as a society, where we allow people like this to rule us. So Mama Kamili, you can continue before we ignore you.
You're not ignoring me. I say hi to you all and everybody. Just continue. I'm listening. I'm doing something. Once I finish, I'll let you know, guys. Thank you.
Wow. Keep, ebu Stony PK ya comment your story ya how people are using education in manipulation. It's important.
Yeah,
Sawa.
yeah. Let me, Ngiru, you raised something very interesting. You know, it is in Kenya where nurses are doctors. Not even nurses. Hata afadhali uite nurse a doctor. Unaona wale watu wa kufagia hospitali. In the village, wanaitwa ndagitari. Wale watu I'm not demeaning anybody. The fact that you work in a hospital, even if you are a garbage collector, and I'm not demeaning anybody, I'm just giving an example. Tukuitaga ndagitari. Yani tunakuitanga daktari. Okay? So, you can imagine somebody who has gone to some university of some kind. Anaenda, anakuja, alafu anadisappear tena wiki mbili, anakuja, anadisappear tena anakuja, anajipronounce kanisani. Leo bwana leo mutikambetage Mr. Mwaniki Peter Stone, mpeta kwa Dr. Stone PK. Sasa wale watu unaambia hivyo ni wanyanye. Hawajui hata mtu wa class 7, they don't know the difference between a class 7, form 1, university, they don't. Wanasema tu Nora Igirero ndombe idatu. Aliwekelewa ndombe hizi hii nini, what we wear when we graduate. Na ndombe siku hizi inawekelewa hata kindergarten. And it is in our region where when somebody is getting a bachelor degree at KU, tunakomboa basi 5. Mtoto wetu basi 5 to go and witness our son, daughter getting a BA. Now, it's a good thing. But why am I bringing this? I'm bringing this because now you become gullible. At anybody akikwambia nina PhD, you don't question it. Okay, fine. It's not our business to question. But the moment akikuja anatumia hiyo as a tool to demean even you and to try and demean others, the first thing you ask is that PhD the one going to administrators ndio itatuletea community development projects? Is that what you have? Is that what you went to study or to enhance to be able to serve us? If your PhD was about the Bible, for us now in communities, we want community enhancement and development projects. Biblia tutasoma kwa kanisa. So we don't need a PhD holder in theology to come and become our MP or our MCA. We want somebody who went to enhance what community development is to be able to come and serve us. So why mtu akija tu akwambia mimi ni daktari nini, you are swept off your feet. And that is not only in our community, it is in the entire Mbere. It's in the entire country where people don't question your capacity so long as you mention you are a professor. Even if you speak idiot, how do you have a professor who does not speak basic English? Mtu anaita he, she, he. And what sort of a professor is this? Yani ulikuwa unaandika aje hizo mathesis? I thought before you become so learned, you have to advance in communication. You have to be excellent in English. You even brush it, and if you are a Kale, you lose that accent. Because umesoma bana. Umeandika vitabu. Umeandika ma papers. Zimesomwa na wengine. So you are top of the top of the pops. But these days you come unauliza mtu, what was your thesis? Hata ajui. Na ni professor, ni doctor. Ati wewe wacha kumquestion. It's like somebody comes tells you I'm a driver. What do you ask? He shows you a license and then you believe he's a driver and you give him your car? No.
Okay,
no.
Bwana Stone PK kidogo, yes. Kuna huyu jamaa General Commander huyu tunaita Pastor Ng'ang'a. Pastor Ng'ang'a anaitwa is Dr. Pastor Ng'ang'a. Huyo jamaa amesomea hiyo doctor wapi? Ni kuuliza tu nasikianga akiitwa Dr. Ng'ang'a. Ni dokta wa nini?
Hizo no, si ni sasa hata wewe sahi after 1 week kuja utuambie wewe ni doctor, tutakuita. That's what you do in Kenya. Pronounce yourself. Hata pastor is the anza na pastor ni rahisi. Today I'll be Pastor Stone, tomorrow you will not question. Mtaanza kuniita pastor, man of God, period. You start referring to me, nikiandika hapo hiyo Stone PK, niandike hapo Pastor Stone PK, you will start calling me. Hata sahi nikitoka ni exit niingie kwa hisho hapo niandike Pastor Stone PK, mtaanza kuniita pastor. Na I'll quote a few verses every time I speak. I quote a few verses, which I know very well because Kenyans, hakuna mtu hajasoma Bible. All Kenyans tumesoma Bible right from kindergarten, so we know. Hakuna Mkenya hawezi kukuquote up to 30 verses in a Bible na kuelaborate, and I qualify to be a pastor. It is so sad, and that's why religion has collapsed in our country. And by religion collapsing, it's what has poisoned politics. That's why we are not able to get the right leaders. Because a devil comes telling you, oh, in Jesus' name, I am this. And then we all go, let's pray. This is a man of God. Huyu ni mtu wa Mungu. You all go there. Hata kama alirig. Ameriga akiwa na voters. There are people who came. There are people who are saying, Ruto. So he didn't have an empty basket. He had something in the basket. So it was easy to manipulate because he didn't have zero. And that is where it is hell in Kenya. We've gone hell. We've played around with God. So God is punishing us. And God will never bring fire to burn you. It is you who will set fire for yourself. Hakuna moto Mungu atakuletea hapa ati aashe kiberi. It's you who will do your stupid things, and then you have fire burning you and your home. Kenya, we are burning it. It is us. Siwezi taka kusikia mtu akisema oh, Mungu tulisema Mungu ametupatia kiongozi. Ule waitereirio maguta ni Ruto. That's what we said. Aiterietereirio maguta. So ni kiongozi wa Kenya. We paid homage. That's why it's hard to get rid of him. Tulimsujudu, tulimwabudu, tulienda State House, tukafanya zile rituals. Little did we know we were doing devilish rituals there. We were installing devil in our country, evil in our country. We did that. And what imekubalika hapa chini, hata juu imekubaliwa. Tulikubali Ruto pale Bomas. He did what he did. Na tukaanza kusema yeye ndio Mungu ametupatia. You know, so as I said, we can do 1,000,000 TV stations, we can do 1,001 demonstrations, we can do all what we got to do, but inaitwa to not. Sum total is Ruto is the president. Remember, hashtag Ruto must go. Yote ilikwisha. Ask yourself, why every effort imezimika? Azimio, we were called tutazimika. Tumezimika. Tulizimwa. And that's a fact. Hakuna azimio anymore. Kalonzo is talking of 2027. Azimio people are now talking of all this. ODM is talking of strengthening itself. Sijui nani mwingine hata. Sasa, if we don't have a united force towards a problem, how do we expect to ever solve it? There is no solution in Kenya which will involve anything called party politics. Tuachane na hiyo kabisa. Hiyo mambo kwisha. Party politics in Kenya finished. Constitution, sijui following constitution, guidance through constitution finished. It is an anarchy country. It is, and we don't have a country, and we don't have anything called country. That is just on paper. Okay, so basically, we should agree to dismantle whatever there is. In smaller groups, we will be able to manage ourselves and build some forces. Okay, we should disintegrate. In computer language, we should fragment our problem. Let the Mberes sort themselves, the Embus, the Luos, the Kalenjins, the Kambas. Let's now rise. Rise kila tujijenge kabisa kule kwetu, which again some of us Kenyans who have been duped, tumepewa hii opium ya ujinga ya Ruto, you call that tribalism. I mean, it's nonsense. We are different tribes in that country. The fact that I say let's go back to Embu and organize ourselves, you start calling me tribal. I'm being open. Why can't Mwembu be a deputy governor in Meru or in Nyeri or in Muranga? Why can't I be an MCA in Kiambu if I'm from Kalenjin land or I'm from Luo land? Kenyans, we pretend. We don't like calling it as it is. We are different tribes, but let's embrace that diversity. Let's now go back to our regions, build our region. Coast people, I support you. Consolidate and decide if you want Ruto to be your president. If you want him, well and good. Shauri yenyu. Yeah. Nyanza, please go ahead. Say Raila is your president or anybody else after Raila. You are right. You are okay. Let people call you, oh, you are being tribal. That's okay. Mount Kenya, get as confused as possible. If you want a Kalenjin to come and rule you is your kingpin, the most idiotic thing I've ever had, where you have Anjoroge coming to become my kingpin kwa nyumba yangu na familia yangu in Mbere, ati anakuwa ndio bibi yangu anasema yes to. Hiyo ni ujinga gani tumewahi ati kingpin ni Ruto. Kingpin wa Kikuyu ni Ruto. Hiyo ujinga sijawahi kusikia hata kwa maeskimos ambao wanaambiwangu asino imefanya akili yao ikakuwa frozen. They are not that stupid. Where you sing and praise an outsider at is your Njiro, utaniambia hiyo ulisoma wapi? Hiyo mimi sijawahi kusoma. Ati unakuja kwangu pale kwangu Kiambere, naanza kusema leo Njiro sasa ndio atatawala mji yangu. Ng'ombe ino Njiro ni wako menyanisi gana, huyu bibi Njiro atatekea. Hiyo ujinga ilitoka wapi?
It is the stupidity of the earliest order. Okay, Bwana Stone PK, dakika moja tu alafu ukuje tena.
Endelea Njiro.
Let me tell you, you see, Mount Kenya is under what we call retrogression. And there is nothing else we can comment about. And I always say it here, Stone PK, saa zingine na watu wanaanzia kuona kama nasema mbaya. The good old days of Mount Kenya region are gone. That region cannot be rescued. Umeona saa hii kama unafuatilia news, Tugege wanasema sasa hata Rigathi atolewe, Ndindi Nyoro awekwe for 2027. No, I'm not telling you. That is Tugege politics now. So sasa Tugege politics sasa umesikia now sasa hata Tugege they think that they need to control that place. So that is chaotic in its own way. So you hata sifuatili. So in a nutshell, there is something I wanted you to comment about here, because mimi ni kitu imekuwa ikinisumbua sana. I look for this thing. You see, if you have done a PhD in whichever university you have done, that university publishes your thesis. Every university has its own library, hata kama even if you have not done any academical paper, because kuna watu hata kama wamefanya PhD, they were not successful to publish in a reputable journal where they can put their papers huko. Lakini at least tukiweka jina yako kwa mtandao and you are PhD holder, we should be able to see your thesis and we try to interact with the information which you did. And much of these people wanajiita doctors, including hata huyo kiongozi, his PhD thesis is not available. Haiko. And I think even UN needs to be investigated now. How comes huyu mtu ako na PhD and even his thesis is not published? I don't think UN does not refuse to publish thesis za watu. Za watu kama people like us, we have our thesis published from University of Nairobi. But there are some people who studied in University of Nairobi together with us and their thesis are not there. Kwa nini wana publish thesis zingine na zingine hawa publish? If you put my name, you'll get my thesis there. Just put in Njiro Mwaura hapo. You'll get my thesis and you'll see what I did. I don't understand. I don't understand why na tukitype watu wengine na ndio wako na power Kenya. We cannot see their thesis. So, Bwana Stony PK, why are we being treated differently by these institutions of higher learning? Kwa nini waweke thesis za watu wengine na za watu wengine kama sisi wanaweka zetu huko? Why?
Bwana Njiro, nilikuambia I like talking about my country Kenya more because the rot is huge. Now nchi yetu ilikwisha. Now the first time that the journey of collapse na death tulianza when Moi took over. Yeah, when Moi took over, that was the beginning. That's when we started swallowing poison. Tukaanza kukufa pole pole. That was the first pill we took when Moi came over, was education. Our education ilishuka ngazi maradufu. And when we told people this, watu walianza kusema no. Oh no. You are saying this, you are saying that, you are saying this. The whole world walijua that Kenyans tumeadopt a stupid system. Okay? Now, what made it become stupid is because we adopted a system that we did not support. Because you can have a system, very good strategy, but it has to be implemented properly. So we failed in implementation of the system that we brought in. And when you fail to implement a system, what do you get out? You have what we call half-baked product. When you don't put your not microwave, but the oven, you want to bake a cake. If you don't do the right timing and the right temperatures, then you'll have a cake that is half-baked, literally translated. So when we failed to really equip the 844 system properly, the way it was recommended, we totally failed. But Kenyans, we are very good at swallowing a pill as bitter as it is, and then quickly we put it tunaweka backyard, tuna shelf, because tunaanza kusema correcting that will be so expensive, rewinding it will be so expensive, wacha ipite hivyo. We play around with the people's life. So we were on a journey to destroying our education. It became so easy to get a degree. I mean, it didn't matter where you are, what you do. Okay, I don't mind many people having degrees, but equally, we should do like what Seychelles did. What Seychelles did for them to rejuvenate the education system, they imported teachers en masse. And part of the country that benefited with that project that Seychelles decided to do was Kenya. Seychelles came to Kenya and said, we want as many teachers as possible as Kenyan can give us. And we want teachers qualified to this level. To date, there are those people who are now Seychelles. Walienda, I have relatives who went there, they were teachers. Sasa walienda huko wana land, walihama na familia yao. They didn't want to come to Kenya. And what happened within 15 years? That country shot. Because of what? They invested properly. Kenya, when we started the education system Moi brought, we needed to equip everything. The workshops we were talking about in primary school, they should be equipped so that you have that human being you want by the end of the 844 years. We failed totally. Then what did we do? We just put our head, we buried it in the sand. Then what happened? Now, It became corruption. That Njiro Stone PK, you think of starting a university on top of a bar in a river road. Unakomboa room mbili, unaita Njiro PK University. Or you bribe, you get a charter, kila kitu. Then what do? Students come there, you have a room that cannot accommodate 20 people, you have 60, you collect money, you again go to the education system, and the degrees are ratified. What happens? The child is not molded, is not trained, there's no time, you have not professors. Same thing spilled over to our state universities. These are things people don't want to talk. Why? Because we are so corrupt. We teachers also are so corrupt. You are even paid when you are not teaching. So Njiro is a chain. It's a chain. That's why I'm able to be a PhD holder and you can't see my name there. That's why Nairobi University with its highest, and I'm not quoting Nairobi University alone, I'm saying some of these very good landmark universities in our country are ashamed of what has happened. But they cannot go back. You can't go back there and try to correct that. Because utaulizwa ulikuwa wapi, you'll be fired. And in Kenya, it is every man for himself and God for us all. So I'm a professor, I'm a chancellor, I'm a vice chancellor, niko na gari, niko na nyumba. Iyo rot, I don't talk about it. But what do? Mi nataka tu ni earn vitu pesa yangu na hiyo status, and that's it. Do I care what the product is coming out? No, that is long gone from our country. Hakuna quality anymore. Because no one wants to raise a finger. You raise a finger, unakuwa blacklisted. So there is that fear, and through that, then you have every system collapsing. That's why we are saying every corner is corrupt. And that's why I find it a mockery when Ruto is the one standing there talking of three things, which he is part of. You are here with a fake degree. And you are saying corruption. Sincerely Njiro, this man, mtu anatakiwa asimame ampige kofi ingine ya ajabu. Umpige tu na mbao kichwa pasuke. Because how do you stand? How do you really stand that kind of a thing? Mtu anakuambia nataka kudeal na wezi wale wameiba na ameshika ile mayai ameiba ya mtu. Na mtu anakuambia wale waizi wote wapo wameiba mayai, lazima tuanze kudeal nao. Si umuulize na hii umeshika kwa mkono, umetoa wapi? Why can't Ruto be told ile matisha tuliuza mara ukiwa YK92 uliuza t-shirt 100 for 1.2 million. Hiyo pesa silikuwa ya wananchi, uanze kurudisha. Hii hoteli ambayo mnaendanga kufanya mambo yenu hapa, ulichukua na ulikubali kwa international red press, ulikubali kwa media. You have accepted that you acquired, you stole this land. You stole this hotel. So you rudishe. Why are we not saying this? And then you stand there, he's there telling you that he's the champion of fighting corruption. Aren't we really mediocre as citizens? And then we are standing there hoping for the best. From where? From who? We are standing there praying that one day God will help us. How? Really? How? When our universities have collapsed, we don't want to say that. In Kenya today, we still say we are the best. Best in what? Tuko best in anini? You know, we have to hit it hard. Your child akiwa ni mwizi, just say my child is a thief, but I will work on him to change his ways. Your child starts smoking bangi, unaambiwa na jirani, unaanza kupiga jirani. My child can never touch that. Bwana, shetani wewe. Just take the information. Find out. Is my boy called Jack? Okay, is he changing? Just take that information, but with a pinch of salt, and investigate. Then you'll see if your neighbor anaonea mtoto wako or not. But we are quick to dispel. We are quick to say we are the best. The other day I was telling some Kenyans, we were in a certain meeting. I told them where Tanzania is today, realistically, and I was talking to Kenyans abroad. I told them, don't be cheated, because by the way, Kenyans abroad have no touch with the country. Ukienda nyumbani unaenda wiki tatu. Umeenda huko Christmas, you are busy hapo. Oh, you have not interacted at all. You don't know. So I told people, where Tanzania is today, realistically, Kenyans hawako hapo. When you have Kenyans crossing the border kwenda kutafuta kazi ya umaid Tanzania, what does that tell you? Kazi ya nyumba. When it was the other way around, that's what was happening before. Every other household was looking for Tanzanian ladies or to help us. And I'm not demeaning in any way, but that's all most of us when we were growing up. You in a neighborhood, you had them coming. What does that tell you? It tells you we are doing well. That's why people are coming. But now the reverse is happening. People crossing the border to go fuel their cars. Na unabeba magalan huku nyuma, unachukua fuel ya kukulast for 1 month. What, Reverend Rala, karibu sana. What does that, George Mugambi, welcome. What does that tell you in simple terms? In basic economy studies, when you have migration, people migrating, unaenda kununua samaki across pande ile, ukuje nazo nyingi, unaeka unazipreserve. What is this we are talking about? And watu wanasema Kenya huwezi sijui compare Kenya na Tanzania, huwezi compare. That is the ignorance of the worst order. This guy Mkenya mpaka akufe kabisa, hata ukimuzika watu wanasema anyway amekufa kijeshi. That's what we talk in Kenya. But
Tulia hapo kidogo.
Thank you.
I want to put a very blunt statement ili Tony PK achukulie hapo. Kuna mtu tulikuwa tunaongea na yeye leo and I want to give a conclusion.
Kuna mgeni bwana Njiro, ukaribisha mgeni kwanza huyo.
Nakaribisha Lala, just 1 minute. Nataka tu nipeane tu one statement. Maybe you people you need to debunk it or you tell me it is not true. Kuna mtu tumekuwa tukiongea naye leo and we have identified actually that Africa and many of African countries are actually they are actually going to the worst. Like we are drowning. There's no concept of progress. It's becoming worse. Like the Africa which was dreamt by Akina Kwame Nkrumah is no longer the Africa which we have. The current Africa now is diverted. And then that's to corner there is a gap. Maybe somebody can handle that. Currently it is reported that 47% of African population were below 14 years. 47% of African population are people below 14 years. And then 65 and above, I think in around 5% only. So what does it, when it comes to mentorship, how can 5% be able to mentor 45%? Don't you think that such age gap could be one of the things which are making Africa not perform very well, whereby we don't have a big population of also aged people who can be able to educate these very many young people who are within the bracket of 14 years, who are at the dependence level, who are thinking. It's something we need to think about. It could be one of the reasons. We need those old people also. Mr. Rara, karibu. Naona Alexio ameingia. Karibuni, uwanja ni wenyu. Lala, go ahead.
Asante Njeru, asante Alexio, asante Stone PK. Let me just comment on Njeru's idea of old versus young, or young versus old, or mentors and mentees. I think what we have now require a simple thing, and that we got to be bold and brave. It doesn't matter how many older guys you bring in, if they can't face the reality and the truth, then the mentorship is not going to work. So it is important for us to be able to follow, what is true, what is real, and what is real is what we are afraid of. Truth. Truth is that our country is going in the wrong direction because they are thieves, they are robbers, they are corrupt men and some women that need to get out. So I don't think mentorship is an issue now. I think the issue is being bold and courageous and saying no, because we are the laughing stock of the world. And Stone, PK, I think I'm even suspicious of so-called Kenya doing better, because you could see certain statistics coming from somewhere, and I'm very suspicious. Kenya is not doing well. Those so-called growth, those are just those who put this government in there, trying to campaign, for them. But Kenyans on the ground, and we who know what's going on in Kenya, there is no way any development is meaningful, is taking place. Things are getting worse every day, and therefore, I think if you're honest, I believe what Stone you're saying, that Tanzania may be already eclipsed us. We might be looking at those skyscrapers and the rest of it, think that is what development is. But there's much more. Tanzania probably has gone way ahead of us. And so we need better statistics, which of course is kind of hard to get, because those who are doing them have got other motives to make us believe that things are good when we know they are not good. So the truth is the truth, that the country is doing very poorly because wrong people are in leadership. And those wrong people must, it's not whether they change or not, they cannot change. These people cannot change. They got to go. The rule of law has to be instituted, and that takes a revolution. All of us, those young people you're mentioning, Anjeru, let them be told the truth, that the only way to get their country is to change this system, is to get rid of these guys, because all they're doing there is stealing, they're just stealing their future of these young people. So I don't agree that the mentor-mentee thing is critical. I think it's just being bold enough and saying, no, we are going the wrong direction because of these wrong people. We want them out, and let's get our country back. I think that's what I think. What is going on in Kenya is a clear indication that things are on the wrong path. But because we are afraid of truth, nothing will convince us. We wait for one story after the other. Tomorrow there'll be another one, more devastating than even today. And then we go through some kind of an alarm and pretending to be shocked, and we wait for another one. So we don't want to face the truth. The truth is that Ruto has to go. The system has to go. And nobody's going to do it for us unless we are willing to step forward and do it. Could start with us, with any of us. And I stated earlier that the LSK, whatever you call them, I think they're self-seeking. I think they should have been on the road the day that we went on Mandamano, the very first day. They should have been out there because they are the custodians of the law, and they are the ones that interpret for us this constitution, and they are the ones who should have been on the front. Now we should have just added them to the list, but they are going there, fighting for themselves. Of course, they are fighting for all of us, but I think this is where we get this divide and rule thing. So it is important for us to collectively list those 95 theses, to Ruto and say, no, there's no turning back. We have come to the end of the rope, and all of us go out and get these guys out of power. And that's what I think. So it's gonna be a sacrifice from all of us. Sisi zote pamoja, tuungane pamoja, tuondoe ujamaa. And sisi zote tutafanya, si mtu moja, watu wawili, mababa, whatever, it's all of us. And we should do it ASP, because our jamaa are specialists in Kupora. they have a way of doing things and making us believe something else, because some of these things they're doing are decoy while they are, putting a hole, gouging a hole in some part of our economy. And sooner or later we'll have no country. We will have no country because the way things are going, it's a non-stop plunder of our economy, and there's no stop till we ourselves make a stop at this horrendous behavior of theirs, and we stop them and send them home, send them to jail. Some of them, there has to be a reckoning. If they resign, some of them, most of them, all of them should face some kind of punishment from the law or prosecution, because it is too much. It is wrong. And finally, I always, those of us who are arguing, wait and wait and wait. How can you wait when somebody is inside your room, raping somebody, and you're there waiting? What are we waiting for? And so every day is a reminder that something is going on inside the house. And I think if we are people of good conscience, if we believe in our country, if we want to be a democratic, constitution, follow that path, then we must do something urgently. It's an urgent call. Thank you.
Sawa, wacha tukaribishe
Yield back
Alexio.
to you.
Alexio, karibu. Alexio Muga.
Asante sana, by fire, by strength, Stone PK, Lala, and people on watching us, and those on the comment section. I salute you all. Yes, I think for now the topic is Ruto admins incompetent and corruption challenges, judiciary demonization. I kind of look it at this way, like this way. You yourself, how did you get that judgment? How did you get the judgment in 2022? Was that judgment free and fair? 1. 2, you are telling us you are going to fight corruption. And how did you get that seat in the first place? Did you get the seat in the right manner? Did Kenyans elect you? Or you selected yourself, you got the seat through corruption? So you should not come here to lecture us that you are going to fight corruption. Well, we know corruption needs to start, we need to start fighting corruption from the ballot. We saw it, at least I was old enough to see what happened in 2002. After the ballot, the corruption started running away. It's on its own, without even the administration doing anything. Stone PK, can you confirm that? We saw corruption running away from Kenya after 2002 general election. Then what happened?
Alexio, just before you continue, that is very important point you brought. And before you came in, I raised it. I said, corruption, as much people say it's a monster, it's hard to kill. We have an example. Thank God you have quoted 202. I mean, it went away so fast. Kenyans started arresting policemen. Where on earth? I mean, we were the first country in Africa to start arresting our own policemen. Yeah. So when somebody stands here anatuletea vipindire atapigana na hii, yeye mwenyewe ndio kwanza tunyonge, ajitolee tumnyonge. Immediately, in fact, if we can nyonga Ruto today, that country will, Kenyans, I agree the way we turn around very quickly. We can go into corruption very quickly like we are in now. Everybody now is almost corrupt in Kenya because it's survival for the fittest. Kila mtu anaiba mahali yuko. the way it was during Moi's time. People in Moi's time, those of you maybe who might have been very young, Moi's time, it was the principle of man eateth where he worketh. Moi's time ilikuwa baba, ukiwa pale registry kwa birth certificate, hata death certificate, unafika hivi, unaona watu wapo kwa desk wengi, wanakuza ni aje bro, ati nimekamia death certificate ya budangu alidai sijui lini. Unaambia ya mazee, hizo computer zilidedi na hata ni ngumu sana kupata. Yani immediately he creates a barrier. Then unamuuliza, lakini anakuambia lakini ukibonga fiti tunaweza ona vile tutadu. That was the language. Ukienda jela ati umekuja kuona mtu wako yuko ndani, unauliza kwani wewe likuja namna gani hapa? Ati si nilikuja na matatu. Bana, siongee hiyo lugha ya matatu. Mimi nauliza wewe nikuja kuona maofisa hapa ikiwa mkono tu. Hata kwenye nyumbani naendanga kuona watu ikiwa hakuna kitu umebeba wa mgongo. Umekuja namna gani? Unamwambia ati, anasema hapana, zungumza vizuri. Hapana, kunja mkono sana. Unatoa kile unatoa, mtu wako analetwa hapo, na hata unaambiwa muongee naye for the whole day. I mean, it was that bad. But what happened when 202? Pam! Corruption kaenda mpaka unaona askari sasa wakachange lugha, akikusimamisha na vile, vipi bro? Unaenda wapi? Unamwambia anaenda nyumbani. Ati sawa, gari iko sasa safari huko nyuma iko mzuri Haya basi wewe enda, lakini ukienda hivyo ujue watu hapa iko jua gali. Ukiachia hii chupa umeweka hapa ya maji tutashukuru. Unakuwa embarrassed. Amekuomba pesa, anakuambia maji. So they used a language. Na ukibatia mimi hapana weka mimi kwa corruption, uende kusema meonga mimi. Umeona? That was the language. Every police was afraid of, doing the wrong thing. And it worked, Alexio. So if we get this head, the mother and godfather of corruption, the prince of corruption, huyu anasimama, I swear Kenyans, we are so resilient, I agree. Tunahubiriwa corruption na Ruto, Alexio. Ruto ndiye anahubiria wa Kenya corruption. Take it back.
Thank you for enlightening people. Actually, this idea of a person fighting corruption, it's not possible. Corruption is fought by Kenyans. And Kenyans are very clever. Once after Kibaki 202, 203, and then fununu ikakuja ya hiyo Anglo-leasing. What happened? Watu wakaanza kujua, kumbe Kibaki mlikuwa mnatuenjoy. And then people stopped. And then the corruption was the order of the day until to now. So somebody should not come here and lecture us how he's going to fight corruption. And yet we know very well he is a product of corruption. He is in that office because of corruption. He is in that office because of corruption, not because of Kenyans voted for him. No, Kenyans did not vote for him. He is there because of corruption. He is there because alihonga Chebukati. Yes, let me say it here. Alihonga Chebukati. Hata ingine kuhonga Chebukati. When you decide to give the wife of the former IBC chairman a work, is that not corruption? Where on earth wenye tunaona mtu ametoka alikuwa IBC chairman and the bibi yake anapewa plump job in the government? Where on earth? Mtuonyeshe watu wenye wanasema mtuonyeshe. When you steal Muteshi's land, unanyakua Muteshi's land, and then a competent court of law in Kenya passes a judgment that yes, umeshikilia shamba ya wenyewe na inakutoza fine, and it goes on record. Is that corruption? Is that corruption? I want people to tell me. Somebody should not come here and lecture people that I'm going to. Why are you standing in the rain ukinyeshewa ukiusema mambo ya corruption? Ndio tuokuone uko so serious sana. And yet when you go back, You are involved in corruption. When you insist but Kenyans watoe pesa ya nyumba, and you know very well the court has said no, is that not corruption? When you yourself, you have captured parliament, umeita kina Jalango, umewapetia ile nye unawapatia, is that not corruption? You have stopped the parliament from executing its mandate given to them by the constitution, by the people of the Kenya. Parliament cannot breathe. You yourself, you have strangled the parliament. Is that not corruption? Now the thing that is remaining, the judiciary with just a few judges who are qualified and quality judges who are making, at least they can give Kenyans room to breathe. Tayari, you want to capture that. When you appointed the judges that Uhuru said these judges are tainted, when you yourself, you went there and appointed them, and you gave them the offices, when Uhuru very well said these judges are tainted, I cannot swear them, why did you just start by forming a tribunal to investigate these judges first? Let them be cleared, and then after they have been cleared, they can now assume their office. Why didn't you go that way? Now the file of those judges was on your table. What did you do? You went on and swear them. And now you are coming here to complain to us judiciary is corrupt. Tafuta watu wengine wa kucheza nao nani? Tafuta watu wengine wa kucheza nao. When you know very well Gachagua aliiba pesa Bungoma County, na koti ikamshikilia mpaka pesa yake ikapigwa ikazuiliwa 200 million. When you assume the offices, you gave them. When you appointed yule waboi wa Ruto, and you know very well huyo mama ako so scandalous, hao ndio watu waizi wanaibia government, wanatuibia sisi. So what can you tell us? What are you coming here to tell us about corruption? First of all, if you want to fight corruption, you should resign and give the seat to the people that Kenyan elected. Give the seat to the person Kenyans elected. Then we shall fight corruption. Sisi wenyewe wa Kenya, we know how to fight corruption. We know best how to fight corruption. Wachilia hiyo kiti uone. So you should not come here to lecture us about fighting corruption. And you yourself, you don't want even parliament, the mandate that have been given so that they can deliberate on when the government wants to set the corporates or the parastatal. It is the mandated, the parliament goes and deliberate on it, debate on it before you sell it. You have removed that function from them. You want to be the judge, the jury, and execute everything. You one person. When tumeambiwa mafuta ya edible oils imeingizwa hapa Kenya, tumeambiwa hiyo mafuta haikuwa ina meet standards. Tumeambiwa ile sukari yenye ilikuwa imefungiwa, ile sukari mbaya ina Matiang'i ilikuja ikauzwa. Is that not corruption? And those people who did those things are in your government. You yourself, wewe ni corrupt number one, from toe to kutoka kwa nywele mpaka to the top. You are corrupt to the high priest of corruption. So you should not come here to telling us about the corruption. You should stop that nonsense. We don't want to hear that. Because if you really value fight of corruption, you should be out of that office like yesterday, not even today, like yesterday. I feel embarrassed and I feel shamed. Mtu mwenye anatu lecture. We have seen what a president who wants to fight corruption did to Tanzania. We saw how Magufuli fought corruption in Tanzania. And that thing has a spiral effect until now. Tanzanians are benefiting because Magufuli stood and fought the corruption. Magufuli hakuwa ule mtu wa kutembea nje. When we have been told na Auditor General, your office, State House, spends 1 million per hour. Is that not corruption? Because tell me how a person can spend even an office can spend 1 million an hour. Where on earth? What are they doing? Wanatumia kufanya nini? 1 million per hour. Even if they are sleeping at night, they are still consuming that 1 million.
Alexio, before, I don't know whether Lala wants to come in. When we were growing up, we used to have a song, ilikuwa inaitwa Danganya Toto Jinga Sumuni Nandu Ruru. We used to sing that. You know, ilikuwa ukidanganya watu na ile uongo moja nyeupe. Kabila yangu tunasemanga uongo mweupe, ambaye ukidanganya uongo mweupe na uingie box, wewe ni toto jinga. You know, straight away. Wewe ni toto jinga tu. Yaani uongo ile wazi tu unaambiwa unakubali. So Ruto, and I'm trying to answer this question of admitting incompetence and all that. You know, it is so interesting that Ruto aliona Wakenya ni toto jinga. Na tukakubali. Now, Ruto anajua mtoto mjinga akipiga nduru akiita, you know, like when you are walking at night, uko Shago, when it's dark na una torch, ukiwa muoga, you see things forming themselves in front of you. For those of you who travel to Shags, in total darkness, because of uoga ile uko nayo kwa kichwa, unaangalia through darkness, unaona vitu zikimove. Sasa hizo vitu ni imaginary, unaona ni kama kitu iko mbele yako or something like that. Kumbe ni uoga inakuboil. And for watoto wajinga ilikuwa unawadanganya, unaambia mazee, ukienda hapo peke yako hivyo, hizo maghosts zitatokea ama malimulimu zitatokea. In our language we used to say that. So you cheat watoto in a very simple way. So Ruto anajua Wakenya the best way to do it, because he has done it many times. Every time he fooled Kenyans during elections. Wakenya walikuwa wanajaa meeting zake, the truth be told, whether he was paying them or not. But Kenyans were that foolish, unalipwa shilingi 100 ama 50, in fact 50, kuja kuattend a useless rally. So amejua that the best thing kuambia Wakenya ama to confuse Kenyans is to admit. Ana-admit. Wakenya wakipiga nduru, maisha iko juu, kesho atakuja kwa platform aseme, maisha iko juu. Kweli ama hatuelewani? Ataongea hiyo lugha yake. Maisha iko juu, na unga iko juu, na kila kitu iko juu. Ama namna gani? Mnasema ndio. Anasema si ndio. Sasa mimi ninajua maisha iko juu, gharama iko juu, na ndio nataka kupigana na hii upuzi. Ndio nataka kupigana na hii corruption. Kenyans start clapping. Immediately Kenyans wanasahau huyu mwizi anakuenjoy. Anakuambia hiyo maisha iko juu, kwa sababu hiyo serikali ilikuwa hawa watu ambao wananisumbua na maandamano, ndio wamefanya Kenya ikuwe mahali ilipo. Immediately he covers and pushes the SHIT across, and Kenyans follow. Hawaoni yeye ndio mwenyewe. It is like in mtaani what used to happen even in town. Pickpockets anakunyang'anya kitu, ukisema mwizi ana point mwingine mwizi. Ana point huko mbele. Ana distract everybody. You start chasing the one who doesn't have your wallet or who doesn't have your gold chain. Mwizi is a chain. Unaenda hivi umefuata, unaingizwa kwa kona, unaambiwa nyamaza ama tukuue. Unatoka ukiulizwa wewe ndio umeibiwa chain, unasema hapana. Na ni wewe umeibiwa. So Ruto knows how to play around with Kenyans. Yeah, he has admitted. But Ruto is admitting what? Is he admitting what Kenyans don't know? Does it mean Kenyans don't know that Ruto has no competence, sincerely speaking? What has Ruto managed? His management and managerial skills that is successful. Usiniambie biashara. Biashara gani? Corruption za wizi. I have always said, watu wanasifingi ati kuku. Iyo kuku why don't we here twende uone hizo kuku vile manage and all that? Who manages them? I can acquire naiba hoteli, naiba anything. I have people running it there. It's not me who is running it. This man, when he had the ministries and all that, all what he was doing was to grab, steal things, pipeline land, bring in maize scandal and all that. That is his management. And I keep on telling people, the YK92, which most young people here don't know. And unfortunately, that will bring me to the question that Njiro had raised, which was very important, about mentorship and all that. The 65% and the 5% and all that. That is a serious disease. Because today, I was talking to one of the younger Kenyans, and I was trying to explain what is happening. Ati aliniuliza, ala, wewe unaongea ni kama upendi Ruto. Nikamwambia nimpende nifanye nini? Kwani yeye ni mwanamke? Then ananiambia, what of yours did he steal? Those are Kenyans asking. Na nilisikia hata nyumbani watu wakiuliza hivyo. Ati mnakasirika na Ruto hivyo, ni nini yako alikuibia? Can you get the picture now? This is an elderly person telling you why Ruto is not the right person to rule or lead Kenya. Then a younger guy asks you, what is it of yours that Ruto stole? So Ruto can steal anything else so long as it's not yours. This is a Kenyan, a young Kenyan, whether he has a degree or not, who is an idiot. And I'm not saying all young people are idiots. This is an idiot who thinks that Ruto must steal my 10 shillings in my pocket. Ndio akue mbaya. This is a young man who has gone through university but has not graduated in his brain, who does not even know what leadership can do, what bad leadership can do. When you have young people asking you, what is it that Ruto stole of yours? Alikuja kwa boma yako, akaiba mbuzi yako. Alikuja, and they argue strongly. So, and these are the generation that he ignores. They are the ones that when you talk about what we call it, history, that you have to know your history. You have to know your country. You have to know your location. You have to know your up to sub-location. You have to know your MCA, your area, your village. They tell you it's irrelevant. So how will you judge a leader that is helping in community advancement? Hauna. Because maybe your parents lived in town, in Nairobi or in Eldoret, Kisumu, umesomea huko. You have no business with the village. And you stand arguing that you think Ruto is okay. So that is the majority we have, who are very gullible. Imagine this majority wanakusifia vile Ruto anaendesha ma V8. And they are proudly saying, hey maze, uliona hiyo V8. Yani, ama MP amekuja, uliona maze ile suti amepigilia. Maze uliona belt ile ameva. What has the belt, the suit, the nini has to do with you? That is his. He's dressing that way, he's driving that way. Where is he getting money? He's eating your money. You should be bitter that you should get rid of such a person who is so corrupt. Okay? So we have a serious gap. We have a serious problem, a major problem where, you know, that can actually, that can progress into accepting that we are on the wrong path, that we are headed nowhere. Because until you check your compass and you realize that, no, I'm headed east, yet I was supposed to be headed west. That's where my destination, my planned destination is. You will never succeed. So until Kenyans will decide, where do we want to go? And as I said, and I keep repeating, we have not made that decision. Not yet. Bado. Mtu asikudanganye, wa Kenya hawajaamua wanataka kwenda wapi. Juu hawajui wanataka kwenda wapi. The moment you don't know where you want to go, nao ambao wanatakiwa waamue ni hao wananchi wa chini kabisa, hao wanawika na ndio wanatumiwa. Si maisha iko juu, wanapiga maisha iko juu. So maisha iko juu, itarudi chini lini? Maisha iko juu na mnapiga makofi. Anakuja anapita. I like what happened in Nyahururu. Somebody who anauza gazeti hapo chini anasema mimi siwachi kungojea hiyo shilingi 100 ya gazeti moja nikienda kusikiza mwizi. I liked that. That is what now Kenyans should do. Hiyo njugu karanga yako unauza pale kwa kona. Usiache kuuza ati uende kusikiza Ruto. Unamsikiza akusaidie na nini? Somebody who is so obsessed anakuambia ati project yake, his dream yake ya manyumba hakuna mtu atastop. Whose dream is that? Is it ya watu wa Kenya ama yake? And who is interested in his dream? Are you interested? We are not interested in your dream. We are interested in the dream of Kenyans. Yeah, and the dream of Kenyans, number one, is for Kenyans to get the leader they vote for. Hata tukichagua, tuseme tumechagua kondoo, ndio tumepigia kura, zihesabiwe na hiyo kondoo ipewe hizo kura. Ndio tujue kondoo yetu ikishindwa after 5 years ama before 5 years tunaingoa. That is what Kenyans want. That we are able to determine who we want. Not kuja kuambiwa sijui western countries zinataka huyu, sijui nini. I find that a very tiring discussion. At now we have to follow vile watu na western na wapi wanafuata. We can say no. We can say no. We can put whoever we want. Then mutasema, you don't recognize us. Well and good. Thank you. We have countries that are not recognized because they are being under the rule of army. They are under the rule of... If we can be under the rule of army and things happen for mwananchi, what's wrong with that? Tuache mambo ya mavitabu na matheory. You can't have a military government. If military government is doing well, why can't we have it? If the military government can bring us back on track to be able to elect leaders we want, why not? I've seen 2 countries that have done so well in terms of confessions. And this is where I want to end my statement. If somebody has confessed, ameshindwa, anatakiwa kutoka ama atolewe. Okay? It's only in Rwanda where I saw people confessing. Yes, I killed this family. Yes, I did this. Yes, I did this. And thank God, out of those confessions, they propelled Rwanda to where it is today. I know some people say, Rwanda is not democratic. Democratic, hiyo ni mavia kuku. Whatever works for a country, let it work. Whatever system, you can give it whatever name you want to give it. But so long as the people are having bread on their desk, and they are able, mtu ana kioski yake ako free, is able to do that. You can call it military country. There are policemen all over. If Jesse has to be all over for mwananchi to feel safe, for mwananchi to do his business, let it be. Let it be. There's nothing wrong with having army in the streets, so long as they're in the streets, just to ensure everyone is okay. The bad boys they are not robbing Mama Mboga. That's okay. It looks like a military country. Nothing wrong. Okay. Country number 2 that is trying very hard, but they are trying hard because their problem is also as old as, maybe older than Kenyan, is Nigeria. In Nigeria, people confess. Although people say they use juju and all this. I've heard ministers and people confess in Nigeria. I stole this, I did this, I did that. And how they deal with it, it's their own way. So Ruto has confessed he's a thief. He has confessed he's incompetent. He has confessed everything. I don't know what Kenyans will be waiting for. They'll be waiting to pray that he walks out of State House ati naambia Wakenya chukueni nyumba yenu. Is that what Kenyans are waiting for? Ruto atoke hapo na V8 ati aseme Kongoi missing, ama aseme ni kama na Kiluya ama Kikisi tororane mambi, Kijaluo ati oriti obroneri kin gokin adhi nyaka dala Sugoi. Hiyo ndio tunangoja Ruto atuage akienda, tunangoja Ruto aseme ati sasa mimi ndenya kusia ingo abandu bosi turorane Sugoi. No, huyu jamani kubumburushwa. Jamani kubumburushwa. Na Wakenya kama hamwezi bumburusha, kama hatuwezi bumburusha mtu, basi tunyamaze tu bana. Tunyamaze tu, tufinywe tu kufinywa vile tunafinywa, na hata tufinya mpaka ile noma. Ile noma. And the worst of it all is that hii ni mambo tuliona. Tumefinywa, tunaongea, every day we have a new name, new strategy. We are mutating. We are mutating. Sahi watu wanasema there will be mother of all maandamano. Organized by who? Hii maandamano ya lawyers, where did it go? What was it? These are just the window dressing. Vipindire. Vipindire. All drama, stage managed by Ruto. Yeah. Ruto has, Ruto, his dream was to have so much money that he can penetrate any system in the country. That's why it's very hard to remove Ruto, because he has paid people properly. Watu wamelipwa vizuri sana. Look at when you have even professors defecting and going to UDA. You ask yourself, really? What is it? Ati ni nini? Yani imebadilika mpaka mi nilikuwa muuaji, nilikuwa mwizi, ulikuwa unaniita hivyo jana, na leo umegeuka. Sincerely speaking, hapa iko noma. Na Kenya, it is so sad that we will see this thing happening. I feel a lot of regrets that we will live to see disaster befall this country, because there is no other way. The path is like the Titanic ship. It started sinking and people are there in denial. Oh, this can never sink. It is you the best in the best of the best in the world. It will, all those sorts of things. It's not possible. Even when it tilted like this. No. It's gravity behaving this way. Physicians, physical, wanaitwaje watu wa ma scientists wanakuja na mavitu wanapima. Na sasa hiyo ina sink. Wanasema hapana, is a change of current. Sijui imefanya hivi na all the nonsense until it went down under. It went down under. That is what is happening to this country, beautiful and called Kenya. Watu wanasema hapana, things will be okay. People are not even studying this obsession ya housing. I give people reference waende waone what is happening in Singapore about, let's call it almost similar program, community houses, cheap houses, not cheap but lower, affordable housing. How they approach, how they are doing it. Ethiopia, our neighbor, the program is succeeding, but they are doing it meticulously in a different approach, an approach that is candid, it's open, it's beneficial to Ethiopians. Hakuna wizi ujinga hapo, and they are not hawanyanganyi watu land. Hawademolish nyumba yako na wakwambii for 6 months or for 1 year ishi hapa, after that you are coming to live here. That's the program they have. Yes, if they want to bring down the single floor estates. There is the plan. Munakuwa temporarily displaced, but in a decent manner. Like, for example, Raila had this program where he wanted to rehabilitate and change Kibera. It's Raila who came with a program about Nyayo High Rise, whether people like it or not. That was his design. He's the one who came with the high rises you find in Majengo. That there was a small estate he started there next to the St. Joseph hostel there. Okay, those flats you see, that was Raila's program.
Sema next to Pumwani maternity.
Yeah, next to Pumwani maternity, not Karaoke, not the other, not on the right side, but on the left side, not the city council ones, but the other ones. You know, yeah. And he's the one who even he had even seen where to relocate the Kibera people somewhere near the river.
The Kanjo ones are called California. So California huku na
yeah,
high
California.
rise.
Yeah,
Yeah. Pumwani.
Exactly.
Pumwani
Yeah.
in Majengo.
Yes. Yeah. And he had even allocated land in the river, whereby all those who are tenants in Mathare, was not Mathare, in Kibera, was supposed to move. Then siasa ikaletwa, oh, that is very far away. But he with his engineering and wisdom, he knew people living near the river, that's where the industries were going. Okay, they would be there. Then Kibera would be having high rise. You know, Kenyans are so blind. They were told, oh, huyu mjaluo anataka kuwatoa mahali mumeishi. And I've never seen landlords living in Kibera. Hakuna. I mean, this is how stupid sometimes we can be. The road that is still today maintenance free was Raila's example to show Kenyans we need concrete roads. Bagadi way. That road has zero maintenance almost.
Almost, it has zero. Wewe ushaona ikifanywa maintenance?
Hakuna. Ati kubandika lami sijui kufanya nini. Now the highways we are seeing, the interchanges. I have clips of Raila explaining to people. By the way, tomorrow we'll play that clip, Alexia. Raila explaining to people about bypasses. And he made a joke while he was telling Kenyans. Akasema wa Kenya, baada ya muda kidogo, hizi barabara tukimaliza, itakuwa before upande gari yako. Unapanga the journey. Otherwise, if you are going to Karen, ukikosea kidogo, utaenda Limuru. People laughed. He told people that. Yeah, I have that clip. He said, it will be so interesting. Ukitaka kwenda Limuru, takes you 10 minutes. Wakenya walikuwa wanaona huyu mjaluo, because that's the way people talk in Kenya. Oh, huyu mjaluo anasema unaenda Limuru ya dakika 10 namna gani? Hao wanalia saa hii hawa. Thika highway hizo ina benefit, hao wanalia saa hii. Huyu mtu anaongea vitu haiwezekani. Huwezi kutoka Nairobi kwenda Thika na dakika 40. It is sad. It is sad. Sasa this is the man who can kill corruption in less than a year. We told them that during campaign. Kura za Ruto zilitoka hapi hizo 3.2 million ndio arudi ageuze aibe. Alipigiwa. Ruto was voted. Tungeacha avotiwe na wakalenjini wao na si wote. Alipogeuza bombas hapo, tungevamia bombas. We set it on fire. Tutajenga tena. That's what we should have done. You see? So now we are lamenting. We are crying.
Stony PK, because what asara yenye tunaenda saa hii inashinda hata bombas 10.
Exactly. Exactly. How do we rebuild this country after Ruto? And Ruto will be here not 10 years. Ruto, unless achukuliwe na Mungu, I don't see how Kenyans can remove him. Can you imagine that if 24 years of Moi destroyed this country. Baka we've not recovered up to today. 1 year, 18 months of Ruto. Today, the country is in the dogs. It's in the woods. Education totally dead. Only the rich kids will go to school. So what happens to the majority in Eastlands, the majority in Kawangware, the majority in Murang'a villages, the majority in Nyeri? Millions and millions of those young boys and girls. Kusukuma wheelbarrow. Yes, that is what he promised. Ema wera ne wera. That's why he's not talking about what graduates should do. Anaongea juu ya mijengo. Toka na degree yako ya engineering, kuja sukuma wheelbarrow. Because contractors nani? Ma-Chinese wale wako na yeye. Wewe degree yako ya engineering na masters unakuja hapa hata kushika ile futi. Kikwetu tunaitaka kushika fiti. Ama unashika fiti, wewe shika hiyo fiti, unapima, koroga hiyo simiti. Those are the jobs he's talking about. And he promised, he said, I'll first deal with Mount Kenya. Nita deal na nyinyi proper. He deals with the majority. Wale wengi awafinye kabisa kabisa mpaka you have nothing. There's nothing so demeaning like umemaliza university 4 years or 5 years, umekuja pale nyumbani una uwezi afford sabuni, unatoka hivi unaenda unaambiwa kazi ni kwa mjengo. So sincerely speaking, hata kama tunasema wera ne wera, can you imagine how you feel when you are pushing that wheelbarrow as a graduate? Sincerely, which country? Ni wapi kunafanyika hivyo? Hata tunasemanga Nigeria nini na nini, ati you can push that wheelbarrow for 2, 3, 4 days to get your extra nini, which is okay. You can even do that as intern. It's okay because umechukuliwa kibarua, there's a big construction company there. You come in, you are doing all that, umekoroga meat, umesaidia, umepanda, then you get your position. Yeah, but there is no that career path that Ruto is talking about. Let me stop there, Alexio. I see we have other guests that have come. Give them time. Thank you.
Thank you, Son PK. Yes, and people, somebody has reminded me of the land at Weston Hotel. Hiyo land yenye Weston Hotel imekuwa built on. It's a public land? Is that not corruption? Eh? Is that not corruption? So asitulete hapa Jeremani, karibu.
Asante sana bwana Alexio. Hope you can hear me. And also see Stone PK there. So asante. So long, it has been a while since I saw Stone PK over there. Good to see you, man. Good to see Reverend Lala there as well. It's been a while as well. Stone PK is on a roll today, so I didn't want to make contributions. I wanted to just get informed. I've been making notes on the side here. And one of the notes that I've been making, and I wanted to see Stone PK's indulgence, is I wanted to ask, mine is question asking to be informed. So allow me, Stone PK, to ask questions and answers so that you can bring me to a higher level of information. What, in your opinion, Stone, is the reason why politicians exploit the weaknesses of Kenyans? What are the weaknesses politicians see in Kenyans?
Number one, politicians see ignorance. They also see selfishness. Yeah. So these two, they capitalize on them because one, ignorance meaning Kenyans are very gullible. Hata wale wamesoma. You collect them in a room, then you give them garbage and you buy them tea. 200. And I'm saying this as one of those who have been really very direct, politically and everything. So I'm talking what we have been doing as politicians, and especially the corrupt ones, the fake ones, because the easiest profession where you have thugs, dogs, all rot is in politics. You're a civil servant, you steal some little money there, you come and you can convince people, then there you are. So I put graduates in a room, I'll approach them as graduates at that level. I'll speak a lot of kizungu mingi and theory mingi, okay? I know they have no job. And I'll make a few of them to be my focal points, because naonyesha na appreciate that. But I'm taking advantage of their ignorance. Okay? I give 1,000 each, and that's it. Okay? 1,000, and they feel good. Wanaenda, they'll be talking, even if they know I'm lying. But because they're that selfish, no wanajua, they'll be getting a stipend throughout the campaign period. There'll be my face. Oh, Stone PK mazee ana graduate watatu ndio wako kwa komiti yake ya campaign. That is guarantee. And I take who? Bwana Jerumani, you are not here earlier when Injiru said, if I have a doctor in my committee, whether he's fake or not, you cannot doubt me, bana. And I have an engineer there. And then I have a social scientist there. Who I display every conference, every meeting I am. And I'm displaying them to akina shosho in the village. I use my language. Nasema oya adhomete dingiria kadiria. Yani huyu amesoma degrees amemaliza. They will alert and they see their son. I'll get the votes. Okay? So that is what they capitalize on and then magnify it. That's what Ruto sees in Kenyans. Even the most, look at the Ndindis Noro, the thieves, the selfish ones. Because he put them in the system, they made their money, they have this, they will do everything possible and they'll keep on praising all the rot because they are protecting their ill acquired whatever. I hope I've touched on your question.
Asante, you've answered. You've given me very good information. I must thank you for that. Allow me, Bwana Alexio, to still follow up in my line of discussion. Maybe it's directed at PK, but at some point anyone is free to jump in. I was not there earlier, but I could hear the conversation with you and the rest. And you talked about maandamano, people coming out, going out for the day, then going back home usiku. And my question was, even before I make the question, the French Revolution, when it occurred way back, and everyone talks about revolution, referring to the French Revolution many times. The French deputies, when they convened at a meeting room, they said they are not leaving that place until the king comes to address them. And they stayed there continuously. They did not go home, and they called that the People's Convention. And that was the basis of a parliament being formed. Emphasize, Stone PK, why it's important that when people are called out or people step out, going back home is not the solution in the evening. I think I liked that point you made, but I know you had made a lot of comments on that, but I think it's important that you emphasize that, because as I'm using the reference of the French Revolution, when people step out, you do not retreat until that for which you have stepped out for is achieved. When you step out, you do not go back home empty-handed. You go back after having shown what was the sweat and result of your toil that day. But we appear to have a situation in Kenya where we go and toil, get tear gassed, and then we retreat back home and say we will wake up in the morning to do what we did not accomplish today. What is the importance of sustaining an effort? PK, if you don't mind.
Yeah, and then I'll invite other people to do that quickly. Bwana Germani, that's fantastic. You framed your question so well, so that at least we can eloquently bring it out. Now, other than French Revolution, of course, that's the oldest. I mean, one of the oldest. If we track revolutions down the line towards where we are now, to the present time, even up to the most recent one in Sudan. I think no. Yeah, Sudan. Actually, the most recent was Sudan. Other than the West African, the Burkinabe, those are fantastic. It's quick. They decide, they do this, they throw you away. But now let's talk revolution. That they start, this lady, for example, in Ethiopia, they decide, I mean, she and others decide that we have to make this hard. They begin with kitambaa cheupe. She goes there on top of her voice. She talks, she sings. Today they are 5. She doesn't go home. People bring her maji. She doesn't go home. She's there the whole night, the whole morning. Ukienda job, ukipita unampata pale. You'll be convinced to stand and see what is this lady doing. She's there. People joined. It was a build-up. Quickly, let's go to the Egyptian one at the square. People went out and they even had a strategy. They said, we will do it in shift. If I do 24 hours, you come in and relieve me. And they were doing it in such a way that the crowd was not reducing. Because if we are 50,000, we are 50,000 looking and taking care of us, bringing water and the food. So they walk in, and as we relieve, they were interchanging. One of the best revolution that ever happened. So you had at one given time 50,000 people in the square. Okay, then what happened? The whole country joined, because you are not like, ala, watu wako kiwanjani, mimi nafanya nini kwa nyumba? All right, but our Kenyan style is stupid. Sorry to use that term. Ni ujinga mtupu. Tunaambiana, because okay, we were planning that. We said you have to, number one, have the volunteering heart. Angalia wewe hii revolution, hii maandamano utasupport na nini? Kama ni maji, utaweza kuwa beba maji safi. Unabeba na gari yako na pickup yako. Beba, peleka. Kama ni chakula, kama ni chai utapika asubuhi, usavu watu 10. You are contributing to that thing. And then we don't go home. This is when I had a serious beef with my president Raila and everybody else, Azimio people. When they got convinced ati tunaenda ati kwanza ati every sorry, I saw one of the most stupid thing. Ati tunafanya ati tuna siku za maandamano, Tuesdays and Thursdays. Sincerely speaking, huyo ni upumbavu gani hiyo? Ati watu wanajua, unajua leo ni Jumanne bana. Ruto was laughing. Alafu ni maandamano, we didn't have an objective. We didn't have a goal. Even up to today, when they are talking about maandamano, hakuna goal, because for me kusema maisha iko juu, that is an ambiguous goal. When I was a teacher, you write such a composition, I would just cross two red lines across the full scarf. Ati unaandamana to bring the price of the cost of living down. Which country has done that? What has caused the cost of living iende juu? That is what you address. And that is the leader. So it's the leader who is supposed to go down for the cost of living to be bearable. Get rid of the rotten leader, bring in somebody else. Things will come in place. Ile inaitwa tessellation. Yani vitu zitaingiana tu. So the biggest problem is to remove the cause of the situation we are in. not circumventing, unazunguka like ati maandamano unaenda maandamano unarudi nyumbani. So quickly let me stop there by telling you, Jeremani, until the day maandamano number 1 itasema tunaenda kutoa Ruto, mitoke kwa midomo yetu that tunaenda kutoa president, we are going to overthrow, we are going to chase the president out of the office. The day Kenyans will have that in their lips, because what what can be in your lips has to come from your heart, lazima itoke kwa chest. Jerumani, be monitoring. The day utasikia Kenyans wakiongea hivyo en mass kwa meeting, the way you heard that day when they were singing yote yawezekana bila Moi, the day you will hear that chorus, Jerumani, utajua Kenya imeokoka. The day utasikia hiyo chorus, and I wish I let you unaweza cheza hiyo clip tena, when we were singing at Uhuru Park, when we sang that,
I was in that crowd. I was in that crowd.
That you Germany, that crowd, ulikuwa unasikia wimbo, you shed tears. Ulikuwa ukisikia hiyo chorus unalia. We were crying. Watu wazima tunalia. Tears of what? Tears of war. We were going to, tulikuwa tukule mtu na meno. That is what you do when you're mad. You are ready to skin somebody alive. That is it. And it happened. Yote yawezekana bila Moi. We sang it in his face. Have we sang that in front of Ruto? No, nothing. We are inaitwa nini, jelly meandering. Zinaitwa nini hizi talks za ujinga tulifanya? Zinaitwa nini? Stupid talks. That's why I even took my French leave, my sabbatical. Tulikuwa mnaziita aje hizo talks zilienda into rubbish? Bipartisan. Bipartisan what? So, Germany, we are still very far away indeed. But the day you hear that chorus, bro, the one we had started, RMG, Ruto must go, if that chorus had progressed properly, then we would be speaking of something different today. But 18 months down the line, we are shy. We are being told we are a constitutional country. Another stupid thing. Thank you very much. So Germany, be looking for that. And I don't want to be so pessimistic. I'm just hoping we will get there. But the day you will see that, you can open up your inaitwa nini, whatever your best drink, sit or join and start
champagne.
Dancing. Yes, champagne. Yeah.
Champagne.
Yeah. Kama utakuwa Kenya, open it and join the crowd and start celebrating, because you will have crossed to Canaan. Thank you.
Thank you, Stone PK, and thank you, Alexio, for the indulgence. I wanted to make the following comments, and I appreciate very much, Stone, what you said. I think at some point we need that bitter reminder, because it appears that in Kenya we take a lot for granted. We complain once, things get okay a bit, and then we think everything is okay, and we forget the reasons why we were agitating for change, and we start saying all seems to be okay, so we retreat back to our cocoons, we retreat back to our boxes and bubbles and continue life as usual until the next episode. We all know, for example, that when someone is given antibiotics to take, it is supposed to clear the system of the particular bacterium that is in the body. And if you do not complete your dose, what usually happens is that whatever bacteria was in this body mutates, it develops a new form that whatever antibiotics you are now on will need a stronger dose than you had taken before. And my view is that in Kenya, we have gotten to that stage, because I start analyzing the sequence of events since 2002. And I see that in 2003, the fight against corruption was so strong that, as you discussed previously, policemen were being arrested. But then we got to a point where, as Ton PK said, the language of extortion was now very polite. And I think we have now receded back to that situation where it is outright. It is presumed today that if you are with the people who are in government, then all is for the taking. That corruption of 2001 and the years before has started to come back full force. It appears that if you are with the ruling elite now, then whatever you want, you get in whichever way. One of the other things that I still remember, and I don't know if this is one of the problems we have in Kenya, but we appear to have this romanticization of the past. Today, people always talk about Mwai Kibaki's time as president as being one of the best. But I have a critical view to that notion, because one of the things I remember is that 2003, 2004 is where, one, we lost the battle against corruption. Number two is where we started also losing the national fabric. National fabric being, we were all looking at ourselves as one Kenya going forward against the previous oppressive regime. But it was during Kibaki's time that we started receding back into those tribal cocoons. People trying to identify which party are you from, which tribe are you from. It happened during Kibaki's time. So that's why I'm saying we appear to romanticize certain periods. And even today, you'll find that Ruto speaks very brazenly that Kibaki was the best president. And I always want to ask the question, why does he find that persuasion? From where does it come from? And if that is the inspiration versus what we are seeing today, then there are strong questions to be asked about where the inspiration for his leadership comes from. If it comes from Mwai Kibaki's time, let us drill down very critically and ask, why does he find Kibaki's time to be the best? One of the other last things, if you allow me, Alexia, to comment on, is a question that Mama Selina raised earlier on in the conversation. And Mama Selina said there is two classes of people that enjoy this country. The ones who are in power, and then the ones who are, and maybe I'm stating it wrong, but at least that's what I picked. The ones who are the hustlers, who are getting the handouts from the government or from the people in government. And it appears to me then, using that reference, there is two classes of people that are very much invested in the Kenyan society actively. The rest are very passive. So the very first, if I may call it quote unquote, class is the rich. These are the rich people who will fund elections, who will fund people running for election, because they know the outcome of the win is that we are going to get those tenders, we're going to get those procurements, we are going to get all those favors that come with our person being in government. And then the other class, quote unquote, that is also invested very actively in the happenings of Kenya is this quote unquote class that we call the working class, the hustlers, the people who are being referred to on a frequent basis as Mamba Mboga, border riders. That is the other class that is invested in the nation on a day-to-day basis, because their earnings come from day-to-day toil. Now, the critical class, quote unquote, is this other class that I don't know how to refer to, but Mama Selina was calling it the middle class. The ones who are neither rich and they're neither poor. They're floating in between there. And then these are the ones who, if Maandamano was to be called, will be parking their cars back home and saying, I'm not going into town today because my car will be hit. I'm not going to town today because there will likely be tear gas. Passive participants in the Kenyan society. That to me is a very dangerous class, because they remove themselves from the day-to-day problems of the Kenyan society. Because number one, they're guaranteed of their salary at the end of the month. They're guaranteed of their health care. At worst, they can mobilize through friends and their networks to meet their health bills, should the situation arise there. The rich will pay for it if the problem comes. The poor who are not within the means will either die or will just go and ask for help here and there. But this particular class, quote unquote, is the one that keeps letting down the fabric of the nation. Passive participants in what is happening in Kenya today. Finally, and maybe this is something I would invite everyone else, including Alexio, Lala, and Stone PK to comment on. I always have this saying, mwiba uchomeapo, ndipo utokeapo. And I'm saying this because I'm referring to the Constitution. You see, there is a sentiment that the Constitution seems not to be working for us. Very true. But then again, I look at what frustrations Ruto is presenting before the nation. And my basic premise here is that it is that same Constitution that is giving him the frustrations. He will not say exactly how it is frustrating him, but I know it is the Constitution that is holding him back from becoming an outright dictator. In the absence of this Constitution, he would be doing whatever he wants, whichever way he wants. But it is holding him back. And we must take key of that and say, if that is what is holding him back, can we use that same instrument to organize or bring about a situation where we can remove him from using the instruments of power bestowed by that same Constitution? I say this because we must never forget, and probably that's where our starting point should be, the Constitution 2010 that we have today. This is a constitution that Ruto campaigned against. This is a constitution that he said, lazima tuiangushe ndio tuirekebishe. And then the day comes when he's now in the power, and now he appreciates the same constitution he fought against. How are the rest of the Kenyans to appreciate that if that same constitution does not work to his favor, he will uphold it? Back to you, Alexio.
Thank you, Jeremiah. That's a good incisive insight. Actually, I like your thinking. Mwiba uingia hapo ndio unafaa kutolewa tena. And again, yes, we have complained on this platform, the Constitution seems not to be working. But you have brought about another idea which I kind of like it. The same Constitution is frustrating Zakayo. So I think it's high time we tighten on that bells, we tighten on that place. The way it does, we can just tighten on it a little bit tighter, and then tutakuwa tumenyonga huyu mtu haraka. I can see there is a way. Actually, I have seen there is a way. As we wind up, I'm seeing we are almost 5 hours, the maximum numbers of hours that are allowed in a show. I would like to give you, each and every one of you, the closing remark of 2 minutes. Can we start with Reverend Lada? Reverend Lala, are you there? If Lala is not around, Stone PK, unasikiaje hiyo mambo? Muiba wingi hapo, ndio unafaa utokewe hapo hapo.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Alexio, and thank you, Jeremani. I know Reverend Lala he must be around. But in my closing remark, I'll still just do my rallying call. I agree, Mwimba wingi hapo ndipo unautolea hapo hapo. It's true, because if you try to push it through itokee pande ile ingine ni kazi mingi. Okay? So uchungu ukitokea pande ile it's more painful. It's a lot of work. But kutolea pale umeingilia is the easiest. But Kenyans, sisi ni waoga sana. We don't have that principle. Hatuna hiyo principle. Waoga kweli. By the way, truly speaking, you'll allow me a little bit more, but not a lot of time. Let me tell you, truly speaking, Kenyans are cowards. You take it to the bank. We are cowards. Sisi ni waoga mno. And we rely on lies. We rely on lies and dwell on lies. We live a lie. Unaona ile you live a lie thinking you are the strongest man in the village. You are this, you are this. We like that way. We live that way. We've lived lies that we are we fought for independence. That's a lie we've been told. And it has become really religious. It's a lie. Oh, we fought. We fought. You fought who? You fought. Who did you fight? I want somebody to give me a list of how many whites were killed by us fighting. Tukaenda, tukavamia kambi, tukaua wazungu. Wale tulikuwa tunapigana. We agitated for independence. We never fought. We were agitating. Hakuna vita. Vita hiyo tulipigana, tulikuwa tunapigana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Which is the same thing we are doing. That's why we are saying, maandamano ni ya watu fulani. Maandamano ni ya Raila. Maandamano ni ya Stone PK. Maandamano, because if we had that culture of one cause, that one cause is only found in West Africa and North Africa, where they stand and they say, Germany is our enemy. They all agree. Point number 1 is to remove Germany. Kugawana viti baadaye. Wakenya tunaanzanga na kugawana viti. I mean, it's another stupid thing we do. We start by fighting kwanza. Germany, wewe utakuwa nini? No, Germany lazima uniwachie mimi Stone PK. Mimi ndio nitakuwa chairman. We have not acquired whatever we want to do, but we are already fighting. Chairmanship, secretary, sijui nini. Oh, I'll be the only candidate. You will not. Then that wears us down. It weakens us. Okay? So unfortunately, we are not fighters. We should not lie to ourselves. We are greedy. We like fighting for a food that we even don't have. We start kugawanya, kukatiana part. Mnyama hajaanguka ule tunawinda, but already tunapigana nani atachukua maini, nani atachukua mguu ya mbele, nani atachukua. And that's why we have failed. Germany, I know you like studying this thing. Just study Kenyan, the way we've agitated for whatever we agitate. Even that section 2A. Ask yourself, why is it that Raila has been so exhaustive and used? Why has it been so tiring? Why is it that he has done it through his life? And yet it's a point that majority of Kenyans thought it was worth it. Why did they take him? It took him his self. Mpaka anamalizwa ndio tutoe Moi point 2A. It is sad. It is very sad. because sisi ni waoga mno, and we are selfish. If it is Stone PK ameanzisha hiyo kitu, watu wanaanza kusema hiyo Stone PK ni mumbere, hiyo ni mambo ya mbere, achana na yeye. We don't have that focus. We are selfish, very weak, and that weakens us kabisa. We don't look at the objective. We look at who is doing it. Mount Kenya wanaulizanga no way how better. In Mountaineer languages it asks who is there in front. Ukisikia ni Mohammed, kutige corona njoroge hau mbele. Yani hatuwezi kuwa na njoro hapo mbele. Look at that. That draws you back completely. Inakutoa pumzi. Mimi nimekupigia Germany, toka tunaenda vita. Unaanza kuuliza nani yako hapo mbele kwa vita? Stone PK ati Wamalo angekuwa hapo mbele. Sasa badala utoke, kuna mtu mbele anatuongoza, twende hii vita, tungoe hii kitu. So that is our biggest weakness. And I'm appealing to Kenyans. My last word. Can we find this common goal? We don't have it. Can we find it? Tunaweza kutafuta kiini ni nini tunataka kufanya, si kulete gharama ya maisha chini. Acheni hiyo, hata kwa hii TV tuache kuongea hiyo. That's irrelevant. Mrs. Ouma, my English teacher, ningeanza hivyo angeniambia irrelevant, ananirushia karatasi, enda ukaandike tena. What is our objective? Hii maandamano tunaitana ni ya nini? Si ya kuleta vitu gharama chini. Hiyo pana kwisha completely. Hiyo hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Gharama iwezi letwa chini, jileta chini by maandamano. It's not possible. It is not possible. Maandamano will not bring gharama chini. French Revolution ilileta mkate, bei ya mkate chini by removing whoever was in leadership. Egypt the same. Okay, Tunisia the same. Ethiopia the same. Not Ethiopia, what do we call it? Nani? South Sudan the same. So Kenyans, we are not on course. We are lost. We have no direction. Let's
Sudan.
get our direction.
South Sudan, Sudan.
Yeah, Sudan. Yeah, Khartoum, Sudan.
Yes.
So Kenyans, hatuna dira. Let's get the compass and let's decide. Is it Ruto we want to remove? Call it as it is. Yes. Don't give us that constitution anini. Say we want to remove Ruto. Period. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you. Yes, the rallying call should be, we want to kick Ruto out because he has killed our institutions. He has made sure our institutions are not working. Period. Lala, Reverend Lala, it's your turn.
Asante, Stone and Jerumani. I think revolution is necessary. The main agenda, the main reason is simple. Kenyans went for an election to choose a leader to lead them out of whatever circumstances they were in. And the election itself went well, but there was a disrespect of Kenyan voters. That is what Kenyans believed. We went to the street because we believed something was wrong with that electoral process. Kenyans were asking for the opening of the server, counting, and finding where the problem was and correcting it. That was not done. Instead, people died. And so the reason why we are going to the street is because we believe that our constitution was subverted, was not respected. And so every other problem has come to us because we failed the test of that constitution. And therefore, we do not recognize this government as legitimate. And that's why we are protesting. Those other things are secondary. The price of commodities and others, those simply support our cause. And therefore, we can raise them, but they are not the key. The key thing is this man is not the president of Kenya based on what we believe as wananchi. And therefore, we don't want him. People who protested died. I live in the US. I took a trip to Kenya to bury some of those young men and women who were killed. I went to their homes. I saw those bodies get into the grave. I saw the cartridges. I saw the arrows with my own eyes. I saw what happened to those people. I traveled sites like Luanda, sites like Kagan, and those places with my own eyes. These were young, promising Kenyans who just wanted their constitution to work. The same constitution condemns this people called Ruto. Then I saw how the people hunted and hunted like rats on the street. People carrying guns and in the name of police, rogue bandits. I call them bandits. And that to me is not a government. And so Kenyans are on the street, those who went to the street, because we believe our constitution was not respected then and not being respected now. That is the reason for us to get back to the constitution, constitutional democracy, because we are now outside of the rule. So the same constitution, yes, it's a beautiful constitution, but in some of our minds, it is not being used, not being applied. It's basically used when it supports or protects Ruto and his men and this system. And most Kenyans are vulnerable because the constitution is not there to protect us and it's not protecting us up to the moment. So in my mind, Kenyans must step out and get rid of this government. I happen to work with a certain system, and when there's a crisis, I see people come to my office, some of them, a number of them, saying, I want to re-enroll in the military to go and fight. In other words, the number is always there. But as Stone stated, I think we are afraid of truth. We are cowards in a sense. And because we're afraid of truth, we are shouting, we want more facts. And when as facts come forward, appear, and we discover them as Ruto messes, we keep on pushing the yardstick. It's as if that's not enough. We want another one, another one. So every single day, something new is coming which is convincing us more and more that we are on a wrong side of our constitution, if it is there at all. Some of us, we think we are not being ruled by it. In other words, Ruto has his own other constitution, maybe from South America, those who help him get into power, and is there to please them, because the way he applies
Whatever constitution he uses is not for the benefit of Kenyans. And therefore, he is pleasing somebody else rather than Kenyans. And we are cowardly. We know that. Kenyans know that things are wrong. But we are coward. We can't do anything. So it is important for us. I don't know whether it is because we don't we are not getting clear leadership to know what to do. Because to me, on the first day, we should never have allowed Ruto to start, get in that office. I think we should have been on the street and stay there till we get what we believe is constitutional. But for some reason, we gave him time. But time has come for us. Either we choose to go on the street and do something, because there's a lot that we can do. Kenyans, please hear me. There's a lot we can do. If only we can all act together, do it together, we can bring this government down. Not more than a month, even less, if we all stand together. But for some reason, I don't know. Maybe some people can explain to me why we accept this man, as was stated here, to just play a trick on us. He knows we're not going to do anything. So as we come out to let them shout, let them talk, because he looked like he doesn't really care, because he thinks we can do nothing. And that scares me. It is our fear, not Ruto. Ruto is really nothing. It's just, we can get rid of him very quickly. The problem is us, not even Ruto. My closing statement, I think Kenyans, wherever you are, you got the power, you got the means. We are not defeated. We can do it. We can get it done very, very quickly if you want to. If you step out, if you step up, if you stand, and then we can get this thing done very, very quickly. Let me just stop there. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. It's Jeremani's time to make his closing remarks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alexio. Thank you to Lala for the submissions. I also thank Stone PK for his submissions. In making my closing remarks, as you have guided Alexio, I want to address the following things. But before I come back to that, what I still insist on, let me start off by making one commentary. 1990, some clever fellow called Kamlesh Patni, along with James Kanyotu, started off something called the Golden Bag chain of events that led to something we know today as the Golden Bag scandal. And the Golden Bag scandal was such that it took place within a time span of about 3 years. In those 3 years, it is recorded economically and in history that Kenya's GDP was wiped. 10% of Kenya's GDP was wiped. Now, many people will look at this as just a figure. Many will look at this as just numbers. But the effects of that wipe is that as at 1991-92, the Kenya shilling was exchanging at 36 shillings to the US dollar. And 10 or 12 years later,
From 18.
Thank you. From 18, we went all the way to exchange at about 36. So double that. And then 10 or 12 years later, that Kenya shilling was exchanging at about 60 something to the dollar. Couple that with the fact that we had something else called the Youth for KANU 92. And the Youth for KANU 92 scheme was to print 500 shilling notes. And this is what they were using to bribe or pay people during the campaign period for 1992 at the expense of majority of Kenyans. So the weaknesses that we have in the society around money matters is such that we sacrifice the long-term vision of the country for short-term gains by a few people. And that weakness, we do not see it immediately, but it affects the economy long-term. So since 1990 or since 1992, we have never had a situation, even as it was pointed out, the shilling was back at 18 shillings. We have never recovered and gone back to those exchange rates. It has always been a slippery slope, and it continues to slide today. I don't know where the Kenya shilling is today versus the dollar, but I'm sure it is not in a very good position exchange-wise. The last I heard, it was at 150 something. I don't know if it has clocked 160. But what am I saying here? Currently, we're in a go ahead, Stone.
Yeah, Jeremiah, I like your flow, but it's good also we educate listeners. The 500 shilling note, maybe when we tell them, is what people are referring to as jirongo. So the rest people can Google to know why it was named jirongo. Go ahead.
Thank you, Stone. So if I may use the same line of thought, so this jirongo was the 1992 period. That 500 shilling note came at that time. And before that, the highest currency note in Kenya was the 200 shilling note. So the 500 shilling note became popular around the 1992 era, and it was called the jirongo. Mika Cheserem, when he was appointed central bank governor, he said that one of his first tasks was to mop up the excess liquidity that was there in the Kenyan market after the 1992 elections. So 1993, after he took over from Kotut, governor of central bank, Mika Cheserem, and this is quoted in the newspapers of that time, said his first and immediate task was to mop up excess liquidity. What does excess liquidity mean in an economy? Excess liquidity means there is inflation. It means there is a lot of money, but that money is circulating not on account of productivity, but on account of other non-economic factors. These non-economic factors, then, what do they do to the economy and the nation long term? Is that they bestow wealth to the few, while the many who are the productive do not get paid an equivalent sum for the effort they put in the same economy. So Cheserem said that mopping up liquidity was his first task. But the effects, as I said, of that YK92, Jirongo affair, Goldenberg scandal, all this took place within a 2 to 3 year time span. But the long-term effects are still being felt today, more than 30 years down the road. Back to where I was. Today we have a government in place called the Kenya Kwanza government. So the Kenya Kwanza government has only been in office for 1 year and some months now. But I can guarantee you that the effects long-term of what has happened during 1 year and a few months will be felt down the road for a longer time than we can comprehend at this time. The remedy, as Lala spoke of and as Stone PK spoke of, is a quick understanding that we are in dire straits and we need to take immediate corrective action before we look back down 10 years and discover that what happened in 1 or 2 years of government is going to affect us for the next generation. That is my point number one. The other one that I wanted to raise is we keep talking about maandamano and cost of living being our rallying point. I did mention this in previous debate in the last year, that I find that cost of living is such a broad term to mobilize people towards. Let us get back to why we are here. And why we are here today as a nation is that we had a flawed elections in 2022. And I said it was a flawed elections because as much as the process ended up at the Supreme Court, we are still in that position where we cannot conclusively say who won those elections. We are in the situation where the Supreme Court, if they were to be asked to give a direct and proper assessment, will not be able to ascertain for themselves as well, as much as they pass judgment, that these elections were won because of the following reasons. And I say that because to date, even the Supreme Court has never opened the server and seen the results for themselves. I talk about us being here today because of a flawed electoral process, is because even the ballot boxes that have been stored in warehouses have never been reopened to reascertain the count. And you'd ask the question, why then do we spend a lot of money securing ballot boxes from the security features that we are told are very expensive and very technologically advanced? And yet, when we have a flawed process, we never use those security features to verify or get to the veracity of the count. We do not inspect the individual ballots to confirm that this is what was cast and this is the tally. We have gotten ourselves to this situation, and that's why I said mwiba uchome hapo ndipo utoke hapo, because clever people know that there's a very limited amount of time once a petition process has started. And so they will take you through the cycle of making sure that in the 21 days or so that the matter will be at the Supreme Court, you will not have sufficient time to go back to the individual ballot boxes, look at individual ballot papers, look at individual forms, and then these elections or whichever elections that are being contested will be dismissed on technicality or by technical reasons. Time will elapse and the decision that has been made by the Electoral Commission will stand. So we are in that situation where we're saying today, we are going to protest, or maandamano will be about cost of living. But cost of living is a byproduct of electoral injustice. If we had electoral justice, a process where the Supreme Court can call for a recount of all the ballots in all the nation, retally themselves under the order of the Supreme Court, ask for a server to be opened so that they can also verify for themselves as a Supreme Court that the decision we're going to make is based on our retallying, recounting, retabulation, re-verification of the servers for which we as a Supreme Court are satisfied with, then we can say we are on the right place. But as it stands today, we are at that point where electoral injustice is what has gotten us to where we are today, complaining about cost of living. But the real reason is electoral injustice. I've talked about the ballot boxes, the ballot count, but we must also ask ourselves whether today we have a a working and valid electoral commission, because they continue working at the secretariat level like all is well, business as usual. But the question will arise in the future whether what they have been doing has been sanctioned by a working electoral commission, properly constituted. Today there is 3 commissioners, but what happens down the road when the question is asked, were you fully constituted when some of these decisions were being undertaken? You have worked with the minimum number required, but for certain material decisions to be made, shouldn't you have put in effort to ensure you have a bigger number that supports the decisions you're making? That, I guarantee, will come down the road, especially now that you are looking at boundaries being revised, and it is likely to be a protested and contested boundaries review. So let's take caution and say we are here because of electoral injustice. The count, the composition of the IEBC is to be questioned, and we should not let it slide. On the last one, I still insist, mwiba uchomeapo ndipo utokeapo. Today, the Constitution seems to be our only barrier between anarchy and outright dictatorship. If you find that someone is complaining about their hands being tied by this or that, you should ask yourself, what is it that they're not saying they wanted to do and they are unable to do? And to me, that comes back to the Constitution being the equalizer. Without it, today we will be looking at outright autocracy, outright dictatorship. But we have been graciously saved from that position of anarchy, and we shall find very clever means of using that same tool to get rid of the Kenya Kwanza government. Thank you, Alexio.
That's a very awesome closing remarks. I cannot be able to even, mwiba udungi yako ndiko utoke yako. And again, thank you very much, fellow panelist Stone PK. Your debate has been of great help to even me, myself, and I think the rest of people watching us and my fellow panelists here, they can attest to that. Same to Jeremani, it has been awesome. We've talked volume. And Reverend Lala, yes, I want to salute you all and appreciate you all. I think this talk that we are doing it here, it will not go in vain. At least one day, one time, people will sit somewhere and when the history of Kenya will be written, they will say, at least we came when wazi mwingine walikuwa wana dream hapa and finally it has happened. So it shall surely happen. And again, I think Zakayo is feeling the pinch. Just as Kenyans, what we should need to do is to take this pinch to the next level. We need just to tighten up things. If we tighten up the way some judges in the courts are doing, some, not all, some judges, at least those who have read the Constitution, they know they have the mandate to protect the integrity of Kenya and protect the Constitution also, because they are there to serve Kenyans and uphold the Constitution, not to uphold Zakayo just the way he wants. No, it can never be. It can never be about him. And Kenya is big. It can never be about an individual. It's never been about Alexio. It can never be about Jeremiah. It can never be about Stone PK. It can never be about Lala. Why are you so special? You want everything to be aligned to you. And wewe ndio mtu mwenye usemi urongo, wewe ndio wa kusema, wengine ni wa kufanya. Ile yenye unasema, it will never be like that. Even the Constitution itself says the will of public participation must come in. You see? And the Constitution at the preamble says all the power rests with the people. And you as somebody who is sitting in that office, you are just acting on behalf of Kenyans. So if Kenyans go to the court and say this thing tunaona inatufinya, and then the court agrees with them, then it should be laid to rest like that. Oh, I thank you very well. I thank you very much. I want to salute people in the comment section. I've seen Steve, I've seen Monica, I've seen Joy, I've seen Seremana, I've seen you. All of you in the comment section, Danny, Darius, and those who are before us, Njiru, and those who came before us, we want to salute you all. And tomorrow is another day. We shall be here. We shall talk tomorrow. At least, thank you very much. And I want to say bye-bye. Good night. Good morning. Good afternoon, wherever you are across the globe. We love you all. And the struggle still on. The struggle still continues. We should never be tired until we remove this man.
Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu, 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako, na tano yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi mna.
Kutafuta uongozi kwa kutumia dini au kutumia kabila, unagawa watu. Kazi ya uongozi ni kujenga watu wawe kitu kimoja.
The 2.2 billion has been spent in the office of the president and State House between July and September. If you do that calculation, it means that we spend in that office 23 million per day and 1 million per hour. That cannot be sustainable.
Uwe